Welcome back to Mount Panorama as we have switched on over 6.5 hours left to go, just a little bit under, as we continue to follow the battles here around the circuit. Got a nice little gaggle starting to make its way around the track right now. Drago Racing, Mala Racing Team, GridandGo.com Esports, and BS Competition. This is the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, Justin.
Yes, they've stayed connected the whole time. That's why we went with that respective group here to be able to follow on with one of the closest battle packs here in this situation. Kanda, who was the fastest car at the end of his last stint, net 2 seconds lower than where he was at that point of the pit cycle. So, a lot more digging when it comes to him. He's ran away from this. But other drivers have stayed hooked up. We are a few minutes away, by the way, from the start of our commentary swaps, as at that 25 minute, or my math is way off today. 15 minutes to the top of the hour is when we'll have Bradley Dalton, then it'll be Jake Sperry around the top of the hour in real life / around the sim. The battle for second has stayed relatively the same too, because Blue McCure has continued to just say, let's save, save, save. We need to turn this fuel burn on by 7 minutes.
Yeah, and that is what we're seeing here for a lot of these drivers, is getting into that fuel-saving mode, starting to think about it a little bit more. The one driver who is bucking that trend, that continues to be Luca Kida, who continues to push ahead and is closing down on 4th place a little bit more. However, the battle for second, very, very fierce. As you said, Hearth and Prevo really trying to close in, see what they're able to go. Continue to work their way around. Good battles as things do stand. Now, for those who are just joining us here on part 2 of this stream, we will say that things look like, for the most part, that we're seeing pit stops taking place at the top of the hour. The exception to that being Blue McCue Esports. They seem to be a little bit early on the pit stop cycle. That could come back to bite them, could make them add another pit stop over the course of today's action.
All of them going to have to think about that planning though, to make sure they keep up on that cycle. Reach the top of the hour in the midway point of this run. At midway, will be at high noon in this event here today. That'll be about where you'd expect the sun to be at its peak. It's also about that point where you're expecting more cloud cover starting about now over the racetrack. So as we continue to chug along here, right now, there are battle packs that also are worth noting. 10th through 12th for those tuning in are staying together. 21st and 22nd and swap back and forth also. Here's the look from the 33. Those minute differences you've seen on that entry, continuing to lift and coast a bit on entry for the Ferrari.
Yeah, continuing to lift and coast, just saving that fuel. I get the sense here that Blue McCure trying to maybe save that fuel, bring that fuel back. This could be the opportunity they've been waiting for. Like we said, they've been off cycle by about a lap or 2 on the stints. So this could be the opportunity they've been waiting for. And for Prevo, this could be exactly what he needs to get back onto that. And I mean, listen, even there, coming over Skyline, you heard a big lift as they got to the top of McPhillamy Park. Obviously, big lifts here coming down through the S's and into the Dipper. But this could be a good chance. I'm going to be really interested to see what this pit stop cycle holds for Blue McCure.
Going to be an important cycle to be able to tell how much fuel save they're going to need. Along with some of their fellow teammates, by the way. The rest of the way after the hard push to start the day, and of course some of the sort of the night conditions. Speed's obviously going to be a little bit higher with the track a little bit cooler compared to now. That really balmy feeling out at the moment. The estimated laps to go for those keeping track in mind, if you want to break it down lap by lap 2 here by that point, you're factoring in about 189 more laps to go this time by. The mathematicians are definitely calculating at this point, based on those estimates here, DJ, to make sure you know by the minute where your fuel is going to be. Those strategists are big for those huge teams where you have those Excel sheets or Google Sheets or whatever to make those calculations on average fuel burn per lap.
Oh, most certainly, and they are working overtime here at this point. What's crucial for this race, however, is that on road courses such as this, we do not see full course yellows being displayed normally. There sometimes can be weird little glitches with that, but I wouldn't expect it to take place. The other big part of it is we do not anticipate any yellow or any rain coming down over the course of the day, which means you're going to be able to run your standard pit stop procedure. So they know at this point, okay, we are plus or we are minus. You are working to get to that median delta. You would rather be in the plus. You'd rather have a little bit more fuel in the tank because that means you can cut out more and more time on that final pit stop. As we said earlier, Bumacure, they need to get out of that minus territory where they are missing time. Can they do it? I don't know. It's a lot of time to try to make up, but it's going to be really fascinating to see.
Indeed. As we continue on, at this point, I'm a few minutes away from my transition here, so I'll start asking a bit more of the in-depth questions, just so to speak, before we bring in Bradley and get ready to bring in Jake as well for their respective stints here. In your opinion here, what has been the biggest thing to watch out for that we've seen coming up towards the second half of this race, and why, DJ?
It's the same thing that we said coming into the beginning of this stint, and that is your outlaps on cold tires. The way that iRacing has modeled, and I believe correctly modeled, these new tires that they continue to update it and perfect and make better and better and better, coming out on cold tires here is so difficult. You are immediately out onto a long straightaway where you are at top speed, which cools the tires down, and then you are right into the most difficult section on this circuit. So getting those tires not only up to speed or up to temperature quickly, but getting your car up to speed quickly coming out of pit lane is clearly making or breaking your runs here. The other big thing for me is, frankly, what can Grid and Go Esports do? What can Luca Kita do? This is the one driver that's bucking trends. He's not saving fuel. He is pushing like the dickens out on track. We saw him scythe his way through the field. I am fascinated to see just how far that 001 can rise.
As well here, we have talked a lot about a fair bit of drivers and some of the teams and some of the various things with some of the connections to real life, as well as those we've seen make some huge charges in the virtual world. What teams kind of stood out to you that is going to be a major storyline the rest of the way? First of all, are the ones we have talked about. Who's the biggest out of those? I know Blue Mercure might be the obvious one.
Yeah, you kind of stole that there from me a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see, though, what the likes of Drago Racing can do. They're really well positioned. Remember on the last pit cycle, we saw Alexander Spets. As we take a look at the replay here, this was the formation lap, and this is really where calamity started to take place. It was just a big, to use a term, kerfluffle, coming down into the final corner, and a couple of drivers getting spun the wrong way, damage on the cars. Not what you want to see to start things out. That's how we got started today. Thankfully, that really hasn't set the tone. But back to my point, Alexander Spets was able to go a lap longer than everybody else was on that last pit cycle. I'm going to be really interested to see what Drago Racing is able to do, and their teammate up in P2. Really another one interesting to see with Johan Harth in this battle.
Yep.
It's more calamity on the opening lap. It's kind of to be expected here at Bathurst. The exit of the cutting, we saw a couple of cars turned around once again as well. Thankfully, really only 2 cars seriously involved. Make that 3, but that is why we are running with really, at this point, only about 18 cars on the lead lap.
And why, for the most part, we've been basically 32 to 33 cars deep. A lot of those cars immediately started their day on the tow truck, never really recovered as a result of that lap 1 calamity that can happen at the top of the hillside or up the hill and up the mountain. Now, overall as well, one more question. Who do you think wins? Do you think it's Kanda, or do you think someone out-strategizes that 08 car?
You know, Justin, if this gap was closer, I would say I'd be looking at some of the drivers farther down in the field, but I have not seen anything yet that doesn't say Kanda can take this. Kanda has been the elite force of the field. You know, they qualified 4th, but made early moves, got their way up forward. They have put themselves in good position. When it looked like Elvis Rankin maybe fell back in the order just a little bit, had a little bit of problem, that he was maybe losing a little bit of lap time, he responded. We rode on board with them for a little bit more, and it really did show that they were saving a lot of fuel. To me, this is Kanda's race to lose.
It's been a dominant effort from them. They had 2 of their cars up at the front. Of course, one of the Kanda cars bit by attrition, to say the very least. But as we get ready to transition to our next commentary crew, it's been a pleasure here at the broadcast booth for DJ Clark and I to be able to set things up. It's been a busy day, to say the very least, from the top of our stint onward, with a lot of these charges as the tires have heated up. But it's time for our next group that will take you past the halfway point and into our next cycle. Jumping into the booth, coming up now as we transition to 15 minutes to the top of the hour, it'll be Jake Sperry and Bradley Dalton, who will bring us the sights and sounds of the Bathurst 12 past halfway. Take it away, Jake.
Thank you very much, Justin, and what an important first half of the race that we have just set ourselves up with at this moment in time. We have got ourselves a real treat in terms of what endurance racing is all about, when you still consider the fact that we've got 18 teams that are still out there on the leading lap here as we reach the halfway stage of the race, and of those you've still got 11 that are within half a minute of your race lead and within touching distance of a potential victory here today on possibly one of the most difficult 12-hour races on iRacing here at the fabled Mount Panorama in Bathurst. Brad, it has been a wonderful start to racing, but it's one that has been defined by what happened in the first 2 hours more than anything else. We have lost a slew of cars from this 50-car field. We're already down to just the 31 that are running. So you look at almost a 50% attrition rate by halfway. If current rate prevails, we'll only have 7 cars available at the end.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Let me say, I don't think 7 cars will be left at the end. I think we've probably hit that sweet spot when it comes to cars left to cars gone. And I'm probably going to, of course, do the classic commentator's curse thing, and that's not going to be the case of what happens. So we're going to watch and see if I'm right or wrong across the next 6 hours. Halfway done, halfway to go here. And Bathurst, for me, is one of those tracks that, you know, everyone says when the Rolex happens, racing is back, motorsports is back from the winter break. Bathurst really just cements that. It is that extra little push of a very difficult, challenging track that just makes things enjoyable and really reminds you, hey, we're back, we're racing, get ready for some fun.
Get ready indeed, and get ready for what makes some truly magnificent sim racing bring itself to life. We've got a wonderful train of 4 that sits itself with Alexander Spett in 6th position, leading this group over the top of Peter Brock's skyline and down the hill behind him. Phil Deness, part of the Marla Racing team, your reigning champions, not willing yet to let go of that resolve. Dino Lombardi then from Grid&Go.com Esports 002, and Oscar Irene then from Bathurst Plus Competition. Very happy with the way that they have been working over the course of this run. But really this has been the game of the haves versus the have-nots. Those who have toe versus those who don't. Those who are willing to attack here around this mountain compared to those who do not, and those who had a position early on in the race to now those who don't have quite as strong of a run. Remember, Kanda in the opening couple of hours were 1 and 2 out there in this race before Xander Reed fell into troubles. We watched here second and third. This is Drago Racing's number 69 effort with Johan Haaf, and then Thibaut Prevost racing for Luxembourg at the moment for Blue Mercure, which is a huge run for them right now as they look to crest. No Team Redline here today is maybe the only big name that is missing from the ranks here today, Brad, but I would look around at this and say Blue Mercure gets a third place today. It cements themselves as a team to look out for at any major top event.
I mean, I kind of had them on my radar already as a team to look out for. They've been very, very, very much on the radar for a minute now. I'm really interested to see how they go through. They're putting great pressure right now on that number 69 Drago Racing car, and they're only 10 seconds off the lead, which at Bathurst is nothing. That is genuinely one of those that you blink and all of a sudden you've caught 10 seconds. This mountain gives, it takes, it really can put pressure on, and you can see right now that Thibaut Prevost is putting that pressure very much on Johan Haaf of Drago Esports as they go down the mountain here, and it's that precision, but it's that milliseconds that can really change things here as we go through. I'm excited to see where that number 33 is at after 6 hours ends. I wouldn't be surprised if they are in second. Hey, they could even be in first. You never know what Bathurst can give and take.
No, and I think that's been quite telling when you consider that the track conditions here today, it is dry, it's 32 degrees now out on track, so in the fabled dog walking to egg frying ratio right now, we're getting a little bit into the hotter style of the dog rather than that we're getting a very nicely cooked egg. It will take about half an hour at the moment on this, very much like a griddle would at this moment in time to get the egg done. So as far as it stands right now, still fairly warm in terms of temperature, and you turn around at a scenario like this. The thing you've got to understand about Australian-based racing, it's not a summer sport in Australia, it's a winter sport, so that's why the track temperatures are still down low compared to what you'd find otherwise, because his February, which we're running at the moment, would be their October by comparison.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing to think about. You know, not only do their toilets spin backwards down on the southern hemisphere, but the weather is very off to what you would expect. So when you're looking at this, yeah, it's February here, but as you said, this compares more to like an October for them. It's very backwards, which is hard to compare because, again, this is kind of the signal to me that motorsports is back, but it is technically late in the motorsport year for them because of the way the holidays, or not the holidays, but the weather is flipped. The holidays stay the same because the calendar is the calendar as we know. It really does make for some interesting moments though, because it catches everyone off guard, I think, a little bit, just how the weather isn't what you would think. I mean, you go in and at least I see Australia and I'm thinking warm, hot weather, just absolutely crazy. And it's warm, yes, but it's not sweltering hot. We're not Florida in July levels of hot. This is more of a tolerable weather.
It is tolerable, and I would argue for the moment that with the tolerable level that we are seeing at this moment in time, it is now all about setting yourself up for what will become the next moments of this race. You always understand that a Bathurst 12-hour, there will be fluctuations. You race from sunrise to sunset. That's the reason why the 12-hour here is probably one of the more unique 12 hours that you find, because it is a true 12 hours up and down. But as you now sit and look at these drivers, this is middle of the day that they are sitting in right now. This is where they want to be running. We're nearly at in-sim time, midday, and the sun will only get to its hottest at about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, they will have traffic in front, these two. It's the Stint 1 Motorsports car of Michael Kaibach, as in comes Vasilios Belletsiotis in for a stop, and then Jeff Giassi is in full grid, is in front as well for Grid and Go Esports 007. So that then the stop from the team that was running in 12th position. Blue Mercure 32 also in to the pits at the moment. So there are different changes in terms of what drivers are looking at the moment. So Olivieri then jumps in for Blue Mercure's sister car, the 32, and so they'll be looking to pilot up. A lot, though, in terms of this race, of BMW plays Ferrari out there over the mountain. Now, give a little understanding of the balance of performance here, Brad, for why those cars are the favourites. A couple of Aston Martins in the mix.
Yeah, and a lot of that goes to how the cars handle, kind of what you're comfortable with, to be honest, looking at things. But that balance, that BOP as we call it, that balance of power, kind of, it's meant to help really level the playing field, but sometimes you find that it gives the cars a little bit more love and just a little bit more giving than what you would expect. So kind of talking about it here as we go, let's speak on the BMWs. We ride on board with PS Competition here with Renee going through the BMW M4 GT3. Got a 10 kilogram weight penalty and a 1.75% power reduction and 97% maximum fuel capacity. Now that is not that bad, but here's the thing with the BMW. The BMW already handles really well around the mountain. It's very, very nimble. It's very givable. It's that right blend of car for power and being able to go up the mountain well and handle well, and then get the power down on the main straight. Same thing with the Ferrari. The Ferrari actually got a 13 kilogram weight penalty, but only lost 1% of its power. So it's got enough power to go down the main straights really well, but it has a little bit more weight into it, so you kind of have to watch it on the mountain a little bit more than you would otherwise. Now, the car that I really thought was going to get a lot of love, but isn't, and this is just me looking at numbers on Strategy Point, the Mustang. It took a 15 kilogram weight penalty and a 1.25% power reduction, but it kept a 100% fuel capacity. So I really, the Mustang tends to get a lot of love, and I was expecting to see it a little bit more here in Bathurst, but I don't really know anyone that's running the Mustang right now here in this split as it goes.
Well, the issue with the Mustang that you're going to find, it's one of the higher body style cars like the BMWs that you're seeing pilot through the M4s, but the difference is it's got a lot more rigidity to it. So when you need it to roll through various corners, like up here through these left-handers over McPhillamy Park, the car's not going to roll and be as responsive as some of the other cars are going to be. So there's also the issue as well that the rear tyres are very difficult to get up to temperature, and at a circuit where you need the rear tyres basically to be responding immediately as you climb the mountain, that would be enough to scare anybody into a position of going, no, I'd rather choose a car that's a little bit more nimble. There you can see there your balance of performance that's in play, and you look at that and say every car in some way, shape or form has had a hit. Every car has about 7 kilograms worth of weight penalty difference between them. Every car has about 1.5% of a power reduction as Blue Mercure now jump in for their pit stop in the number 33 just before the halfway stage of the race. And Thibaut Prevost will come down into the pits. And fuel, that's interesting as well, that you're going to lock 3 to 4% of the tank off to go and make sure that that's all set and sorted. So, Brad, I turn and look at that and say, this is one of the events where I think they've done a lot of work here with this balance of performance to try and get it just right. There isn't a single car they've looked at a baseline and gone, we're not going to touch it.
They have, and honestly, looking at it, I can't think of the last time I saw every car have something reduced or moved from baseline, except for, again, that Mustang fuel staying at 100%. I mean, even looking back at the BOP for the iRacing Roar, I just went back and looked at that. I mean, there were cars that had no penalty, no change at all, and not a single car took a weight penalty in the Roar. So I look at that and I kind of look at everything moving forward, and it goes to show, I think iRacing is looking at these special events and saying, you know what, you can't just run baseline. We need to make sure that we kind of adhere to that real life, and everything gets a little something somewhere to bring that BOP in line and bring all of the cars to have a fair fighting advantage, to where it's less about what car you're in necessarily. We don't have a Formula One landscape of it's, who designed the best car, because everyone can argue that their favorite car is designed the best, whether it's the BMW, the Porsche, the Mustang, the Corvette, the Lamborghini, the McLaren, the Mercedes. You can argue that your favorite car was designed the best, but when it comes down to performance, you don't want it to be that one car just runs away with it because it has a better design. You want it to be one of those that it really comes down to the teams behind the wheel more than it does the equipment that they're in this style of racing. And I think iRacing has honestly nailed it with the Bathurst 12.
Alexander Spetz on that last lap was 4/10 of a second quicker than Phil Denez there for Marla, and now that gap out to a second and a half, and potentially a chance to break away. Another 2:02 flat from Phil Denez. Alexander Spetz a 2:01.8, another 2/10 quicker. Remy Gilbert is the latch at the moment that is keeping this one together, I would argue, for the group, to not see that second Drago car just run off into position, the number 67 out there at the moment. So Denez is going to have to work really hard here to stay within range, and also with that, get by Remy Gilbert as quickly as possible. In comes the 005 Grid and Go car then. That's Elation Hui who is going to be behind the wheel of that. And I actually want to give a lot of credit here to Grid and Go, because they're a team that often puts an absolute slew of cars in to try and go be at the very best. They've got 7 cars in this race here today, and all 7 of them are still running.
A lot of skill in that Grid and Go roster, a very, very well-developed team that you have to watch out for. But the one thing I am going to say about Grid and Go, too, is they have a very well-developed roster. They know what they're doing there. In those Grid and Go Esports cars is, oh, man, I love this camera shot. Ramiro, you were just having fun here with Bathurst today, aren't you? Ramiro in the background doing the production here. Very clearly having a great time, because this is probably my favorite camera shot I've seen in a hot minute coming through Bathurst. That is amazing to see. But back to Grid and Go. Yeah, a lot of luck, I think, has also came their way, and we kind of touched on this as soon as we jumped to the booth, Jake. But when you look at it, 31 cars running out of 50 that started in the first couple hours really hurt a lot of people, but it is genuinely, I think, a little bit of luck and a whole lot of skill goes a long way, and Grid and Go just seems to really nail that.
And as far as the song goes, then, by Linkin Park, a 30% concentrated power of will. In comes Luca Kita, then, for Grid and Go 001, who has been pushing and burning the candle at both ends at the moment, trying to hunt down those who are in front and keeping their strategy on point. Danny Alves Lorenzo is also in for the number 1 Bathurst plus Turner car at the moment, who are locked in terms of how they go, that Bathurst team, to the BMW, thanks to their partnership with Turner Motorsport. It's a very lovely partnership to see, and it does mean that team runs hot and cold sometimes. So that you sometimes get that drivers and teams, that the more adaptable they are, the more they can get right in the GT3 class. If they can pivot, say, from Daytona to here, go from Porsche to Ferrari or Porsche to BMW, going to be in a much better position to go and make a result happen. A team like Bathurst plus Turner, they're going to go BMW to BMW. So they're going to be the team that you go, I don't worry about the driver who drives 1,000 cars one time. I worry about the driver who drives one car 1,000 times.
It's one of those, it's a Swiss Army knife sort of conversation. Do you want to be jack of all trades, master of none, or absolute master of your craft but not able to do anything else except for that one specific thing? For me personally, when you get into top level sim racing and top level esports, it really does become one of those, conversations of how do you have fun? How do you genuinely enjoy what you do day in, day out? And I land on the group that I like to run my one car and get really good at it as leaders are pitting. So this is going to get fun. I know strategy is very up in the air right now, and we're seeing how that goes. Kanda Esports in. Drago stays out for now. They have a few more laps before they need to go. So for Drago and WSR, they really, if they can open up the throttle and find a little bit of time here, I think they can continue to close that gap up to Kawanda.
The former Skip Barber champion, then Elvis Rankin, and that is Skip Barber Racing Series in the real world, very much the same as Ivan Machado you may have seen on iRacing's YouTube and socials over the last week. He hands over to Tristan Eglacius in the 08, who will go in just on the hour mark. We're now into the second half of the race. Team Alta, who are a lap down, put Lewis Barlow in behind the wheel. The Englishman, Leo Brown, jumps back in for Team Bennick, as we've also got Ryan van der Grijp, who is down in the pits for Manatee Racing. They are one lap down at the moment. Benedict Vida now in at Williams F1 Team Gaming number 1, who pitted from 9th position at the time as they headed their way down. Felix Kirnbach also down in 40.6 and 40.8. The stops then as Baz Taraka also making the stop then. One of the Argentines over at Bite.Colino then making their statements known. But the hour is good. Hitting the hour is great. It's what we would call the job of all jobs to hit. If you hit the hour, you're doing the right job. If you extend it, you make that last pit stop so much easier.
Absolutely. It's that real game of what can you do to save through to the end. And as you can see, a lot of cars right now have hit that hour mark, and they're very true to that hour. And that is kind of the goal at the mountain, is you want to find ways to extend through the hour, and not necessarily the minimum goal is to hit the hour, but if you can extend through, you're doing really well. You're trying to find ways to capitalize on that time and make your way through here. 5 hours 57 minutes left to go, and what's interesting to me is if you look at your top 6 right now on the board, Drago, WSR Drago, Male, Grid and Go, and BS Competition, they've all gotten to extend and save some runs here. So, and especially I'm looking at the 67 Drago right now, driven by Alexander Spetz, has a lap up on everyone around right now. Only 26 laps into the stint, whereas everyone else that I named is at 27 laps into the stint. So I think Alexander Spetz in that number 67 Drago, you're not necessarily going to see the advantage now, but when we get down to that final hour or so, it's where you're really going to see that advantage come out, and that 11 seconds can very quickly close.
Antoine Le Charité then out of the pits, and so too will be Jordan Johnson on a 40.4 second stop in the 162 machine for Solpec Precision Racing. So they will look to get back out and into the fray once again as they push. Our focus here on 4th, 5th and 6th, Marla, Grid and Go, and also there with Bathurst Plus Competition. There is Solpec, they're 21st currently in the field. They are one lap down as it goes and immediately weaving on the straight. Now we see this more and more like they do in the real world, the fact they've got to get the tyres into an operating window. Any heat is going to help, but that's what we would call the outside to in method of heating your tyres. It's the most common way that you do it. The other way that you heat your tyres is the Kimi Räikkönen method, the inside to out.
Yeah, the Kimi Räikkönen method, I mean, it's a method, but really that out to in is what you would expect to see by most. So, and if you can get those tires up to temp very quickly, very effectively, it really does make a difference. And it's that challenge of getting it up to temp that can sometimes be problematic, because if you miscalculate it or if you do too much, well, then you end up on the other side of the spectrum and the tires are overheated. And then, I mean, it's essentially the same as your tires being too cold. You got to Goldilocks it right in the window, get it set up right in place, and you're doing really good there. Easier said than done, I can promise you that, but all of these drivers have it down to a science at this point.
In saying that, Andrea Bristow is not too pleased with Jordan Johnson coming down the mountain. Couldn't get the clearance, and that's going to hurt Blue Mercure's 33 effort as they push on. There's Marla at the moment with Phil Ness. He is a wonderful sim racer, is Phil. He's up there. He can challenge with some of the very best in the world, and when he sits himself up on a task and he gets in the zone, there is a driver that can go out there and challenge anybody and everybody and hunt down everybody out there. Working with the Estonian Rainer Talvar for this one today, as in comes George Triantopoulos then from the likes of Fiercely Forward. Leading a group like this, I think this is a driver in the number 10 that needs to rally in the way that he has done in the past, as here comes the Colino Porsche down the inside. Though I heard a little cheer from Argentina there from Ramiro, seeing the Bike Colino team go through on Team Benik as the pass from the Porsche gets it done on the Ferrari there. Team Benik, a wonderful team in terms of what they've come together. They're a karting team that looks to push into the real world. That's why they've got drivers like Leo Brown in with their team and Remy Gilbert. And critically for them, in their ranks last year was the FIA F4 British and World Esports champion, Henry Moore.
So amazing to see the blend between real life and virtual continue to blur. It's one of those that I know Team Redline was one of the main teams that kind of kicked that off, of course, but every team has really started to blend that. And even, looking at professional motorsports teams, I mean, Tony Stewart in the Daytona 500 literally said, hey, I didn't get nearly as much practice as I could have, so I went ahead and, ran a bunch of laps on iRacing, and that's how I kind of practiced for Daytona. So when you hear drivers of the caliber of Tony Stewart even embracing sim racing forward and back, and again, seeing people get to run and compete and challenge for real life spots or train for real life races using iRacing, I think that's just, it's a big show of just what this sim has turned into as more pit stops come in. WSR Drago and Male Racing's number 10 here, they are in, and the important part to watch right now is where they come out in relation to Kawanda, that number 08 car that was in the lead before the pit stop cycle kicked. Kawanda's up into 4th now, and we'll see compared to the 67, 002, and 90 when they pit, I would assume next lap, where they come out when it's all said and done.
I just had a look there at WSR Esports Blue. They are trying to keep on, but they are limping with the damage that they've got to the front left. With a wheel exposed, so they'll have to keep repairing optional repairs at their stop with Martin Toff to get going. The front there of that pristine white car is not as pristine. All the rubber discard is still there for Martin Kadlacek at the moment from WSR Esports Red. And so this is going to be Team Czech out there, or Team Czechia for WSR Esports Red, because Lucas Prada is the other driver there. A lot of teams here today electing for the 2-driver option rather than the 3-driver option. Now, I want to just pick your brain on it here, because you're asking both drivers to do 6 hours each. Is that the best decision because you're putting less manpower into it and effectively you can then run more teams to stack yourself up in the top split? It's a 9,300 strength of field. Or are you looking at it as maybe I don't have to worry so much about how this goes in another way, and that other way out there would be, well, if we've got less drivers who are working on it, that's less people we have to make drive this setup just as good as in come Spets, Lombardi and Rene, the last of the stoppers in then here for this cycle of stopping.
I think the big thing is that when you're looking at 12 hours split across 2 people, 6 hours each, I think it's all of the above, as you said, but I do genuinely think the biggest part is that setup, because, think of the 24 hours of Daytona. You have 4 drivers that all have to agree on a setup and how a car runs. And you know as well as I do, as well as every single person who's ever done any sort of team sim racing event, the biggest argument that ever comes in is the car setup and how you like your car. And when you get into top split, over 9,000 strength of field, it's not one of those situations of, large setup changes. It is literally half a PSI. It is half an inch on a spring. It is the smallest of margins that make the biggest of difference in this level of sim racing. As we head down the main straight here coming out of the pits, we've had a lot of crazy things going on here as we're heading down the mountain straight towards Quarry Bend. Watching with Grid and Go here in Drago, they've come out of the pits, the 001 and the 67, and they're continuing to battle along here. The 002 Grid and Go is a little bit further behind, but I think it kind of hits all of it, because if you have 12 drivers, if you run teams of 3, you only get 4 cars. If you run teams of 2, you get 6 cars. That's 2 extra cars. That adds extra chances for the team to go for that win and go through in the group versus, going through, and it's easier just to split drive time across 2 cars, but really I think the biggest thing that influences it is the setup question. I think really if you can get away with 2 drivers for 12 hours and have a solid setup that both of you like and are fast in and can dial in that much tighter of a setup, I think it makes the biggest difference.
And speaking of differences, WSR Esports have leapfrogged Blue Mercure in the pit stop by about 5 seconds there. The gap overall down now to 9.1 between Kanda Esports 08 and the Drago Racing number 69. The winners, they were in GTP Hypercar at Daytona, were Drago Racing. So they're looking to go back-to-back on the big Enduros and pretty much send a message to every team that is out there. It doesn't matter whether it's GTP or GT3 or LMP2, we're going to go out there. Change for position as Mahler make the pass then on Bathurst. Rainer Talvar, who's just got into the car, then dispatches then of that position then of Oscar Irene. So that's both the Bathurst cars now behind them, including Felix Kirnbach, who's in the BMW M Team Bathurst Plus competition car at this moment in time. So they're on the back of the Ferrari there of Jarno Cook, who is there for GridandGo.com Esports. Now, he was part of the fantastic team over at Huisingveld Core back in the day, which had the likes of Keiko Schube running wild, Alexander Voss. It was one of the premier German teams. It stood itself up there with the likes of Pure Motorsport, when Maximilian Bernecker and Lauren Heinrich, who's now racing as a factory driver for Porsche, were in the team. You're looking at this driver here. He has got a wealth of experience. He's in 7th. The team started the race in 7th. I would say you're holding your position at halfway. They are doing a very good job right now as the second car up at the moment for Grid and Go.
I 1000% agree with that, because this track is hard. It is hard to maintain position. It is hard to gain position. It is so easy to lose position, though. Honestly, this is one of those tracks that I think if you are genuinely halfway through holding your position, you are good. I mean, again, this is over 9,000 iRating, and out of 50 teams that started, we only have 31 teams still running, and that is not a case, you know, of lack of talent, because very clearly every car that started this race is more than talented enough to be here. It is just a case of how challenging this track is. Genuinely, I put this track as the absolute hardest track for me. And granted, I don't have over 9,000 iRating skill. I'm not a great driver, but this is a track that
I have over 9.
I mean, it's at least over 900, but it's definitely not near this tier. But it's a track that, for me personally, I have such a hard time on, and it is so easy to just, the mountain ruin you. The uphill run on the mountain is the hardest thing for me. The cutting, Griffiths Mount, Solman Park, into McPhillamy, Skyline, the S's, the dip. I basically just named 3/4 of the track except for the 3 obvious straightaways. Conrad Murray or Conrad the pit straight and the mountain straight. Like, everything else about this track is hard for me. And it's not that I don't know how to turn, it's just, it's narrow, it's tricky, it's challenging, and even at the top level, it catches people off guard, and it can genuinely be a case. I've heard drivers say, I just did the same thing for 6 hours, and this is the one where, for some reason, I got caught out, and I couldn't tell you why.
And you got to remember, this is public road by day trade, Mount Panorama here at Bathurst, as there's a change between Grid and Go and Williams F1 Team Gaming. We've got 7th and 12th on the board. Benedict Wiegler letting David Bojka go up then for position in the 004. So you look around, it is a public road, so you don't get testing days around here. You don't get the ability to just go out and say, look, I can run around here, because the moment you do, every single time someone decides, oh yeah, I'm just going to fang it around the mountain, there is a cop car that is always stationed around here and always pulls you over.
I mean, I feel like that's a very easy way to probably get someone pulled over, is just to wait on Bathurst, because everyone wants to live this feel. I mean, look at the bottom here on board. You want to live that feel and really feel like you are running the mountain. So, I mean, if I was on public roads, I'd want to rip it through. It's not ideal, but, you know, that's a very easy way to probably get pulled over, and probably an easy way for people to get caught out. So I could see that, honestly. And no testing days. That is, again, it's such a weird thing to hear. You know, no testing days. You just got to go out and drive probably one of the most challenging tracks in Australia and don't mess it up. Good luck.
Yeah, and Australia's a lot of street circuits. We've got Adelaide now that's part of the iRacing service, and you turn around and understand that, you know, they love a good street circuit, and it creates that challenge for all of these drivers that goes out there and sorts it. This place is mythical. It's built into the legacy of what makes this circuit so great. They've only ever had one track change around here, and that was just to put in the chicane down at the Chase rather than what it used to be, which was a flat run all the way to Murray's Corner. So you have to be very much looking at the fact that this is a circuit that in time has proven it will always be one of the great challenges. Cook under pressure from Talvar now as Rene starts to drop back a little bit off of this, and I think this is more rather seeing Rainer Talvar on a charge than Jarno Cook and Oskar Irine going slow. They've got Daniel Pajtor, the Slovakian, in front for Drago Racing to go and hunt down after this, but for the moment, Rainer Talvar is proving you can overtake around here. It's difficult. You have to play. Oh, car off in front. Car off in front in the wall. It's Kash Patel from the 007.
The 007 into the wall here. See if Kash Patel is able. No, sitting backwards on the mountain. That is not ideal. And now this is genuinely. Place. Oh, this is the scariest position to be in. You're just
toes. Had to take the toe. Would lose too much time by staying there. That's all on his own in the Aston Martin that was one lap down in 28th position. And I think they just caught the middle curb there of the Skyline corner wrong as you run down in. The walls are the most unforgiving at this section of the road. Now watch this here from the Aston Martin's perspective. Comes over Peter Brock's Skyline. Watch this curve on the left-hand side here as he goes down. Just catches it wrong, and then the car just steps out. Bang! Look at the energy dispersed there as the front just noses into the wall. The rear, bang! Goes in hard as well, and all that weight and energy has to disperse. Here's the onboard.
And look how quick that comes up. That is, again, I said it earlier, you can do the same thing for 6 hours, and I guarantee you, if you go in and you ask Kash Patel what happened there, it's a matter of millimeters of difference on that curb. That is the mountain, though. It is genuinely so easy to do that. It is so easy because it's such tight margins through, and that car was around probably before Kash Patel knew what was going on. That car was in the wall and through before Kash could register. I hit the curb wrong and I'm around. It's unfortunate to see, but again, that is just, it is the nature of the mountain. We saw it in real life as well. Many times drivers coming through and just small moments causing big errors here because the mountain is such high speed as well. For as narrow as it is, as tight as the margins are, you are absolutely hauling the mail up and down this mountain.
And for those who did watch the Bathurst 12 hours properly, you'll know what that section of road can do just before the Forest Elbow when one of the cars had an absolutely massive shunt then on a localised yellow before safety car boards and flags were called out. Then across the circuit for a full course yellow and eventually a red flag in the incident there. So this is a section of circuit that is so treacherous and tricky. And one of the things that actually gets lost about Bathurst and why this is such an amazing 12-hour event is that it's not the case that they've got full-time staff around the circuit. The positions of being in the marshal posts are voluntary.
And that's true at most racetracks. I think a lot of people don't realize that, honestly, is the fact that most of the time when you see marshals on a track, it is voluntary. We get a blimp view here of that 007 moment. And again, it doesn't look that bad looking above. It doesn't look like it's a moment that would cause the car to go off like that, but it does. It's crazy to see that. And I think the other thing with Bathurst that really catches me off guard here is before the red flag this year, I don't think there had been a red flag since, I want to say 2017, maybe 2018. I'll have to fact check myself on that later here. But I know that Bathurst, for as tight, as narrow, as hard of a circuit as it is, there hadn't there's not usually major wrecks that cause red flags and track clogs in that scenario. It's really weird for as challenging of a track, just how well it's put together.
It's a very wonderfully put together circuit. You've got two very important sections. You've got down by the village, or down by the city of Bathurst, and then you got up in the mountain here at Mount Panorama. We've been keeping our focus here on this group of three of Cook, Talvar and Rene here for Budderson, Marla and Grid and Go back to front. And they've been trying to work really hard here, but they're 2 seconds behind Drago, and now they find themselves almost half a minute down on Kanda Esports, who lead this field outright. And speaking of teams that are close, I do want to go back up to Martin Kadlacek here, who has the number 23 car at the moment for WSR Esports Red. They have caught Drago Racing, and this is a car, that 23, that has been going deep into the tank every single stint, and that Ferrari will be very happy to have the number 69 BMW in front of them, because now they can save fuel.
That little bit of extra saving is going to go such a long way down the mountain straight, down Conrad, down the pit straight. That slipstream, it may only make a couple of percentage of throttle difference, but that couple of percentage of throttle across multiple hours can make such a big difference. Or WSR has just found some pace here as they got Martin Kadlec into the car, and now Martin Kadlec said, you know what, I'm just gonna send it. I'm going for it here. We've gotten past halfway. It's 32 degrees Celsius track, 22 degrees Celsius air, windy, mostly cloudy. It's 12:30 p.m. The weather is just perfect. I'm just gonna send it and go for the lead and see if we can't just get the lead on track of our own attrition here as they go. I mean, anything's possible here. It's BS competition, Grid and Go side by side up the mountain. That is not ideal to see into the cutting, but you know what? If you can make it stick there, Grid and Go getting the pass, the 002 up into 8th place.
Well, that all came about from Rainer Talvar's pass. Jarno Cook got well off wide and into the marbles there at turn number 2, there the Corey corner, and that opened up an opportunity for Oscar Irene up to the cutting, but you've got to be super committed to make a move like that. Wasn't close enough to make it happen. Now we'll have a look. There's no contact, I don't believe, here as they go up into this section. It's just a case of Rainer Talvar commands the apex and Jarno Cook's just scared off the line.
Yeah, that's a case of survive to fight another 5.5 hours looking through, and I think in that case for Jarno Cook, that was a decision, that was a wise decision of just, they're faster than me, I'm gonna go wide, I'm gonna let this one go and not cause too much of a hassle. Now the 001 under pressure from Blue Mercure here up front, we kind of seen things pop off out of nowhere.
That is a pass, so Blue Mercure have actually lost the place now to gridandgo.com Esports 001, and Luca Kita, who is there, he is one of the hottest free agents after Apex decided that they were going to let all their roster members go. And so you can see this here. This is what we call the bread and butter overtake, because if you're going to get a pass done here at Mount Panorama, you often get it down Conrad straight into the chase. It's bread and butter because you get it all the time.
Yeah, that's the longest straight here on the track. Great slipstream going through into the chase, and if you can set it up just right. I like that bread and butter term. I'm going to have to borrow that a time or two if you don't mind. I like that. I haven't heard that term before, but it very much makes sense, all things considered. Now, here's the question, is can Blue Mercure give the pass back? Can they give back what they just got and go ahead and get a pass back up into 4th place here on Grid and Go? Or are they going to settle in here and just hold on for a little bit? What is the decision? If I'm Blue Mercure, I'm going to push it and try to get the pass back here going down the straight coming up after the mountain, going down Conrad Straight. I blanked on the straight name. It's been one of those days. But we'll see how that goes here. I have a feeling that it's not going to happen, but it's going to be close.
I have a feeling it's going to be exactly the opposite of what you think it is, Brad. And the reason why is how much time Blue Mercure have lost to Kanda over the course of this stint. They've lost 2 seconds. Now, that doesn't sound like much. Oh, you lost 2 seconds. Figure it out like this. You know that Grid and Go Esports 001 is quick. you're going to gain an advantage here on Conrod and the mountain straight. All you've got to do is hold along the top of the mountain. If you hold with the car in front, you can use Luca Kita's natural pace to keep yourself in the race. And I think that's what Blue Mercure are going to be looking at. Not necessarily fuel saving, but just using the pace of the car in front to keep themselves alive in this race.
They are lapping faster than Kanda Esports by only about a tenth or so, but 5.5 hours, a couple tenths each lap. You know, you have some laps that might be a little bit better. If you keep that momentum up, it does make a big difference. So honestly, now that you've said it out loud, I do agree with it. I think that's going to be a great decision from them if that is the decision they make. And I think it's a logical decision, to be honest here. Just tuck in right into the slipstream through the mountain straight and just ride it out.
I think that's what we're seeing here. No chances of a move as they pivot into turn number 2 here. The quarry corner heading up towards the cutting. Turns 3 and 4. This lovely double apex left, 3 into 4. It's the toughest skill in all of motorsport, the trail brake.
That it is. Trail braking is something that they tell you early on when you start getting competitive into sim racing. Learn to trail brake and you gain all of the time. And I'll admit, sometimes it's a skill that I default out of. It is one of those that really, it's easy to learn, hard to master, and sometimes in a panic moment when you're under pressure and you have a car quick behind, you can default to natural movements, which isn't always trail braking. So that is one of the things that really separates out the high level, high competition sim racing from, you know, those who race on Sundays only, is those skills of trail braking. I've heard it called fishing line theory, the string theory, where it's as you're turning, it affects how your throttle is in. Imagine a string tied to the steering wheel to your toe, and that sort of helps set that up. It's those things that really make the difference. And again, they're skills you can learn, but once you master them, it really elevates you up, as we have the battle for 4th and the battle for 2nd on screen.
We absolutely do. So this is what is going on between Drago Racing 69 and WSR Esports Red number 23. And on the top, we've got what we just saw there, the pass between gridandgo.com Esports 001 and Blue Mercure Esport number 33, as they set themselves here on the mountain and look here with around 5.5 hours to go here in this race. Now, the time is going to tick away quite quickly for these drivers. They're sat in rhythm, and you'll see a lot of the high level of sim racing all about the marginal gain, and you'll think about it in the sense of, well, what's it going to get me at the end of this race? That's the way that racing will see, as we got the 004 car in, so David Bojka then making the pit stop. And so we'll wonder whether they are going to make a change of driver there in the 004, because they've had Hedi Noah Memasi as the driver who has been in the car for 116 laps. I think this for David Bojka, he'll want to get somewhere close to that in terms of stint length before he hands back over to Hedi at some point, or anyone else who wants to jump in the car at that margin as well before going. But you get a real sense around this place, and you watch as you go down the hill through various sections. There is actually quite a bit of red dust, red soil that has kicked up right there off of the Big Dipper, because there is a tiny little bit of grass that you can clear down there on that inside. And so what you're seeing is, you're seeing some of that dirt come back onto the circuit when you're offline, or from when drivers have a big shunt and then suddenly you're taking the topsoil and it's coming across the circuit.
And it does affect grip. It does affect how the car feels, how the car handles here through that section of track. So you have to just kind of be mindful of that a little bit. And that's one of those that, if it gets too bad, it can really affect how drivers' pace goes, and they may slow down, speed up. Well, they won't speed up. They'll slow down, kind of navigate, do what they have to do to survive, because it is there. It is actually, you know, you can feel it. It will make a difference here as we go. It's interesting to me to see that Drago and WSR have really locked in here, but we're in that ending section of the race as it goes. And yes, 5.5 hours to go, and you have to start thinking about the end of the race a little bit. And you got to start looking ahead, that 10 seconds to Kanda, who are absolutely flying right now as they go. So you need to start finding that little bit of pace to start thinking about the end of the race. I'm not saying that you need to race like it's the last lap. No, don't do that. But you need to start thinking forward a little bit here, and I think that's what Drago, WSR, Grid and Go, and Blue Mercure are starting to do. And we saw that with Blue Mercure settling in behind Grid and Go after Grid and Go passed. I think WSR are doing that with Drago as well. I don't think they're going for the pass yet. I think they're just trying to see where that pace is at, save a little bit, and keep going.
Yeah, so patience is the action that will prevail over the metal grate. They go, fantastic angle there at the metal grate. 10.2. The margin is at the front between Nicolas Rubilar, the Chilean, and the Spaniard then, who is Tristan Eglacius behind the 08 of Kanda Esports. We see how close they're willing to get to the barriers. The answer is all the way as they push forward, and at the moment he's not quite a TI-82, he's a TI-08 at the moment, is Tristan Eglacius, because he is robotic, and you can calculate all the risks. It's coming out that Tristan Eglacius just hits the mark lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, it's, again, this is the track with the narrowest margins, the biggest shock of how minimal of a difference you can make on a corner and how much it changes the lap. And this is one of those, again, it's a track that you can learn, and it's so hard to master. And even then, it is so hard to consistently lap over lap for hours at a time put in times that these drivers are putting in. I mean, I'm looking through the entire field right now and just naming off last lap times with Kanda. 2022. 2022 Drago WSR, 2020 Grid and Go, Blue Mercure 2020, 2020 Drago. I mean, cars are running 202s or 201s consistently all the way up and down this field. I see one car, and that's the Stint 1 Motorsport number 92 and 27th that ran a 203 last lap. Everyone else in this field is running consistently 202s, and that is terrifying to me how robotically scary, just good they are at this track.
Well, everyone's within about 3 or 4 tenths of a second of each other in terms of pace at this phase of the race. When you want to say, well, how quick is everybody out there? And you look around at the early days of motorsport, you would have said, well, if you're within a second of the car in front, that's a really good job. You can look back at Indy 500s, for example, where you'll see drivers are multiple seconds out of the way, 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap slower around a lap that is about a minute. And you go, well, hang on a minute, what's that? Here in sim racing, this is the great equalizer. If you've got a car, you've got the parameters out there to make it go as quickly as you possibly can. We go on board then from a driver's eyes perspective then at the number 1 Bathurst plus Turner team car on with Dani Alves Lorenzo, who is sat there quite happy at the moment on the back of Blue Mercure number 32 and Emanuele Olivieri, and then Tim Kern, who is due to be lapped by them. But you sit down and look at now, drivers are talking about tenths of a second, hundredths of a second difference. In sim racing, if 4 tenths splits you all the way down the field, you are looking for the finest of fine margins that get you the tiniest edge out there in this world. This is what happens when you have the best pool of drivers in the world and you constantly challenge them to say, can you go fractionally quicker?
And it takes so much focus, so much practice, but this is arguably the creme de la creme that we have right now, but this is not the limit of the field. Again, a reminder, we have 31 cars out of 50 that started running, but I can tell you right now, this is not all of the best of the best. It is a selection of the best of the best that are in this run. There are so many other drivers that are very competitive, that are running in other splits, that can very much also be running this pace and keeping up. It is amazing to me just how wide that sim racing talent pool has become. It is not a case of just you see, 10, 15, 20 teams of 2 and that is, your selection. I mean, I would argue that probably splits 2, 3, and 4 are running similar paces, similar runs without looking and fact checking myself on that. I would just say, based on my experience, there are drivers and there are teams that could be in this and be keeping up and be challenging as well and be running through and finding those tenths and hundreds and thousands of seconds that it takes. But it is a big ask at times to do that because it is just how narrow the margin is.
And one thing that does often get forgotten too is the fact that the Bathurst 12 Hour as a race has only been run since 1991, so it is one of the newer long endurance races that we see out there on the calendar. It is not necessarily one of those that you say, oh, everyone's going to be happy with what they've got, everyone's going to sit down. And lest we forget as well that there are categories of class out there. There were GT4s that were running in the iRacing Bathurst, in the Bathurst 12 Hour, not the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour. They only had 2 GT4s choose to run, and then 2 which is called Class 1 Invitational, which we like to call a mark car. So when you see mark cars out there and the sound that they roar around the circuit, it is actually quite magical to hear out there. But with the predominance of the field seeing this as a GT3 race, it's GT3 class only here in this field. And so when you have a one-make class of a 12-hour race like this, it creates a completely different style of racing compared to a multi-class style that traditionally you go and see. And Brad, the difference between having faster categories of cars or slower categories of cars, be it GT4 or LMP2 or hypercar, what's the difference for you really when you see it single class out there in terms of how you're going to go out there and how you're going to try and get the result?
So for me, when it's a single class run, I don't know why I want to say single make, but single class run, it is, it's one of those where you look at it and you just go, okay, my competition is everyone. It's a mindset shift of, if you were running GT3 and, take, for example, the 24 Hours of Daytona, GT3, LMP2, and GTPs, it is, you look at that, and if you're in a GT3, GTD car, you're looking at the run and saying, you know what, 2/3 of the field I don't compete with. If there's a GTP behind me, I can let them pass. If there's an LMP2, I can let them pass. I don't have to push to keep up with that car because I can't keep up with that car just based on how the cars are built. So it is not on me if I can't catch that Porsche 963 GTP, because that Porsche 963 GTP is going to take off as soon as we get out of turn 6. In a run like the GT3 Bathurst 12 here in iRacing, you're competing with everyone. You are literally looking at the car ahead and saying, I should be faster than you. Why am I not faster than you? Or I am faster than you. I need to get past you. And what can I do to do that? It very much, for me, it's a mindset shift, because you can't use we're in different equipment and you're not my competition battle, because everyone's your competition. Everyone around you are challenging against, and it genuinely, again, same thing with BOP. I think it brings that mindset to more of a you versus everyone, other than hey, we're all running our own individual races at the same time, but we also have in-class battles and we're not battling with all the classes at once. I hope I've done a good job verbalizing that, how that shifts, because it's a very, very interesting, different dynamic to me.
I think it's a massive mindset difference, and very much it will be a case of, well, if you've got the ability to sit yourself out and go, I can take against all of this field, 49 other teams, I'll go out there and I'll make it happen every single time, you're going to be a really, really strong driver in terms of this field. This is the true GT3 element out there, and if you win this race as a team, you are considered one of the best GT3 teams out there in the world, no doubt about it, with the way that this goes. Working back down the mountain on what is their 194th revolution of this, the wonderful shot there that we see there from our director Ramiro Augustin Cisneros is the wonderful drone style cam following down the hill and chasing off down the exit here along the Conrod Straight. Now, a house along here right now on the left-hand side of your screen, right-hand side now, will put you back probably about a cool 20 million Australian dollars.
$20 million dues to live next to public road racetrack. Can we just pool our money together and do that here through iRacing Race Spot? Is that an option? I feel like that should be an option.
I've got about £2.50 and a button and some lint.
I can give you $20 US and a pack of Swiss rolls. How's that sound?
I am very interested in the pack of Swiss rolls. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. But for the moment, you start to look at what Grid and Go and Blue Mercure are trying to do. That gap has been pretty stable here, around 5.2, 5.3 seconds to WSR Esports Red and Drago Racing 69, who are there in second and third. So it's difficult to try and get that ground and chase it, because the thing about being up on the mountain right now, as you sit and look, sight lines. You don't get much sight line because you've got all of the grass banking that the fans sit and around, and you've got crests and blind zones. You can't see the car in front of you at 5 seconds. Sometimes you can't even see them at 3.
It is weird to think about the fact that you know that there are 31 other cars racing on this track right now. Sometimes at the start of this race, it was upwards to 50. And you are right up the back of the car in front in most cases. And the car in front of them, the car 2 cars in front of them, if there's any sort of a gap, you probably aren't going to know they're there. There is a lot of reliance on the spotter and on those around to really help you call out if there's a car stopped on the mountain, if there's a car backwards on the mountain, if there's a wreck on the mountain. You are really putting a lot of reliance. In real life, if there's a kangaroo on the mountain, of course, you're putting some reliance on that call out. So, because there is just, again, it plays into the nature of Bathurst. You have these 3 very long straights, Conrad, Pitt, and the mountain straight. But then everything else is just twisty, narrowy, solid concrete wall to either side, and you can't see anything because of elevation changes. It's absolutely crazy to think about.
Yeah, I wouldn't be one to advocate for virtual kangaroos out there on the circuit anytime soon, especially after the hit that we saw earlier on in the Bathurst 12-hour. Then for one of the teams, I think it was one of the leading cars as well, that came across a kangaroo and didn't leave with the easiest of fates afterwards out there at this point. But they are in kangaroo season. They do pop up around here, and we've seen them time and again around this circuit be a little bit of a stoppage point as a car tries to keep themselves out of trouble, and the kangaroo tries to find a way back to home, wherever that may be. But for the moment, they don't have to worry about that. 10.5 seconds is now the gap. But Kanda will look at this and go, well, we've done the work of 45 minutes here on the run from the hour when we made our stop. We had a gap of 12 seconds coming into the pits. We are now down to 10, maybe 11. If you look at it like that, that's okay. If you look at it at the sense of they might lose 2 seconds at the stop, they're in zero mistake mode right now, because any mistake will cost you at least 5 seconds. And if you lose 5 seconds around here, these drivers are like piranhas in the water. They pounce on that, and when they smell blood, they just jump.
Can't explain just how that pressure would feel. Like, it's genuinely one of those when you're watching and, you know, hearing you verbalize it, I'm just like, oh, okay, it's simple. Just run your race and don't make a mistake. Okay, you just need to keep doing the same thing you've been doing for over 6 hours, 45 minutes, and keep nailing the laps and putting down consistent 202 flats and don't mess it up. And then you say that and you kind of just let that sit in the air for a second, and you realize how big of an ask this truly is. And it is genuinely one of those that, again, I can't emphasize how easy it is to make a mistake around Bathurst. I've said that a lot, and I'm going to say it a lot. This is a track that even the smallest of margins makes the biggest of difference. So it's interesting to watch here as we go back to the battle for 8th. Grid and Go, BS Competition, and BMW M Team running through here. The 002, the 90, and the 89, bumper to bumper to bumper. Down the mountain straight we go. I'm curious to see if anyone pulls out here to try to go for a pass, but they are tucked up nose to tail.
They very much are. And this is where it gets interesting, because it's two Bathurst teams who are trying to work out how we go up. This is effectively for them a case of how do we put ourselves together. For Bathurst, one of these great initiative teams that don't just push the endurance style or the sim style, they also push for real-world abilities out there. And the work that Sven Hassa has done has been absolutely sensational for the team. You look around at it and you go, well, we are 9th, 10th and 12th at the moment. That's great. 2 cars in the top 10. You take that every single day. But they are low in the top 10, and they've got to try and find these places. Oscar Irene, who's been stuck behind Jarno Cook for the longest time, will turn around and see this from one German-based sim racing team to another one and go, Felix Kirnbach has done really well to catch the back of us. Maybe it's his time to try and get us the pick and roll.
I could see that. I could really see that. I think one of the things, too, in a situation like this is remembering the larger team picture versus your position, which is something that we see a lot in the high-level esports run of things. When you see these very, very competitive races, you will see teams play the team strategy a lot more akin to real life than what you might see if you have multiple teams running in like a mid or a low level split. They will be thinking about that individual run more so than they'll be thinking about the team run. So I'm really curious to see where that comes through. Some pit stops are starting now, 13 minutes before the hour. The number 32 Blue Mercure is in. That is interesting to see that they are in here with 13 minutes to go on the hour. It's a signal already that near the end of the race they're going to have to take an extra pit stop.
Yeah, and you start wondering, well, how long is that pit stop going to take when they get their splash and dash? Because if they're 13 minutes now and they've lost 13 minutes in about 7 hours, then you're probably staring down the barrel of what? They're going to be 20 to 25 minutes down when they get to their final stop. And so you get to that sort of range and you go, I'm going to have to take effectively half a stop almost to get myself home. And if you're looking at it 37 seconds in the lane, which is a shorter fill that they're doing each time, trying to save the lane time to get themselves up there, I don't think that adds up over the course of the race, because that longer stop, you're still going to be in the lane and transfer time, you're still going to take about 35 seconds at the end.
Yeah, it's not a good position to kind of see them in right now. It sort of signals to me that they are not looking good right now on the strategy, but when you've hit 5 hours, 10 minutes to go, I mean, you've made your bet at this point. And it's very hard to reverse course, but of course, all of these teams here have engineers, they have their teammate, of course, and they have, a calculator, an Excel sheet. They have something somewhere that they are doing the math, crunching the numbers, and the number one rule in sim racing and in endurance racing, real life, virtual, or otherwise, you show up with plan A, the green flag drops, you throw plan A out, and you start on plan B, and about 30 minutes in, you throw out plan B, and then by this point, you're somewhere plan J, plan K, and you're doing what you need to do to get to the end.
Unity RDV competition then. Paul Geoffroy is in the car at the moment. He's done 109 laps worth of running at this stage. Baptiste Jimenez has been the other driver in here. French team, first time I've seen Unity RDV out there making a big push in a racing series like this. And this is what I love. I love seeing the teams that crop up in events like these, that like to try and jump up and say, this is what I'm capable of doing. And the number 86 of Paul Geoffroy, currently 18th when he came into the pits, will come out in 23rd and back up to speed once again, and just in front of Bas van den Berkmörtel then for Manatee Racing. And so for the time being, I think they've done a really good opening outing for what they are looking at in the future. Oh, that's a rear wing gone. Oh. That is a huge off for the number 32. They just come down in Emanuele Olivieri. That's a big shunt that has come through just out of the chase.
That looks to be race ending potentially here. We'll see what happens. Car is in. That is significant, heavy damage on that Ferrari. And let's pull a quick replay here. So this is the 32 coming through, and
it was the early curb that did it. Unsettled it, then tried to just plant the power down, and the tyres just tapped out and said, no, I don't have enough for this because I haven't got as much speed as you normally do when you carry the pace through the corner. Olivieri had to take the unsafe pit entry to dive into the pits. It was, the damage is untenable, I'll come down in. And so Emanuele Olivieri and one of the 3 Blue Mercure cars in this race out, and the 32 car here today, you would have said, on paper, would have been the one they would have gone for. 33 is the car that is going out there and challenging is in the top 5. 34 was the car they had their spin just in front of.
That hurts for the 32, and again, I say it, this track, you can do the same thing over and over for hours at a time, and then one small moment just changes everything. And cold tires, the car can feel different after a pit stop sometimes, and it takes a second to get your mind to shift back to, okay, I'm on cold tires, I'm full of fuel, the car is going to transfer weight a little bit different. That hurts, and I genuinely feel for Blue Mercure, and I would be pressed to say that car is done for the day, which would put us to 30 cars left running out of 50 that started, 20 cars out, and I would say on an iRacing special event, that is probably the highest amount of DNFs that we will see this year in any iRacing special event, but Bathurst is just different.
Well, it's what we'd say is 40% out there. The 007 of Cash Patel is back out for gridandgo.com esports. They're now 5 laps adrift, and the last car running in 31st position at this point in time. You've also got now in the 34 of Corentin Lassine, who has now made a stop and is currently 18 seconds into it as we focus on Drago and WSR Esports. 10.8 seconds. Now, we talk about the difference being, you're only going to gain about a second, a stint, an hour, by the way they've gone through. The only difference maker is going to be, what if these teams save fuel enough that they take a shorter final stop? That's why 10 seconds isn't enough right now for Kanda Esports 08, and why WSR and Drago are both still threats.
I'm going to be real honest right now, looking at the stints, looking at everything, 25 lap stint right now for Kanda with Tristan Eglacius behind the wheel, Martin Kadlik and Nicholas Rubier in WSR and Drago respectively, 22 lap stints. And here's another one for you. Drago Racing's Daniel Pastor, 21 laps in the car. I'm pressed to say Kanda is not safe. And I am pressed to say that they're not safe by several cars. And it's just going to be... It's going to be very, very close, but I do not think Kanda have this nearly as in the bag as they may feel they have right now. And if you're a Kanda fan, I'm genuinely sorry, but 11 seconds, they probably need to have that at least doubled for that stint difference to, not make a difference.
Well, to be totally safe, they'd need about 20 seconds. I think that's what we all know and understand. To be totally safe, you need 20 seconds. You look at Drago Racing 67, they're 22 seconds adrift as we watch down the hill here, the likes of Corentin Lassine straight out of the pits, and he's got Jarno Cook trying to get through, Oscar Irene trying to get through, Felix Kirnbach slightly off the rear of this, not wanting to get too close when they've got a back marker in front of them. So this is where you need to get the clearance. They'll be on the light saying, look, you're going to have to let me go here because I'm quicker than you, I'm a lap ahead, and there's the light flash again that comes through for Oscar Irene. It is the responsibility of these passing cars to get by quickly. It's also the responsibility of the slower car to help facilitate a pass. That doesn't mean jump off 3 miles over towards that next greatest place. It means just make sure that you're making it easy. In comes Andrea Bristow for Blue Mercure. They are still 5 minutes adrift of what they need.
It's hard to make up 5 minutes in 5 hours, but It's possible, but it's going to be very difficult. You're going to have to really compromise pace quite a bit there in that 33. I don't think they're going to be able to do it here. 29 lap stint as they go, so they running very close to the edge there. On the faster car, slower car, the faster car needs to pass safely. The slower car needs to make it easier. As you said, the slower car doesn't need to pull off line, but we kind of talked about this earlier. Everyone is a competition here, and everyone's running the same car, the same similar pace, of course, with BOP depending a little bit here and there. This is one of those cases where you will see drivers more akin to race off the racing line and let the faster car have the racing line. We saw this earlier going down into the chase. Can't remember exactly who it was we saw down the Conrad Straight, but they pulled offline towards the chase and just lifted a couple hundred meters early. Let the speed bleed off naturally, and that gave enough for those faster cars to just get through. You'll see moments like that a lot more here, as that was a big slide there from Drago 69.
Well, you can't accuse Nicholas Rubilar here of not pushing, because he is pushing, and he is doing everything he can right now in that Drago BMW. And it is interesting to see that Drago car in a BMW trim rather than a Ferrari trim, because when we see Drago Racing in the Ferrari, it is one of the most menacing liveries you will ever see.
It is, and I'm going to be honest, I like the look of the BMW, but it doesn't have that same menacing feel that the Ferrari does. But I do really like the look of the BMW, so I'm kind of torn. I love the menacing look of the Drago Ferraris, but also really like this BMW look. But again, it doesn't have the same menacing look, but you still know it's Drago Racing. So they've done really well at making sure that car is recognizable as theirs.
Absolutely. It is something that they have done very well with as the course of a team. They started off as a Polish-based outfit, brought in the international talent, and they've become that next team, that next red line, the next Kanda, but they've still got to try and unseat the Kings up at the top because of the fact that you can stay up there, you can become a team that can challenge, but there's a difference between can challenge and you're challenging me. That's the difference that they've got to get to. Teams can beat those sorts of teams, get to the mountain. You've got to beat them consistently in order to be one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. And there's a reason why that Kanda/My3ID and the likes then of Team Redline are the best teams in the world and have been for the last 15 years in sim racing. It's because they consistently are the top and they demand only perfection or second compared to just one other team out there and what they do. Down the hill then, they will push and now start to set up the run. They're about 2 minutes away from the hour being hit, and that will lead us then with just under 5 hours to go as far as racing action sets itself out. We have had a number of teams retire, so we lost the 68 Drago Racing team, for example. Williams F1 Team Gaming gone. We had a big concertina at the start of the race under the dark as we waited for sunrise to go. So literally Grid and Go out. Maradness found themselves out of the race. Kanda Esports, another one. The 96 of Drago couldn't get it done. FER Campeonato found themselves in trouble. And as rightly was pointed out as well in the chat as well, I believe it was Charles Boucher who was giving a little bit of a word for it, as in comes Luca Kita from 4th position, gridandgo.com esports. The number 14 team, Sabrina Carpenter, that had Dylan Burst behind the wheel earlier on. They were, and on cue, this is what happened to them. They ran out of fuel along Conrad and said, look, that's our trouble and that's our day done. You could argue here, Brad, they were here just for an espresso.
It's very, very interesting to see a team called Sabrina Carpenter, but I can't tell you how much I love it. And the paint scheme, the livery, does it all the justice it should do. I can't come up with any other Sabrina Carpenter puns that really work in the moment. So I'm going to let the espresso one stay because that was great. It's very, very sad, though, to see that it was just a case of, I mean, really a fuel miscalculation, pullover stop. Wow. I love the fact that the team was called Sabrina Carpenter. What can I say? That's great.
It is great, and what people don't understand is just how creative you can be with a livery out there. You can do a tribute to a lot of different elements out there in the world, but you do actually see it in racing circuits. And, you take a look and say Good Smile Racing for the longest time have a Hatsune Miku car, and actually just announced yesterday was the fact that in Super GT, Pacific Racing Team are going to have a collaboration this year where they're going to have an Uma Musume car.
So much fun. I absolutely love it. I've got a team that's running from a group of friends called Three Very Mid Gentlemen, and I was just looking at the car because they posted it, and it's John Deere. They literally made a John Deere car. So, that just goes to show it's literally a case of what do you do here, as Kawanda's in right on the hour, right on cue.
It's absolutely timed to perfection here, so Tristan Eglacius will stay in the car by the looks of things, and that will set things up. As just going by them is Niels Rotela, who will now get out in the 003 grid and go. Behind them is Lewis Barlow for Team Alta. That's the Danish-based team. That's Lasse Bach's team there, who has done a brilliant job of things. Benedict Vida also coming in on the hour and making that call. We're expecting 40 seconds here from Tristan Eglacius. He's just waiting for fuel, and yep, 40.8 there on the stop. That is what we would call regulation as far as a stop goes. Comes back out and away in 7th position.
Coming out in 7th. I think that is a very, very good position to come out in as well, just looking at gaps, looking at space and time. But again, looking through the top 3, everyone there, the top 6, they have extra laps in. They're going to have a shorter final stop. They are very much looking in a good position right now. So for Drago and WSR, if they can drop the hammer and find a little bit of time here on Kawanda, even through these pit stops through the race, the gap was about 10 seconds. If they can close that down a little bit more as they go, and say maybe it's 8 seconds when they come out of the pits, you do the math, you multiply that up. Again, we said it earlier, Kawanda is not in a safe position in any way, shape, and or form right now, and it's going to continue to just get narrower and narrower in those margins. But I don't think there's much they can do different right now because of just how their pit stops are cycling. They're kind of where they're at. They can't slow down because then they're going to naturally lose the gap to Drago and WSR if they try to slow down and save fuel. But if they don't save fuel, then they're going to be under pressure from behind. You see the problem there as it comes in.
If you're stopping on the hour, you're leaving yourself exactly no leeway for anything. Big light flash then as Bas van den Bergmortel will get out of the way. So van den Bergmortel will just allow Kadlacek and Rubelar then to get their clearance by as the leader and second place car out there at this stage, and they know they've got to get every single car of clearance then that goes through. You've got the 21 in, the 162 and the number 6 that is down currently in the lane right now. So that's 6 is Pole Promotion Esports. You've got the car in 17th, that's Solpec Precision Racing, and then the car in 16th at the moment will be WSR Esports Black. They've just left the pits with Antoine de Charité, fantastic Canadian driver out there. He's won some of the Porsche Canada Series races out there as they have just rebranded actually into Porsche North America. As I say that, I get an eye on Grid and Go 001 and Sven Hassa off the road at turn 1, trying to get by Blue Mercure for position. So they'd run wide through Murray's and then got effectively shoved off the road. Sven has a habit of making a small mistake here and there, and Thibaut Prevost saw that and said, well, that's mine.
It's painful to see, too, again, those small mistakes creeping in, causing big errors. And, we're in an endurance race, and all of these teams are 2 drivers, and when we look at this 12 hours of racing, hard on that, when you get near the mid to end of the race, you're going to start seeing drivers have little mistakes here, little mistakes there. And that 001 Grid and Go, unfortunately getting caught out in the moment there and dropping back down the order, running wide in turn 1. Up front, Drago and WSR, they are still battling this out. They have still not given it up, and they are still trying to figure out who is going to go where for what, when they're going to pit. I would think they will be in at the end of this lap, which means that they have 5+ minutes of fuel right now to the good. It'd actually be about 7 minutes of fuel by the time they get up, down, and around the mountain. So when you look at that, that is an excellent position for them to be in. And again, all the cars behind, actually Drago's number 6-7, Grid and Go 002, and BS Competition 90, they have an extra lap on Drago 69, WSR, and Male Racing Team's number 10. That's an interesting position to be in. And again, we're not going to see the effects of it right now, but if you tune in on the final 30 minutes of this race, you're going to really see the difference.
Oh, you can really see the attempt of how hard the Ferraris got to work over the curbs. It's taken a lot easier out there by the BMW of Drago Racing. So they are just clawing their way down the mountain. Rubilar and Kadlacek, two drivers who are very well versed with how quick they need to go, but for the moment it is two very different styles that are showing. A car that will get buffeted around more. It is style versus substance out there, and the substance of Nicholas Rubilar is very much what the focus will be at the moment. 6 cars to make their stops to effectively cycle through the field. Our good friend Reese Gardner would say the field would be cleansed at that point once they all made their stops and gone through. Now, this is Manatee Racing number 78. This is Bas van der Bergmortel, as that is tough. Now, there has just been a change for position down at the chase. A lovely lunge down the inside by Martin Kadlacek. Then we've just seen, and that has given them a chance. Manatee had to take forever to get back around, to get going again. Outside of the cutting stuff, and look, you saw there Grid and Go, and also one of the Bathurst competition cars, the 90, having to take evasive action then as they came up through that section for the car that had spun around.
Great heads-up driving there from the 002 and the 90 to stay out of the way of that. The number 10 Male Racing Team now into the pits here. Up front, we still have the 23 and the 69 out at least one more lap, which I wasn't expecting. So that is some massive savings they have pulled off here. It does look like they're gaining a little bit of time just naturally on track to Kanda as well. The gap almost 50 seconds, passing 50 seconds now, and I think it was like 47, 48 when they came out of the pits. So again, the mountain just challenging, seeing the great heads-up driving. That's just part of the nature of what you have to do on this track. You have to be able to lock in, run the laps, but then also be able to be heads-up and swerve the car and keep control as needed as we come through up the hill, going through McPhillamy, heading towards Skyline now, and now we drop through the S's and the Dipper and get ready for what I would assume is going to be one of the most pressure pit stops that we're going to see out of these two cars up front.
40.5 seconds for Rainer Talvar, who will be out and away and just behind Thibaut Prevost at Blue Mercure. So that's a great job from Marla. They have kept Blue Mercure in their sights, and they're doing a great job of keeping this race steady. It was a lovely move by Martin Kadlacek to take the race lead, or what is net second at the moment, away. Martin Toth then currently is down in the pits in the number 16, so Kadlacek is the one who is going to have to be looking around. The Czechian team of WSR Esports doing a wonderful job, and that was for track position. Diving down into the pits. This is a one-line suits all pit lane entry. That was tough then from Rubilar, who was heavy over the curb. Very aggressive then onto the brakes he goes. And you've got to be careful with that outside curb, because unsafe pit entry can happen very quickly around here.
That it can. You know, we talk about every part of this track is challenging, pit entry included, and look at the angle there from the 69. Going in and then cutting a little bit, pointing a bit more out of the box there, being ready to go. Both Dragos in here. WSR is in. BS Competition stays out. The number 90, they found another lap as well. So it's interesting. One Dragos ran 30 laps, one Dragos ran 29. BS Competition's Ascari Ren and the number 90 is running an extra lap here. Will be on lap 30 going through. Has gained 10 positions so far today. That's impressive to see from the number 90. Again, that case of attrition, that case of running here and doing well. I'm really curious to see where Drago come out in reference to Kanda as they go. Kind of just watching how those gaps settle. It's gonna be a big ask here honestly, at this point. Kanda has come through, but what is going to be that gap from P2 to P3?
It looks good, actually, but it looks good for WSR as they look to get up to speed. That is now 6 seconds, the margin here at the front. Now, we expect over these next 2 laps that 6 seconds is going to balloon to about 7.5, but they have cut the gap down by a margin that they've needed to. Tristan Eglacius will have to look out, and they've driver changed over at WSR Esports. Lucas Prada is now in behind the wheel, so he gets adjusted to a new car. Now look at the Marla car in trouble, because here comes Grid and Go as they want to get this sorted. Sven Hassa then gets the pass on fresh tyres compared to, on warm tyres, sorry, compared to Rainer Talvar, so that's a nice bit of work. Jarno Cook now will have the 001 behind, and so with Sven running off the road slightly, that car that was running the 001 was expected to be up there with Blue Mercure. They got pushed off the line, and suddenly Blue Mercure are 5th. Drago Racing now are in 6th, and they're just waiting for Bathurst to get themselves into place. So Grid and Go now maybe have to look at the 002 as the car that's got to start hunting.
Yeah, for Grid and Go, I mean, you've got the 2 cars together, and then you've got the 10 there right behind who's putting pressure. You got to tell one of these 2 cars to start hunting, start moving, start going, and I think really it's the 002 that they need to just say, hey, pull the shackles off and go. We're getting into the point where I think saving is not going to be worth it, and it's going to become a case where is it worth it to save, or is it worth it to push and find pace? And I think we're hitting the point where pace is going to be more important than saving, so...
Yeah, I agree. And so you're starting to think, okay, if I can dial back a bit, keep the numbers up, but then I'm going to sacrifice a lap maybe in terms of fuel number. That's critical, and that's what they're going to be looking at. So Bathurst still down in the lane with Oscar Irene here. That's going to be 31 seconds at least at the moment. This would be a group that he'd love to come out somewhere near 37.1, so he skimps a few seconds there on the stop. So this one's going to be shorter now, so they've built the margin. They can now take the slow stops, and that's for track position. It puts them with Blue Mercure, and they'll be very happy. They've just got out ahead of Drago Racing. Bathurst up into the top 5, and that's going to give them a lot to work with. Wonderful group of battling that we've got at the moment. There is Drago Racing number 69. Let's listen into the sights and sounds here with RaceSpot TV and with iRacing here, as we'll take you with a bit of fan immersion. This is the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, presented by Ready, Set, Sim. Jake Sperry and Brad Dalton here as we near ourselves over to what is going to be the final third of this race in the next 14 minutes, and a race that hangs very much in the balance with the way that we have gone and seen. We took a look then on board with second and third and Drago Racing over our fan immersion. This was the pass that put them up into second, and you argue that they needed to make this move because Kanda have got on the noisy pedal, and Drago and WSR, they're still in the fuel tank at the moment, and so that a comfortable bit of work around the outside by the team of Drago, the number 69, Brad. But they realised that all that time they made, they got it to about 6 seconds. It's now back up to 10, 11 seconds again. And so they are looking at it concerned that they're going to be dropping that time. They're not making inroads on Tristan Eglacius, who has done 3 2026s and 2 2024s in the last 5 laps. And he is just on another level at the moment, just pumping out the laps. I'll correct myself, 3 2026s and now 4 2024s in a row.
Just absolute alien pace coming from the front of the field here. But yeah, I think the part that I miscalculated on at least is, well, what pace was being saved by Kanda at that point. You know, they are pitting on the hour every hour, and that's right where their stints are working out. Yes, Drago is able to close up once they pit, but the thing that Kanda is doing very well is early into the stint they're running through, and I think the thing that really I missed the calculation on myself is that cold tire factor. And that factor of getting in and out of the pits, yes, but also that factor of the longer run and settling into a rhythm. Bathurst is a track that once the rhythm is interrupted by a pit stop, it can genuinely take you a second to get back in the rhythm. I mean, Drago's Rouvelaire ran a 202.67 in that number 69 Drago, and then WSR Esport ran a 202.6. Blue Mercure Prevost in the 33 ran a 202.4. And again, Kanda just pumping out consistently ridiculously fast laps here in the middle of the day, the hottest part of the day, and with probably the least ideal track conditions, all things considered, for how these cars will handle, and running within about 1.5 seconds of the overall fastest lap that Kanda Esports car has put down. It's amazing the consistency and the pace. Again, I still think they're under pressure, all things considered, but it seems like they're doing very well to try to counteract it at this point.
Here's the thing you've also got to remember. These two cars, though, have built a gap because this is 9th place down on the bottom of your screen. That's the 001 GridandGo.com esports team. Sven Hassa is currently behind the wheel, but it's a 5-car train. Marla Racing Team and Rainer Talvar. Jarno Cook then for Grid and Go 002. Oscar Irene, Burrison Plus Competition, and then Daniel Pajtor then for Drago Racing number 67. So this group right now of 5, they're only 2.5 seconds off of Blue Mercure in 4th position. So that's the chase that they're on at the moment. That is, right now I count it, 7 cars within 5 seconds on road for position.
That is, yes, you are correct counting that, and that is crazy to see at this point. Again, we're in a 12-hour race with 4.5 hours to go, and you still have this many battles continuing this close to each other. It's absolutely amazing to see how this race has developed and gone along, and just the pressure that is still being applied forward and backwards, up and down this field of cars, this 30-car field that is still running in this race. It's absolutely amazing to see here as we have the 001 on board in the bottom. Again, you can see just how challenging and narrow this mountain can become as we have the cameras up top on Drago Racing and WSR, who continue to push and put pressure on each other, but they're losing time to Kanda. And one of the things too to watch with that time, I do want to point this out, depending on how far the cars are spread out, that time can fluctuate a lot more, depending on if they're up down the mountain while Kanda is going down the straights, or if they're going down the straights while Kanda is starting up the mountain. That can make a difference in that gap fluctuating a little bit. You kind of want to add and subtract a couple of tenths respectively, so it's fluctuating and floating at about 11 seconds right now.
Well, it's a case of what's the stock market value of that gap. 11 seconds, I would say, at the moment is really good. We've had a really wonderful question actually come in here through our chat that we're watching at YouTube here at the moment. And the question then from GB36 is, if you put Kanda Esports team in a real-life IMSA GT3 season, how do you think they would do? Now, I would question how good's their fitness first and foremost, because it's all right being quick in a car, but you've got all the G-forces to start dealing with and managing. They've got to get themselves into shape. They've got Porsche backing with what they do, so I don't think they'll start from complete rank amateur position. They'd have Porsche backing. I would reckon that by the end of the season, they would be challenging for wins and results. But in the early season, if you look at what Chris Lullum is as a byproduct of an example of what you do with it, I think they'd be a couple steps shy to begin with, but then turn it up and put themselves in a position where they can challenge for wins at the end of their first season.
I completely agree with that. I think they're in a great position here for just really challenging through and developing as the year goes on. I think that's going to be the big key too to remember is we're early into the year, so there's still development that can be found. There's still teams that can kind of blossom their way through. I mean, for example, Sabrina Carpenter can blossom up. You never know where Sabrina's going to be at the end of the year, so just keep your eyes on Sabrina Carpenter team as they go. You know, that could be a team that shows up and all of a sudden is putting Kanda, Drago, WSR, Blue Mercure, everyone just on the bottom row. You never know how it's going to go here in sim racing. Watching through here, just again, I'm amazed at how close these battles still continue to be here for the battle for P5 as it goes along. I'm just amazed that we're still this many cars this tightly running and just trying to, you know, find the positions here. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. It's one of my favorite sayings to always say in any sort of road racing because it's showing especially true here today.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Sabrina Carpenter team would be saying, please, please, please put more fuel in my car next time to try and get around out there on the circuit. But right now, they are all close and they're all in the line. They took slightly different lines over the top of the mountain. Jarno Cook there in the 002 was maybe a little wide over the top of McPhillamy, and that actually brings a very interesting perspective into what these drivers are having to race with at the moment, because they do have an instant disqualification limit in this race. If you get 150 instant points, that's it. You're written off. You're done. There was a very good video that came out of a team that picked up over 500 incidents, I think, at the Daytona 24. So iRacing have turned around, gone here to Bathurst and said for everyone, right, we're not having anything like that again. If you hit 150 instant points, that's it. You're done. But drive-through comes at 50 instant points and every 20 after that. So you sit down and go, well, that's not very much, 50 instant points in 12 hours. So if you divide 50 by 12, you've got 4 instant points every hour and 2 left over. The one thing you've got to remember about Bathurst, though, how easy is it to pick up an instant point at Bathurst? Because the moment that you slam the wall and get 4, for example, here, Brad, it's a case of your day's done.
It's the easiest thing possible because you never know how, again, it's that matter of millimeters that we've talked about. It's one of those that you can have a small moment and all of a sudden pick up a 6X and not realize it. You just lose the control of the car and then tap a wall or tap another car here on the mountain, or another car taps you on the mountain. All of a sudden you can pick up 10 incident points in just a matter of 10 seconds and, you know, through no fault of your own. And it can add up very quickly. It demands the precision. You have to be conscious of it. And of course that's across teams. That's not like, you know, 50 incident points per driver. It's per the car. So if you have one driver who just, you know, maybe on the exit of Forest Elbow keeps tapping the wall, well, that can pick up a 1X really quickly or a 2X really quickly. You know, just those little moments can add up, and then all of a sudden, you never know, with 3 hours to go, you could start picking up drive-thrus, and it's the nature of it. You have to be very careful, and unfortunately, really, the moment you find yourself in is once you hit that first drive-thru, every other one is so much easier to get because it creeps in your head, and you go, okay, I can't make mistakes, and you're going to make more mistakes that way.
Yeah, you are. So you would have to start thinking about the next part of what you need from your racing. How are you going to keep mistakes away is the end goal first thing you got to do as a driver who's trying to jump up through the order or get up through the iRating is how do I limit mistakes? Then you think about how do I not make them? Because all these drivers will make probably one mistake over the course of this race, and it'll be minor. They might miss a braking zone by 2 meters and go, ugh, I missed it by 2 meters. I lost a 1/10 of a second in a corner. That's the level of great they are. They can hit the marks, and the muscle memory is simply flawless with what they've got to do. You look at drivers who are a little bit further down, the 6,000 and 7,000 iRating drivers probably are making one mistake a race that's big, and maybe or 2 or 3 little mistakes. It's the sort of thing that it's about limiting mistakes when you get to about 3K, and then once you get over 3,000 iRating, it's okay to get to the next level. I just have to continually hit my marks and get flawless races.
I don't think it's one of those.
Oh, wide behind. Sven Hassa there just showing McPhillamy Park is a very difficult corner. He committed into it and he hit the curb all wrong at the top of the hill, and that has cost him time.
It's cost him time. Somehow didn't cost him the car, though. Again, that's one of those corners that microscopic moment can exponentially escalate quickly and cause big problems. Thankfully, still right on the back of the group of cars ahead, and should be able to close the gap back up pretty quick with the help of a little bit of slipstream here going down through the Conrad Straight into the chase. Should be able, as I said, to close that gap up. Might be a little bit harder than I thought it was going to be. I think that's a little bit wider of a gap than it really looked earlier. So Code Brown, Amazon Prime, some underwear, and apparently Amazon Prime, by the way, now also does overnight delivery, guaranteed before 11 a.m. delivery to some areas. So you never know. You could have a moment now and then have some fresh underwear when you wake up in the morning.
And I would look around at what you can do next and say, you know, you need to deliver yourself a brand new scenario out there for Sven Hassa for what happens here. Over the top of the mountain. Now watch this. Bang! Hits the curb wrong in the Ferrari. And because the Ferrari has got such a low ride height, basically you hit the curb wrong. We've seen it quite a bit with the Ferraris. You almost have to glide the car over the curbs, whereas when you're running with the BMW, it might be slightly slower, I would argue, in terms of balance of performance of a car outright in pace. But on stability and safety, because you've got more mass and the car's higher up, it's less affected by the curbs, and that's why it's a safer choice. You can attack the curbs better.
The Ferrari likes to hold the hand of the curbs and kind of, you know, rub the arm, pat the arm, and kind of be nice to the curbs. The BMW just drops an elbow and, you know, drops a knee and starts curb stomping it. It's amazing to see the difference of the cars, of the approach, and it really does, you know, suit different drive styles differently. The Ferrari demands, I think, a little bit more finesse than the BMW. The BMW can really give it a bit more muscle into and just sort of let it eat, you know, going through those curves. It will take a little bit more abuse than the Ferrari, but I think the Ferrari overall a little bit more pace in it, but with that BMW being able to be more aggressive up and down the mountain, that's where you see that pace really sort of offset itself.
And that offset then really, really critical as they work forward. For those asking where Team Redline is in today's running, they haven't fielded an entry today, so they are not going to be out there and looking to prioritise the Bathurst 12 hours one they're going for. They are very much all in with 5 drivers inside the top 9 currently in the 2025-26 IndyCar Thrustmaster iRacing Pro Series. That's where their goal is going to be, and when they're sitting down at the moment and they are 10 points behind with Luke McEwen compared to Michele Costantini, who is leading the championship outright at the moment, and they have, as a team, actually done very well. Eduardo Leo won at Mugello. At Nashville, it was Diogo Pinto who picked up the win. Luke McEwen won over at Long Beach and also at Mid-Ohio to keep himself in the picture. They'll be targeting Laguna Seca as their chance to WeatherTech race at Laguna Seca for that, which will be coming to you in 5 days' time, the championship finale with Arjuna Kankipati and co, who will be dealing through with that. So that's where Team Redline are here today. So they've elected not to field, which sometimes a team can miss a big event and still be considered one of the best in the world, because they go to the next event and they'll look at it and go, yeah, but we don't need to do Bathurst because we'll try and prove what we are in terms of a team at Sebring, for example.
Yeah, and it is genuinely one of those, you have to remember how multifaceted sim racing is. You know, I know people that in iRacing have never driven a road course. They only drive NASCAR ovals. And, you know, if the NASCAR car, the NASCAR series does not take their cars to a certain track, they do not drive it. You know, there are drivers who have never driven Bathurst because that is their sort of interest. There are drivers that have never driven the Daytona 500 because they have no interest in stock car racing. They are in for GT4, GT3, TCRs, Formula cars. That is their bread and butter. There are drivers that I know who only run dirt racing and do not run stock cars, do not run road cars. They only run dirt tracks. So you have to remember how multifaceted iRacing is. You know, for a big team, missing an event, yes, it's one of those that even I looked this morning and I said, wait, where's Team Redline? But when you think about everything that you can do in sim racing, and when you're a team that is that close to a championship and you are absolutely pushing, trying to hold on, sometimes you got to opt to, you know, focus on what's most important to you.
A couple of cars in pits there. WSR Esports, one of the Drago Racing cars. That's the 68 that's down there in pit lane still, and they are looking at this and thinking, well, if we've got a chance of getting a car up to the top, then we could use a little bit of help with some slipstream just to save a tiny bit more fuel if they need to. In saying that, WSR Esports read at 0.8 of a second back now of Drago Racing. That will be cause for concern, as that is Blue Mercure in front, and they're using Paul Joffreau here and the Unity RDV team in front just to get a little bit more slipstream in front to keep themselves away. But Pajtor on that last lap took a couple hundreds and thousandths off of the cake at this stage, so they are hunting down as they go and dealing with everything they need to. Rene's happy, so's Jarno Cook and Ryan Talvar. So they're happy in their line at the moment. I would probably sit down and say that this group of four are looking at long game rather than short game still, with 4 hours 23 remaining.
100%. They're thinking long term here, and I think that is for them. If they are going for the victory, they need to stay thinking long term. I think holding in this group and going through, because all of them are similar pit stop cycles right now, and they're looking at Kanda, who's 17 laps into this stint now, and they're thinking, all right, we have a 5-lap advantage on them. We can just continue along here and go through. The only exception to that is Blue Mercure's Thibaut Prevost, who is 19 laps into the stint, is actually out of the top 10 the longest or the furthest into the stint at the moment. So it's interesting to see that situation come through. So Blue Mercure saving some fuel, sitting in position, and doing what needs to be done right now. And I think for everyone here in the mix, they've looked at Kanda and they said, okay, we're not going to beat them on all-out raw overall pace, but if we can strategize, sometimes it's a lot easier to defend on the mountain than it is to attack. So if we can nail the strategy, we can pass them without having to fight them.
And that's what you've got to remember with strategy calls that go and win the race. Strategy, believe it or not, is the safest way to win a race compared to having to make the overtake on track and going out there and making it happen. So why you often see that the best teams in the world in any form of racing have the best pit crews, have the best strategists out there, because if you can win it on strategy, it's a risk-averse way of getting through. You don't have to pass the car on track. You pass them in the lane. The quickest drivers in the world, the best drivers in the world, are brilliant at 3 things. They're brilliant on their in-lap, they're brilliant with their pit crew and their stops, and they're brilliant on their out-lap.
You know, if you're a Formula One fan, you know that's true, because if you've watched any Formula One, who consistently year over year is the team that has the fastest pit stops? Well, at least until last year. But when it's the team that wins the championship, they are consistently having the fastest pit stops. And so when you look at that setup, you know, When Red Bull was winning championships, it was Red Bull. When it was Mercedes, it was Mercedes. When it was McLaren, it's McLaren. When you think about that, that is really what makes the difference. And again, the strategists come in as well. They're usually some of the highest paid people because they are the ones who can make or break a race quickly in ways that you wouldn't expect. I think one of my favorite things right now with Formula One media is the addition of Ruth Buscombe, who is able to add that strategist perspective. And for me, it helped me understand a lot more why a lot of teams choose to run races the way they do, because it's genuinely, the safest, the fastest, and the most efficient way to do it, and it brings the least amount of risk to the car. That's why, especially, when you look at high-end motorsports, not even just Formula One, when you look at IMSA, WEC, NASCAR even, the drivers, while they're driving, are also talking about strategy. They're trying to put brain power into strategy because that's how important it is. Their skill is important, but the ability to use the strategy to complement their skill is just as, if not more important.
And I would argue then in the same sense then, Brad, that it's not just the strategy and the driver's pace, it's the ability to understand the strategy and to implement that with the driver's pace and skill set to get the best result.
I would 100% agree with that, because there's a reason that racing and motorsports is a team effort. It's not just a one-man band. Even in the lowest tier of motorsports, if you go to your local go-kart track, you are not going to see usually a driver there who has done everything from the ground up. And if you do, usually somebody pitches in with them to help. Even in entry motorsports, go-karts, you see even, the micro Swifts, the mini Swifts, the ages 4 to 8, 8 to 12. They have parents, they have family members, grandparents that help out. When you start getting up into the adults, they have family members and friends that come out and help, or just racers help racers. So very rarely is motorsports a solo competition.
No, it's a team effort, and it's the same in sim racing. You don't get to this level without a wonderful setup, and this is what sometimes gets forgotten from time to time. This is not just a case of you jump in, this is the car, and this will be the car for 5 years in a row, exactly the same. There will be new cars that come in that change the balance of performance, new additions that come into iRacing. The Aston Martin is the latest one that comes to mind. The Acura before that, the BMW before that. You get all these new cars that come in, you've got to try and work out where they are in the balance of performance. You also have to understand that build to build, there is going to be a tiny change with how the car is going to handle. Maybe there's a physics update. Maybe there's something that makes the tyres change. For example, the big tyre warming update that's come into play over the last year or so. You have to change the way you drive at the top to make certain elements of the car different. And so when you're starting to look at, okay, why are these teams consistently on top? They just consistently look at what's changed, get the man hours in, practice, get the setup made, and they've got the ability to say, we've got an edge over everyone else.
All aspects of life change is inevitable. Say that word 10 times fast. I'm not doing that. I'll say it one more time. In all aspects of life, change is inevitable, but the way that you and your team handle the change is what really sets you apart. And that is where the upper echelon of esports is different from others. Not necessarily that they have the time compared to others, but they put in the effort and they quickly adapt. And they can adapt with minimal needed practice and change. They are able to very quickly identify and understand those changes and make them work. And that is what really sets them apart.
Yeah, and the difference that you're seeing right now is that your top 10 are split by 28 seconds at the moment. We've got a scrap on for 20th. This is a lap down. This is Pedro Moreno, the Colombian right now, who's got behind him Leo Brown, who is trying to hunt down. This is possibly the only Porsche we see in the field at the moment. So Porsche, sort of car that only really at Daytona they turned up in numbers for the first time in a few years, because it's the sort of car that works well in top speed, but you need every aspect of it to work. So to see it here at Bathurst, You understand where it's good. It's good on Conrod. It's good on mountain. But is it good over the mountain? That's the reason why we haven't seen so many go to it.
Yeah, the Porsche is a car that is very much an acquired taste, I would say. It's one of those that if you really understand the car, you really can make the car work. But if you don't understand the car, or it's not, going back to our conversation earlier of, do you run every car really well, or do you run one car to perfection and understand the ins and outs and everything that makes that car the car? You have to kind of be on that second tier of the I run this car exclusively to really make the Porsche work around Bathurst, at least in my experience.
It is one of those cars that if you don't have a full love and affinity for it, you're not going to get the best out of it. And so Bike Colino here have got themselves a very difficult challenge. They are a lap down, but they are inside the top 20 in a field of 50 where we've already lost a good full 20 cars out of this field. So they're bottom third of the finishers at the moment, but they are top half overall, and a top 20 for a team like Bike Colino would take them a long way. Unity RDV as well, 17th for them would be huge. Biggest movers in the field, WSR Esports Black, they started 46th, they are 16th. That's a gain of 30 places.
That gain is amazing, and it goes to show, again, a lot of skill, a little bit of luck makes a big difference here around Bathurst. Another big shout out to Team Bennick Sim Racing, 29 places up. A lot of people back outside of the top 15 are up 20 plus places right now from just a case of attrition and survival. The number 89 BMW MTBS competition, Daniel LaFuente behind the wheel right now. They're up 10 places on the day. Williams F1 Team Gaming with Benedict Vita is up 17 places on the day. Again, it goes to show, if you survive the early parts of this race, you have a strong chance of a strong result. And even if it's not a win, being able to say, I gained 30 places around Bathurst, that's a flex. That's a big flex.
That's not just I gained 30 places at Bathurst. That is I gained 30 places at Bathurst in prime time top split.
Which is a whole nother level. It's amazing.
It's a very good calling card, and if their marketing team want to have a little look at that, then I'm sure we can slip a couple of coins our way to say what a great job they've been doing. Marla, though, and Rainer Talvar. Now, a couple of hours ago, Rainer was on the absolute tear through the field. Now, with Pajtor, with Rene, with Cook, he is stuck with a capital S at the moment, unable to find a way through because the car in front's got towed, to the car in front that's got towed, to the car in front that's got towed, to the car in front of Daniel Pajtor that is about to catch the toe of Paul Joffro, and Paul Blue Mercure in, making it now 4th to 8th, the train now.
I think these Ferraris just need to flip their rear wings upside down. I think that would get them the extra pace to start powering through the field. Let the BMWs just move their rear wings a little and let the Ferraris flip the wings 180 degrees. That would totally be illegal, right? Or would it just work really well? I don't know. But, yeah, no, this is the slipstream train this is the one downside for me of only GT3s in the field. There's no cars that come in with traffic to really break up this slipstream train that starts to form down the straights. And really, again, once you get through the straights, the mountain, you're sort of just settling into pace and rhythm and just surviving here, especially in this top split. You are just surviving through, running your line. You don't really see passing try to happen on the mountain because the drivers know that risk versus reward, it's really not a lot of reward, but a lot of risk can come from passing on the mountain. So they go for it on Conrad, on the pit straight, on the mountain straight, and the rest of the track, you're sort of just settled in.
You dial it in, you look for an opportunity, and you ask yourself the question, okay, I can dial this Ferrari in. I know that they are going to try and chase me down behind, and they're a group of 4 against a group of 1. You're very much in a position right now, and it's quite apt that we've got a French team. Tour de France. This is the difference of seeing Kenny Elissonde, who has gone in the break, trying to stay away down the road, and then you've got all the big teams behind you who are somewhat working together. They've got more bodies, they've got slipstream, they've got tow. They are dragging you back in because it's one car's effort versus 4 cars worth of effort.
And that slipstream makes a big difference, honestly, in the pace. I'm curious to see when they cross the line here momentarily what those lap times are. So just looking, Kanda Esports at 2:02.4 again. Last time over. How many times can they run a 2:02.4? Drago 2:02.3, 2:02.6 from WSR. Now Blue Mercure 2:02.4, 2:02.5, 2:02.5, 2:02.3, 2:02.4. So we are seeing that little bit of pace difference come along here as pit stop for the number 86. That's the Unity RDV competition car back in P17. They'll start dropping down the order here going through. So we've already hit another pit stop cycle. Kind of amazing to say here that we go through, because Jake, that means you and me have an hour and 10 minutes left to see how this race can end up in the final 3 hours.
Yeah, we're very much in that act where you start seeing all the pieces fall into place, and then the big dramatic reveal of the last 3 hours comes into play. So keep an eye out on that as they go through. I just want to point out with Tristan Eglacius here that with the exception of a 2:03.0 on his first lap on cold tyres out of the pit, every single lap without fail has been between a margin of a 2:02.4 and a 2:02.6.
You can't see my face right now, but I'm making a face of just utter wow. The consistency that's demanded from that is a driver that probably eats, sleeps, and breathes Bathurst. And that is one of those that there are people that do that. There are people that this is the track that they eat, sleep, and breathe. And, you know, I always talk about, anytime I'm on these special events, I talk about the sim racing proverbial binder of tracks that you should be able to get on and sort of put a lap down halfway decently. I don't put Bathurst in that because of the skill level, but if it's in that binder, you're going to be dang good at it lap after lap.
001, sorry, we've seen Sven Hassa. I've just seen him down the mountain. He's gone into the wall, and we're just about to catch it here. Big Dipper gets a slide on the exit, back steps out, round he goes. Does he put it in the wall? Oh, yes, he does. And now it was a long wait for him to get back up to speed. It's dropped him now, and that 001 grid and go-kart outside of the top 12. You can see the wheel hub exposed there on the rear right, and that is going to be damaged. They are going to have to carry around then for the moment until their next pit stop, where they are going to get some optional repairs on it.
I kind of think that rear right wheel might have more damage than just a little here. Just from the look I had on the screen, I don't think that's bodywork. I think that wheel is completely broken out. A little bit harder for me to tell there, but as they go down, I have a feeling that's going to force an earlier pit stop and really, maybe a longer pit stop. We'll see if they decide that they need to sit and repair that, or if they're okay to drive with it and just minor repairs as they go.
It depends on how much they're struggling on the straight. I mean, I'm looking around. They've got right-hand side down, which is not shocking. It's about 5 to 10 degrees of right-hand side down that they've got to deal with after that issue. Sven Hassa is the one who's currently behind the wheel, and they've just seen go by them the Stint 1 motorsport car. This is a car right now that will be limping around to finish its stint here, Brad, get itself to the pit, and then assess the damage from there. There is suspension damage to it. There's no qualm about it. They've knocked it out of line, and so the heel and toe and the camber of it is not going to be very happy. But what they will have to do is effectively go down, try and get a phone call over to the United Kingdom, hope that they find Jeremy Clarkson on the end and go, "Have you got a hammer?"
So basically, treat it like you would in NASCAR. Just take a hammer, beat it out, and then put some tape on it, and it'll probably ride. Bathurst is a track that you don't want to do that, but if you have to do that, you make it work, and somehow it's fun. So if you've got that 5 to 10 degree right-hand down run there, just think about how challenging that makes the mountain too. If they do have anything major that can't be repaired quickly, I mean, that is that is detrimental for the grid and go car, and I hate to see that, but that is just, again, it's one of those, you can do the same thing 1,000 times over, and the difference of inches is what does it.
Got to remember as well, Grid and Go are in a position for the first time in a very long time here, Brad, that they have got all 7 cars still in this race. There's normally 1 or 2 of their cars that are littered by the wayside early on. They are one of the few teams that can stack the deck with numbers, and even if they do have 2 or 3 cars that fall into troubles, they'll be there. Sven Hassa realises now the damage is too much. I have to come down in and make that stop, so he's made it back to home and he's done well. In the middle of all of that, though, the death by paper cut of WSR Esports Red from 2nd position, because they have now 2.5 seconds back of Drago Racing last time over the line. So you look at what WSR Esports Red have got. They put Lucas Prada in the car, and Lucas Prada can't hold the same pace as Nicholas Rubelar.
Yeah, it's interesting to see there that Lucas Prada has been consistently about 0.2 or so a lap slower than Drago Racing's Nicholas Rubelar going through. It's unfortunate to see in that position, but it is just sort of where they've set. I have a feeling that this is, again, though, just a little bit of strategy coming in. I don't think it's necessarily an ultimate pace issue. I think this is a driving to a delta consideration. I think that they've calculated their deltas a little bit differently, and this is probably a strategy call coming in from WSR saying, hey, Lucas, if you can nail 202.6s, 202.5s consistently, don't worry about the pace to Drago, just 202.6s, that'll get us this fuel number to get us in this position. Ultimately, we don't know the answer to that here on the back end. That is just my very well, somewhat educated guess of what would be happening, because I do know Lucas Prada is a fast driver. Nicholas Rubelar is a fast driver, but I wouldn't think that they would naturally be running 0.2 of a lap difference. That, or Nicholas Rubelar and Drago have said, forget the savings, send it.
Well, let's just put this last lap into perspective. If Kanda have not done anything more than a 202.4, Rubelar's just done a 202.3 on that last lap. So Drago right now have gone, time's more important than fuel at this moment here. We need to get moving, and that gap ticks under 11 seconds just briefly there over McPhillamy Park. If Drago want to win this race, they're going to have to hunt down that gap that Kanda Esports have got. Kanda right now, as a team, are Tristan Eglacius here in the 08, and also they've had in the car Elvis Rankin. They've got as their spotter at the moment, or as their engineer that's in and helping them, the mercurial Mac Backham, who is giving them as much advice as possible from his position. And when Mac was out there sim racing, he was one of the best sim racers in the world. He was out there as a top 10 talent and someone who would put 70, 80 hours a week out there to go and just get 6 laps at the Nürburgring, correct, in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
It's amazing to see just the level and layers of talent and history here in sim racing for these teams here at the top level. But I don't want to let that lose out on the fact that there are teams of people that are running this that are literally just running this to be friends. I don't want to ever lose out on the touch of the fact that, you know, we have these top levels here in this hard-fought competition, but there's, you know, sim racers and their friends all up and down iRacing right now that are also running this event going through. So if you're running this event with your friends, if you've had a good race, a bad race, tell us how you did in YouTube chat. We'd love to see if you've run it, if you're still running, how you're doing. Blue Mercure into the pits, the number 33 there from P9. They have kicked off what I would say is the 4-hour to go pit stop cycle, and I say this is going to be one that really tells us a bit more.
Yeah, so Andrea Bristow in, and they've managed to save 2.5 minutes on what they've needed. So they've pulled that back on this stint. They were 5 minutes down at the last stint. So whatever they're managing to do at this point in time, that's brilliant for what Blue Mercure need to pull themselves back into range. The fact they put Andrea Bristow back in the car is interesting to me as well on the driver change. So Bristow will take a bit of time through the Griffin's Mount, go a whole host of cars at the moment. 2 BMWs, one from Bathurst, the other one then just in front from Drago, and then you've got the Grid and Go car there, the Ferrari back there of Jarno Cook, and then the Mahler Racing Team BMW, that is there of Ryan Talbar. Bristow is out and away in 11th position at the moment, so they'll be looking to hunt. Sven Hassa, by the way, 4.5 minutes down on the lane. Now, that is leaning towards we might not be able to get that out as quickly as we'd like to.
I'm really hoping that that is not the case for the 001 being out of this race, because that is borderline. They were already in a rough position here in the 001, and that is honestly setting on a borderline DNF coming through. So you got to wonder for Grid and Go, are they going to put that 001 back out on track and continue to run, or are they going to start turning their attention towards the 002 up front as the 005 is coming out of the pits here for Grid and Go? And let's see how they blend out. It's a good blend here into the traffic. Oh, never mind. Maybe I spoke too soon.
It's going to be close here for Grid and Go 005. They're going to have a lot of light flashing there as one of the Drago Racing cars goes by. I've just caught on lap 227, Gerard Hendrickson for WSR Esports Blue had to pull over the car to the side of the road with what I could only describe as a technical fault issue of maybe an unplugged steering wheel of something that ilk, as Burros and Turner are in the pits, and they've been down in the lane for a long time of WSR Esports Blue. So I think that's another team right now that are staring down the barrel of this one's probably not going to get to the line. They do have Daniel Ferguson currently as the driver who's supposed to get into the car, but I would be concerned that WSR Esports Blue could be another retirement.
The mountain is biting back, and that is not ideal to see here. 3 minutes and counting for WSR Blue in the pits going through. It does look like that was a tow. Not ideal here for WSR, but that does allow them to turn their attention up to the number 23 up front. And that is, I guess, the silver-edged sword of if you have some of your team's DNF, is that allows you to put more people on supporting the cars up in the front. If they've not had a great day, or if something comes up, you can kind of merge the teams in, and you sort of gain a pseudo crew chief strategist to help your team start working their way forward. As we look on here at the 002 in the pits right now for Grid and Go, having some company joining in of the 003.
And the 08, who leads this field outright in Tristan Eglacius and Kanda Esports. We have been expecting their stop on the hour. It's the first chance they've had to with the hour that's come along. They hit their box fourth from the end, and they'll get themselves then a driver change as Elvis Rankin now will get back in behind the wheel, and will give them an opportunity to try and drive on through. Also coming in then is the BMW M-Team Burrosud Plus competition car, the 89 of Daniel Lafuente. Then who is in the pits, and this will be a change for them as they will, it won't be a driver change, but they'll still be in the car, but they'll be in on the same cycle on the hour, as will Lewis Barlow from Team Alta, which is something that we have expected here. Around 40 seconds we're expecting here from Kanda Esports, and they will do just that. 40.7 seconds, they're off the jacks, and they are away again with Williams F1 Team Gaming also in the pits. So, new driver, time to get it up to speed again. Daniel Pajtor here from Slovakia for Drago Racing. Currently 10 seconds behind WSR Esports, but holding their margin quite nicely. They're trying to keep Blue Mercure at bay.
Yeah, this is the 69, 23, and 67. Those are the cars that I'm really going to be watching to see where they come out in reference to the 08 of the Kanda Esports car. Those gaps at the end of this cycle, which we still have about another 10 minutes probably till they pit, 7 to 8 minutes, I'd say at the earliest for them to pit, I think is really going to be what tells the story, as Daniel Pastor, a wiggle there coming out of Forest Elbow, but again, you know they're pushing. You can't deny that there's a lot of push being given, but I'm curious to see where that gap sets, and then if Kanda can just open that back up.
Well, it's a case of, are you running at 10 tenths, yes or no? And quite often you get the answer of, yes, they are running at 10 tenths. Yes, they are having to wonder what they do. A lot of people down in the top, in the teens to 20s at the moment in this field, making their pit stops known. Felix Votter for pole promotion, for example, down in La Charité for WSR Esports Black. There is Von der Berg Mortal for Manatee Racing, who is now in the pits and looking to get service sorted. We'll hand over to another Dutchman in Ryan van der Grijp, who will now join in for Manatee Racing and get back in behind the wheel of that Aston Martin. So they'll be happy with that. Santeri Martikainen, who was formerly of the Williams Esports Academy team, now part of WSR Esports. He's now in the car and making his progress on the stop. So you're getting these teams now that are starting to form, and the longer that you are in a scene like this, the more you understand how every team functions and forms. And I think with the exception maybe of Coanda and Redline, you don't leave those teams. Every other team has had a pick and mix in some way, shape or form of almost every sim race.
Yeah, it's one of those that, again, you kind of get the powerhouse giants, sort of akin to, well, Ferrari and most motorsports. You get those powerhouse giants where when you get there, you lock in, and it's kind of just you're there and you're going. But for a lot of guys, you know, every other team is trying to get the best of the best. So when they see someone that's the best, they go after the best. So you sort of just watch and see what's coming through there. Is we see flashing lights there going past Coanda, continuing to just watch the runs here through in the battle for 20th as this continues along, flashing the Coanda 08 actually as they go through. Kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, so you would look at it. That's very desperate. Please let me through, Remy. And Remy Gilbert will just about oblige to Pedro. Pedro Moreno just on call is going to go around there. The Porsche spins out of Murray's corner, and he's going to have to be very careful about how he does this, because the further he goes backwards, he could get disqualified for this. Be very careful, Pedro. Getting yourself turned around now, has beached himself almost on that curb. Finds reverse, gets back forward again. Lucky boy.
Very lucky there. I was not expecting that number 11, who I think I accidentally called the number 8 of Coanda there, but no, that is the number 11. That's Pedro Moreno in the Porsche going through. That was very, very close. Replay here, going through hard on the brakes, and the car was stepping out. Looks like just a little too early on throttle, kind of a little just pushing really hard there, a little too early on throttle, and kind of unfortunate to see. And then, well, your Austin Powers, not Austin Powers moment, and this part is what scared me right here, having to back out right on the racing line through Murray's corner.
Yeah, very tough, and you don't often see a car allowed to go that far back before it turns itself around. There are rules and regulations for driving backwards on a circuit that you can get disqualified for it if you're not too careful. So you do know that you can't go backwards around a track here in iRacing and do the old public lobby thing that nobody really likes when you get to the professional level of sim racing. Still though, Drago Racing 67, they've done a great job of leading this group further into this race, keeping them all in touching distance basically of a good result. And this is what you got to understand when you're at the front of this group. One of them's got to lead, one of them's got to try and keep the pace up, and if they're all going to be together and they're all going to be happy holding their station, which they are at the moment, one of them is going to have to stand up and say, well, it's me who's going to be the best out there. That's what they're probably eyeing up from this phase of racing. How are they going to stand up and be the best team out there? As actually we are going to get one in, and that's going to be Oscar Irene.
Oscar Irene in for BS competition there. Interesting to see going through, because they were actually only on 26 laps, so they still had several laps to give. It looks like a decision being made there, I think, for long-term to pit in early now. It looks like they are thinking, again, that long-term strategy to the end of the race. What do you do here? And this is going to be a driver change going through, so just get prepared to see where that number 90 goes, as Ryan Barnevald is now the driver in the number 90 here. 3 hours 52 minutes to go. I'm curious to see how long this pit stop is, where they come out, and what the final say will be here for that number 90.
I think that with Ryan Barneveld now, who's jumping in behind the wheel, they are going to look to try and satisfy their fair share requirements here in this race. At the moment, you need at least 44 laps run. He's done 59, and so Oscari's done a lot. And I would say with about 4 hours to go, looking at this, I'm probably saying this is Ryan Barneveld to the end of the race.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't. Just looking through, thinking about kind of where the times are at, I would be very surprised if Ryan Barneveld doesn't take this car all the way to the end.
You'll get it as well that, okay, we need to do even stints. We'll do 2 stints. We'll do 3 stints in a car. Some will even go as far as 4 or 5. Or if you're Matt Malone, for example, you'll do all 12 and get disqualified at the end of the race or lose 15 minutes by jumping into another car. But as far as you sit and you look at the level here of what these sim racers are looking at, a talent like this, you ask to push and hit the same mark over and over again. To ask them to do it 4 hours straight, are you pushing it?
This level, no. I struggle to say that they're pushing it at this level as the number 10 now pulls into the pits. I think the big thing to remember is that just thinking about good strategy. And I think for me, good strategy here is you want your freshest driver at the start and at the end. So when you're thinking about that, you're going to put in a driver early and then bring them back to the end, and whoever is the guy running the middle stint, it's survival. You're not trying to do anything fancy. You want the car to be in one piece. So when you give it back to your first driver for the final few hours, however you all decide to split it, they can take the car, have it in good condition, and run it to the end, as Phil Dines is now in the number 10 here from iRacing in 5th. And we'll see where they come through. As I'm still trying to keep my eye on that Kanda car with Elvis Rankin and driving. They're on the 4th lap of their stint. They're going through, and that 69 and the 002, that's the competition for them. We'll see how those 3 shake out here as we're almost done with this pit stop cycle.
Yeah, Lucas Prado's off and away again, and we'll be looking to hunt down Elvis Rankin. Phil Dines is there, and also just in front of him is now Ate Kalpanen, who will jump in. 3-driver team at Drago Racing here, looking to try and make that push known in the number 67 machine. The 69 of Nicholas Rubilar has been able to extend out the stint, as has the 002 at gridandgo.com with Jarno Cook, who has been in pretty much the entire time we've seen him at the 002. He's done 118 laps. His teammate's Dino Lombardi. I'd expect Lombardi to get back into the car at this stint because they'll be very, very even in terms of what they have managed. So critically for Drago, they're ahead of where they want to be. Kalpanen and Dines, 2 drivers who are looking to get back up to speed, but Lucas Prada, by the looks of things, still 11 seconds adrift, and that's about 3-4 seconds he lost over that stint to the likes then of Drago Racing 69 and Nicholas Rubilar, who is in the lap later. Now I'm interested to see what that gap will be coming out of the pits. Gridandgo.com then into play. Johan Hart will get back in behind the wheel of the number 69 machine.
This is getting very, very interesting very, very quickly. This is the moment in endurance racing that can make or break. And we said it earlier, you don't win it necessarily from hard battles on track. You can win it through the race on strategy. And right now with Drago in and Grid and Go's 002 in, this is where I'm curious to see where they land out, what they've done to manage that gap to Kanda. Now, again, last pit stop, it was 6 or 7 seconds when they came out, and then that opened up to about 11 seconds. We see Kanda coming through. Kanda is going to pass both, but I believe that is Drago that is rolling right now. Grid and Go, the 002, they still have about 6 seconds left to be stationary here, and actually they go through. It's a 36.8 second in the box. Here we go. That gap is much closer than it's been.
And let's just take an understanding of what Elvis Rankin has done with his first 3 laps then coming out from the pit cycle. Then as he's done, he did a 2:03.6 out lap, a 2:03.1, a 2:03.0, a 2:02.8. He's taking longer to get up to speed compared to Tristan Eglacius, who was in the low 2:02s out there in tougher conditions. When you look at Drago Racing, they were doing 2:02.4s, 2:02.3s, and actually, here's something to note. It is slightly quicker to go down pit lane at the end of the race rather than when it is to go through. You will get absolutely vilified for doing it if you do, but a 2:01.8 on the in lap for Nicholas Rubilar was huge in terms of getting that then all nicely sorted. Johan Harth knows he's going to have a couple laps of pain, and the gain is going to be on the other side. 6.5 seconds the margin. They've cut the gap down in half. I reckon that Johan is going to, next 3 laps, he's probably going to lose about 1.5 seconds here to Drago Racing. It'll be about 8 seconds, and they'll be right in this race, and Kanda will know it.
Kanda here, they need to do some quick math, some quick calculations, and try to find a way to get that gap back, because it's not going to be on pace alone that they find that. The pace is just too similar, too close. You're not going to build enough of a gap to be comfortable at this point. Drago is right in the mix here to really start being in the territory for the win here in the Bathurst 12, which is amazing. And I still don't count out WSR or Grid and Go. I don't count them out either, the 23 and the 002, because here's the thing. If Drago gets real close on track and they can start battling Kanda, they start battling, that's going to let WSR and Grid and Go start to close up. They close up, well, all of a sudden you got a motor race on your hands, and hey, you never know what's going to happen in that moment.
Well, let's talk something here. Grid and Go have done a wonderful overcut strategy. They are now in position in 4th. They've got 5 seconds on Drago and Marla because of their ability to save behind them in the draft. Bathurst, who jumped in first, are actually in the worst position with Ryan Barneveld now, and they sit stuck behind Andrea Bristow at Blue Mercure in 7th position, who are desperately trying to make their strategy work, but they're dropping the time because of their strategy and trying to get themselves back to the hour where Kanda are at this moment in time. It's a really tough position to sit yourself down and be in at the moment at Blue Mercure. But I would say right now, Grid and Go have played a blinder. WSR Esports, I think, are the team that have to start looking behind them and go, are we still even going to get a podium out of this? They'll be happy with a top 5. I know they will be. WSR have been a little quiet over the last couple of years. That would be a huge result for them if they could get a top 5. A top 3, they'll be in Wonderland.
I would say just with the way this race has gone, I think WSR are very deserving of a podium in this race. So it would be very much heartbreaking if they lose it out on just a miscalculation. So they've got to, as you said, just sort of look behind them and think and say, okay, what do we need to do to maintain this P3? I mean, yes, fight for the win if you can, but at minimum, your goal needs to be to maintain that P3 right now for WSR. For Drago, they need to, at minimum, maintain their P2. They are in contention for the win right now with 3 hours and 45 minutes to go, but they've gained 10 places on the day at Bathurst, which is so hard to do. So they need to be looking through and going. This battle for 11th right now, Williams F1 Team Gaming, and then the 004 of Grid and Go. This has been a good little fight that's been developing as well as they come down the mountain and now they head down Conrad Straight. This has been a good battle here. We hop on board with Grid and Go with Handy Noah Mamasi, and I am excited to see if the 004 can do anything here heading towards the chase.
It's Parker White that he's going to have to get by. He is an NASCAR champion. The current champion right now is, of course, Stephen Wilson, as they work through the left-right flick of the chase, the only part of this circuit that has changed. And there's the hotel on the right-hand side that, get this, for weekends like the Bathurst 1000, you have to book your hotel reservation at least a year in advance.
Honestly, that doesn't surprise me, because imagine if you can sit at that hotel on the balcony and just watch race cars go by. I mean, that is such a nice experience. It shows the popularity too, and just kind of the perks of this being a public road track is the fact that you can get a hotel. Look at this, Grid and Go 004. They're gonna go for it here down into Quarry Bend. Great move up the inside. Williams F1 Team Gaming not able to defend it, and now they're gonna be behind. They're peeking back out though, but as we head up the mountain here into the cutting, not a lot you can do at that point. You've been past, now you need to settle into the mountain.
You look at Parker White and the body language he used with his car. It was all over on the left-hand side. It was enticing and inviting. It was a case of, come on in and I'll make you feel welcome with an overtake into 11th place. And so not much you can really argue against it. Parker White turns around, looks at it and goes, yeah, you're going to get that one. And as they now take the whitewater rapid run down the hill, then through the Big Dipper here, this left-hander, over through towards the Forest Elbow now, this left, this right, and you will see drivers, some take the outside, some take a very early apex into the Forest Elbow because you don't need to use all of the road and cut in late to go make it happen. We'll note that Grid and Go 001 and WSR Esports Blue are now over 10 laps down, which means at least currently we have 28 cars running in a field of 50 that started with 3 hours and 41.5 minutes to go. We're almost at a 50% attrition rate. And I can't remember the last time an iRacing special event top split had a 50% attrition rate.
I'm going to make a guess and say it was probably Bathurst last year, but I don't think it was.
I genuinely don't remember. I think Bathurst last year was actually quite well behaved. You do get that sense of it. Nürburgring's another place where you get cars that go out of it and retire, but genuinely, these sim races are very good at making it round the clock and making it get to the end. It's not often that you see that this is a place where all the cars decide that they're going to retire it from the end of the race. So I would turn around, I would look at this and I'd say, right, this has been a very tough race. The fact that you're still in it with 3 hours and 40 minutes to go no matter where you are, that's a win for every team.
I think I said this during the 24 Hours of Daytona, and I'm going to say it again. If I said it during the 24 and you watch the 24, sorry, not sorry, you're going to hear this again. The fact that you finished a 12-hour race should be a celebration. This is a hard event. The fact that you finished 12 hours around Bathurst should be absolutely ecstatic, regardless of what position you finish. This is such a difficult and demanding track that I think everyone gets caught up on the fact of, oh, we didn't win, and they forget that what they accomplished in the meantime is they did 12 hours as a team around a track that is not forgiving in any way, shape, and or form. So I think everyone as a whole sometimes forgets to do that step back, and I would encourage you, again, if you're running this with a team this weekend, take that step back and just remember the fact that, you know, regardless of what happened, you showed up, you competed, whether you finished, you DNF'd, whatever, you gave it an effort. And that says a lot, because there's a lot of people who didn't give it an effort for one reason or another, and if you're one of the ones who did, I think that puts you in an echelon of its own.
Yeah, it really does. The goal is to finish these races, because you say I finished X in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours presented by Ready Set Sim, and now for Andrea Bristow in 8th place. Ryan Barneveld has gone through recently, so that is a change for position as Peter Bider there, the number 92, down in on the lane. That is a scheduled stop for Stint 1 Motorsports, who are off cycle compared to everybody else at this stage. So Ryan Barneveld's got the move, but 2 seconds to chase down Phil Denness, and lost 2/10 on that last run around the circuit to Phil. So he needs to get the hurry up message at the moment that he has got to absolutely fly to make this one work in favour. And right now you can argue here that this is the race right now. A team like Bathurst here will be eyeing up a top 5. They are only 2 seconds off of it. They want more. A top 5, I think, is the bare minimum.
100% agree with you. The bare minimum of the top 5 is the goal, I would say, and I think they're in a great position to do it. Really, they just need to kind of push the rhythm here a little bit down towards the chase and get this pass done down Conrad, which I would say they're setting up for. Sometimes it can take you a lap or two to set it up and really just get it through. So kind of looking through, I'm going to be very surprised if Blue Mercure is not in a top 5 at this point.
Well, you got to remember, they got to try and survive the hour, and it's in their best interest here to stay behind Bathurst and let them pull them along to the likes of the Marla Racing team, to the likes of Drago out there, who could have 2 cars inside the top 5 by end of play today, tonight, tomorrow. However you want to go and judge the way this is all sorting out. This is a very critical moment in this race for Blue Mercure as they fight their way back from a fuel deficit out there, which ultimately, in terms of their strategy, they try to get the track position early, but then you got to remember as well that their track position late is going to be a huge concern. They basically gave themselves a chance early on and had next to nothing later.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate when you feel like you're in a great position early and it just sort of deteriorates as the race goes. I'm curious to see if that deterioration could be reversed, but it's very, very hard to do. We see the 007 Cash Patel into the pits here, off cycle, greatly off cycle to the rest of the field, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens there. And the 001 of Sven Hassa has been in for 30 minutes and counting now. We saw their big error there with about 4 hours to go, or 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. And now I think that goes to say that that is another car out. That leaves us 27 cars still running here, or sorry, 28 cars, including the 007 of Grid and Go's Cash Patel left running this race.
Yep, they're 5 laps down at the moment and 2 laps off of the next nearest car of Maxence Godinho for Blue Mercure Esports number 34 out there at this point in time. 9 seconds now over the line. The gap is for the race lead. Now this is Bike Colino. Oh, don't tell me they've just dropped out of thin air. That is going to really hurt the number 11 team if that is the case, and it does look that way for the moment for the 11 team. Pedro Moreno is still driving around, so they'll be concerned about that, but they will be okay, and they are still circulating, so that would have been concerning, but they are okay for the time being.
They are okay for now. It is concerning. They're okay for the time being. It's really... I'm having a hard time with Bathurst for some reason. I'm really gauging who is in the greatest positions and who's not. Just looking up and down the field, because it's so closely paced, but the gaps are more than I expected for some of these teams and some of these cars. This is a track and a race that itself just sort of... It's weird to see sort of how it ends up, but I'm curious over the next 3.5 hours how this is going to finish out. The 004 into the pits now as well. Haiti Noah Mamasi now into the pits here in the 004 Grid and Go car. So this has just been a race that's a story of it's either gone well or it's gone horrible, and there's kind of no in between.
Well, really, it's a case of, are you going to be in a position where you are happy with the way that it is done? And if you feel like there was more on the table that you could put together, then obviously you'll be a little bit unhappy as far as it goes. So I would say keep yourself calm. There's still time. Even if you're a lap down, you're talking about over 12 hours. You're about half a second off the pace. You're, what, 0.3 off the pace consistently? That's not much, really, when you consider the way that this race has been going, and that you got all these drivers right now. If you've got 9 seconds worth of difference between the car that leads and the car that's second, that's less than 0.5 of a second's difference out there in a race. That's why endurance racing, you look at a field like this and you go, the level is absolutely up there, and you are not going to find many races where you've still got 9 within half. Oi, that's going to be a big moment there through turn number 1, and that would have scared everybody out there. That was Jesse Hiliaho for Williams F1 Team Gaming 3, who was 3 laps down, just catching a little bit too much curb and maybe a tiny bit of grass, like it was a case of trying to get a little bit too much out of a trick on half pipe in the skiing.
Again, Amazon does overnight delivery, guaranteed delivery before 11 a.m. I'm just saying, if that's what you need, that's what you can get. And that is one of those moments that at least Jesse Hiliano probably needs that overnight delivery. That would have been scary. That would have woken up. And that sort of moment is what you really have to watch for. Again, it's those little moments that can start to snowball into big moments as you go through. I'll be curious to see Jesse Hiliano probably not going to make that mistake again.
Yes, he's going to be very much looking at that. He had a massive off in the Ivor Endurance Series at Watkins Glen last month, but absolutely speared back across the circuit, so he could very much do with a finish and bringing the car back. Just for his own confidence levels out there at this stage. He's a very wonderful young driver that just needs to put all the pieces together, and he will be a mark of a driver, another one of this Finnish contingent that I think everyone's going to turn around, look at and go, yeah, I would very much like a driver like him to go and push to the highest level and say exactly what I can do to be quick. Finland just has quick racing drivers, always has done, always will. That it's just something in the water that they've put there. Here's another one, Ate Kalpanen in 5th position. He is the leading Finn out there at this moment in time, and he is holding very well Phil Dines to neutralisation at this point. And it's not often that Phil Dines just looks at a driver in front and goes, yeah, I've got nothing for you.
I don't know that he doesn't have anything for him in long term, but I think for Phil Dines, this is a case of, you know what, maybe you have some slipstream for me to let me sort of run through here and hold on. I don't think Phil Dines is really trying to force the issue right now and is probably a little bit content sitting in position here, which, again, for Phil Dines is not always the situation, but Phil Dines is a very smart driver. And definitely with the team in the ear thinking about long-term where this race can be. However, at some point, gloves come off, and I think really once we switch over here in about 30 minutes to our final commentary team, that is going to be where things really explode. In the final 3 hours, I'm kind of envious of them because I know that they're going to see something amazing over the last 3 hours to this race.
Well, one thing they're not going to see, as I take a little look in chat, with Bathurst 12-hour race control, you're not going to see a safety car that comes along here. iRacing special events do not elect to run a safety car system because there isn't as much of a safety car system for official road races that can trigger the same way that it does on the oval side, where you do get the automatic caution that does come out and does put itself into play, and you see that quite a bit with how those get tabulated and counted up. You do see that the leagues in iRacing do have the caution systems, and they run some very different systems out there. The Kanda Esports Championship has a very nice caution system. You've got the looks then as you go about then of Ivra has a long IMSA style caution system that is about 15 minutes long, and then you look around at the various leagues that say, look, we need to have safety cars in play because it does bring the field back together. You look at this is what we call a pure race, and sometimes, you know, I look at this and I actually quite like how pure this race is, because it doesn't matter what has happened in terms of the way this race goes. You can have one car go around, the field gets neutralised, it's a completely different race. Here, you are truly seeing the true potential of these teams, because it's not just how they go over the course of an hour, 2 hours, and the field gets neutralised. It's how are you doing over 12 hours, and are you able to get 12 hours of straight racing consistent? There's not many places in the world where you get a full 12 hours, you just have to drive it outright.
Yeah, it's a different ask. It's asking people at the top of their craft to basically prove why they're at the top of their craft here. I am kind of in the category of I would love to see safety cars in these road special events, but it would be very, very hard to consistently and confidently implement to where you don't have random cautions for like a single car sort of soft spin that end up with just cautions upon cautions upon cautions. And I think that would be the problem with trying to implement it where it goes through. And the reason that I think leagues work so well, because I actually work with a league that does the cautions and is IMSA based, is when we did the cautions in the league, they were all manually thrown. So it was a decision by race control to throw the caution when it was needed. It wasn't just an automatic system. And again, in ovals, that automatic system, when it kicks on, it's very, very smart. In road, they are smart, but sometimes you can end up with moments where, unfortunately, with these special events, you know, you worry that it would become a lot of cautions very quickly, maybe not necessarily in the top split, but how does it affect the entire community as a whole is the concern with that. Would it be cool? Yes, but how does it affect the community? Because not everyone can push 12 hours and not have an off track or a spin or end up sideways. So you got to kind of look at that as it goes.
Well, I turn around like this, okay? 33 car field, iRacing Indy 500s. We had the chance to jump through the splits and look at where everyone was out there in terms of their racing. We had top split finish with about 5 cautions, all things told, to get them home in 200 laps. And they had a good 90 lap pure run, and there was still 18 cars on the lead lap by the time things were done. There are splits out there that get and hit well over double-digit cautions, over to nearly 20 cautions, and you'll find that the winner wins by 1 or 2 laps because almost everyone has been involved in some way, shape, or form in an incident. This is sim racing, and this in iRacing can be some of the most unforgiving sim racing that you can do in the world of motorsport. And so you have to balance the equation of, well, what do the top split people want, and what does someone at 5K want, at 3K want, at 1K want, who's in for the first time. And you then start to wonder the question of, are you going to have a fun time if you're going to spend roughly in a 12-hour race 2.5 hours behind caution?
Yeah, it's... I think sometimes people forget that iRacing is for everyone, not for themselves. Okay, that was a good dive down the inside. Kind of scared me a little bit. That is getting past lap traffic. Just, good sin there down the inside. I wasn't expecting that into Murray, but that goes to show that sometimes you just got to make it stick and go for it there through Murray and now up through the mountain straight. We'll go, Drago giving me a heart attack there and making me lose my train of thought. Oh yeah, iRacing is for everyone, not just for the individuals. So when iRacing is for everyone, you have to build the sim and the systems in a way and the special events in a way that will work for everyone. And sometimes that best option is just no cautions, just let the race run.
It is, and that's what we've got at the moment. But obviously, if iRacing do decide to change that, I'm sure everybody will know if and when that does happen. But as far as I am understanding, there is nothing that has been mentioned of that at the moment. And so they will race to the flag, as it were, checkered flag, or start flag to checkered flag, 12 hours straight across as they manage. Now, we're about 25 minutes away here from handing, or 24 minutes away from handing over to our final commentary pair out here to take you over to home. And this has been a race that has stood out in a number of different ways. All of the drama happened early on, but there have been a few issues here and there that have set itself up. It's basically been this second half of the race, it's all been strategy, it's all been about buying your ticket to the end of the race. And so I ask the question to you here, Brad, what have you been most impressed by over the course of this race, and who do you think has bought their ticket to the end of the race most effectively?
I think Drago is really in a good position for the end of the race. The most impressive part for me has been just the pure consistency in Kanda Esports in that car through both drivers. Just consistent 2024s, 202396, 202501s, 2024 something, or very, very close to it. They have not blinked a bit. They've held that gap at 10 seconds consistently, but every time that pit stop cycle rolls around, Drago is bringing it a little bit closer out of the pit stop. Last time, it was the closest that we've seen it the whole time we were in the booth. 4 seconds coming out of the pits. They were right there in a good position. WSR, I think they're in a great position as well. They're in P3, but I think for them, the challenge is going to be to hold it. But that Drago Racing number 69 has absolutely been amazing. But Kanda, you cannot deny that they have had a hold of this field since the beginning.
They have, and you've got to remember as well, Kanda, by the time they got through and the Sabrina Carpenter team had run out of fuel from the race lead, you look at where Kanda were 1-2 in this race at the front of this field. Then Xander Reed on cold tyres, spun the car around, found the barriers, and then they were out of the race. So you look around, Kanda basically had a 1-2 in the back pocket. They could have pushed away from the rest of the field. and they turn and look at where they are now. They've still got a car in front, but the critical thing is they've had to do it on their own. I think they'll look at what happened with Zander Reed in the opening 2 hours of this race here, Brad, and they'll go, that's our warning. We don't want that to happen to our car.
Indeed, you got to look back and see when you see other cars having moments. I mean, even then, if we think about what happened to the Grid and Go 001, just a small moment, busted the rear end, and unfortunately, they are out and done on the night. So, you know, again, I've said it several times through this broadcast. One small moment makes all the difference for these teams, for these cars around Bathurst. And, you know, looking back, they're going to say, okay, could we push and probably find a 202.2, a 202.1, a 202 flat? I'm sure that Elvis Rankin has more pace in that BMW up at the front of the field. But for Kanda, why? Why risk it right now? If you are able to consistently hit that 202.4, that 202.37, whatever it is right there, don't risk anything. There is no reason to risk a thing right now. You need consistency more than you need to push and show off.
Desperate light flash there from Daniel Lafuente. He's trying to get to the rear of Andrea Bristow in the blue Mercure Esport number 33. With Ryan Barneveld just in front in 7th, the 9th place BMW M-Team Burası Plus Competition Team, or the Bumwe M-Team Burası Plus Competition Team, however you want to go about it, is going to really want to try and get by. Not getting much help from Ryan van der Grijp of Manatee Racing, who did a 204 flat on that last go by, probably from lifting off and allowing the traffic through. But when you get up on the top of the mountain, you can't really let a car by easily without scrubbing speed to 30-40% off of what you would do normally.
Yeah, and that is so dangerous to do here that it's not advisable. Really, if you're behind someone, once you hit the end of the mountain straight and...
Oh, Van der Grijp hit the wall. Sorry, that was right in front of them. And you talk about taking fine limits down at that section. He tags the wall once, he tags the wall twice. It would have costed half a second to a second there for Daniel Lafuente, but he's around it. Oh my, Ryan van der Grijp, just a drop of concentration when you're in the midst of traffic that's quicker than you. So easily done.
That it is, and that's, you know, when you are the car that's trying to be through, you are aware of the faster cars coming up behind, and you are trying to make sure that you don't hurt their race, because there is nowhere for them to get past you on the mountain. Once you hit the end of the mountain straight from Quarry Bend through Forest Elbow, there's really nowhere to let them through. So what you can sometimes see is those slower cars, they try to drive beyond their limits, and you end up with moments where they hit the wall there, and it just proves to cause bigger issues because they don't want to slow your race up. You are pushing them because you're the faster car, and they just drive outside of their limits, and those fine margins can make big moments like we almost saw there.
Yeah, tiny little moments of mistake around Mount Panorama turn into race enders. When you get to circuits, for example, like Fuji Speedway, let's say, let's find another one that's got a lot of runoff area, Circuit of the Americas. You make a small mistake like that, Brad. Fine, walk away with it, move on, continue on with your race. I think a circuit like this, and this is why street circuits are really important and why drivers don't like them. I love street circuits. Drivers say, oh, I can't drive them, the walls are too close, I just tag the wall every time. I turn around and say, well, drive better, because if you can learn how to do a street circuit, in argument, if you make a mistake and run wide in the various sections, we take a look at Van der Grijp again, he hits the wall once, he hits the wall twice, there you can see Lafuente getting out of the way. If you can drive a street circuit, you can drive a road circuit a lot more precisely.
First off, I want to credit Lafuente with some absolutely ridiculous heads-up driving there to avoid that, because that could have been massive. Second, I like street circuits, and you're 100% right. The reason people don't like them is because it forces them to drive better and drive in tighter margins. You can't just, you know, Watkins Glen NASCAR style use all the runoff in turn one when you're going through. You have to actually stay in limits and stay on track, and if you can't do that, it really shows it demands another level of racecraft out of drivers that sometimes us as racers, we don't like to admit when we're not at a level. We like to think that we drive better than we do, and these street courses really bring out the truth in your driving abilities, and that's why a lot of people don't like them. But it's what makes them so great, is because it forces you to be honest with yourself of what skill you have and what you don't and what you're able to actually do, and it's where you see the cream of the crop rise.
And on top of that, street circuits, you don't have the ability to manufacture overtaking opportunities. I think that the great racing circuits of the world often get overlooked for, okay, but how do you pass and how do you get through? And with a circuit, you can build it for passing, you can build it for that opportunity. You sort of have to model it with a racetrack like this one here at Mount Panorama. You have to find the areas where you're going to overtake. And you know, it's Mountain Straight, it's Conrod Straight, and maybe Murray's if you're brave as well. That's the three places you can go and make a pass. You look at a circuit like Monaco, for example, and you can say, oh, it's too big for the current crop of modern Formula car that goes around there. I turn around and say, it's a circuit that doesn't have a natural overtaking opportunity, but by that metric, does it make you appreciate the races where you have 50 to 100 passes in a race? Absolutely it does.
Really does, and it's amazing to see, honestly. I just forget how good street circuits are sometimes, just completely off topic. I forget how good street circuits really can be, because some street circuits that are very well known are not that good, or are not true street circuits and are called street circuits, arguing correctly. And then you get Bathurst, which is a track that is just genuinely a true, real-life, great street circuit. It's so much fun to really see drivers be pushed to the absolute limits here. How has Blue Mercure not gotten past BS competition yet? How are they still bumper to bumper?
They're still saving fuel. They've still got 2.5 minutes to try and find to get them back to the hour. They pulled 2.5 minutes at the last stop. So I think if they are looking at this objectively, at this next stop, they're going to want to be in the next 15 minutes, and they want to be on the hour, back in range, so that they have flexibility for the final stint. They can go out, be a bit more aggressive, and go and get those moves. Here's the issue that they're running into right now. Fildenes and Ate Kalpanen, they are 2 and 3 seconds down the road respectively. That's tough to pull back at this level, 2 or 3 seconds. It will take a couple hours or a very nice pit stop to go and make that work. And here's something that we haven't really talked about yet. GridandGo.com Esports 002. They are reeling in everyone at the moment. And when I say everyone, they are the fastest car on track last time by with a 2:02.1. That's a team that has got Lucas Prada and WSR Esports Red down to 2 seconds. I would be very, very scared right now if I was number 23, because Grid and Go could find themselves on the podium, and Dino Lombardi is dragging them up there.
Dino Lombardi took the gloves off early. We said it was going to be the final 3 hours, and Dino Lombardi said, we'll give you a show before you get out of the booth here. So that way you know what you're missing. Dino Lombardi absolutely has decided to pull that Grid and Go 002 Ferrari and just take off with it. It's kind of impressive, honestly, all things considered. The sector times are amazing as well, looking through, running 0.2 of a second faster than Drago Racing's Johan Harth through the first sector. Now as they cross the line, let's see if that time stands. It does. It's a 2:02.184, and the leader last time ran a 2:02.2. So they are still pulling 1/10 of a second on Kanda Esports. They pulled 0.3 of a second on WSR Esports Lucas Prada last lap. It's game on.
You consider this. It's about a 30-lap stint around if you're playing it properly. If you gain 1/10 of a second over 30 laps, that's 3 seconds. You're talking about a gap that's 16 seconds back with 3 hours and 12 minutes to go. If you consider they're about 90 laps away from the end of this race, then they've got to pull 16 seconds. If they do 1/10 of a second a lap, that's 9 seconds. If they do 2/10 of a second a lap, which they're roughly doing, that's 18 seconds. They are on course to challenge Kanda Esports for the win, our gridandgo.com esports 002.
And that's on pure pace, which is amazing.
And there goes Blue
to see.
Mercure through. And that's a really weird place that Blue Mercure there had a little bit of trouble there. So it looks like for the moment they're okay. So that was just something on our timing screen for the moment. It just means that Daniel Lafuente's close, but they are doing a brilliant job here, Brad.
That they are. This is amazing to see here for Grid and Go. They are very much in contention. We said it earlier that we didn't think Kanda was safe from Drago because of that 11 to 12 second gap, and that's been consistent since we came into the booth. And you know, I still don't think that they're safe even with a 20-second gap back to the number 6-7. They are still under pressure. Kanda at any point could fall out of the lead into a top 5 finish out of the lead. It's just a case of what happens through the next 3 hours and 11 minutes. How consistent, how smooth can they be the next 3 hours, 11 minutes? How well can they hit the delta? And I'll tell you right now, a 2:02.0 for Dino Lombardi last lap, a 2:02.266 for Kanda. So that 0.2 of a second is being consistent from Grid and Go, plus factor in pit stops and everything else, which we're now starting. This is nowhere near done.
No, but they still have 2 cars to pass. They've got to get by WSR Esports Red. They've got to get by Drago Racing. And ideally, they do so in the pit lane. Baptiste Jimenez in the pits for Unity RDV competition. So they're making their stop, which should be their 4th to last stop here with 3 hours 10 left on the clock, unless they find some magical element of fuel save late on in this race. So Unity RDV are looking pretty unhappy, I would say, that they'll have to come in, do a splash and dash and get themselves away. They're a lap down at this point in time, but they will pretty much turn around and say, hey, look, we've given it a red-hot go, and we're doing brilliantly with what is sorted. Ryan Barneveld still holding his margin well. Now, this is a Blue Mercure sandwich with Bathurst plus competition bread.
This is an interesting sandwich to find right now for the 90, the 33, and the 89 that we're looking at. And then, of course, Male Racing's number 10, who has just kind of taken off and gotten away from this right now and is trying to stay away, I would say, on the back of Drago's number 6-7 up ahead here as we go. I'm curious to see what Blue Mercure does here, or what the BMW number 89 does here, if they try to get past Blue Mercure, or if everyone's just very happy holding position. Again, we're getting up near pit stop cycles here as it goes, and for these cars specifically, they have about 5 to 6 laps till they need to pit. So are they going to hold position? Are they trying to save? We know Blue Mercure needs to find 2.5 minutes, but what is the BS competition cars going to do?
Well, at the moment, not very much by the looks of it there. That Blue Mercure Ferrari has just sat itself down and has just said, I am going to supple a little bit of fuel each and every time with the slipstream, and that will save me a little margin as I go around the circuit. So it's really served them quite well with Andrea Bristow at this moment, and Barneveld is there, and at the moment it seems like we've got a little bit of a darts match out there. So with Ryan Barneveld, you'd have Raymond van Barneveld up against Andrea Bristow or Eric Bristow, the crafty Cockney.
Such an interesting position to find all of these cars in here as it goes, because all it takes is one little wiggle, one little moment, and everything can explode and things can get absolutely crazy very quickly. You see there Blue Mercure taking a slight, not even really a peek, I want to call it, but just a slightly different line there, just kind of poking the nose of the Ferrari out a little bit more. And you can see there at the top of the mountain, just the way that the BMW can handle the curbs better than the Ferrari. It really shows where that BMW runs best at. And then you just kind of watch down the straights and you see the Ferrari kind of kick back on the BMW. It tends to do better down the straights.
It does. Now, keep an eye out on this. Gridandgo.com esports 002. They have now got themselves within a second of WSR. So this is a huge moment. Prada, half a second gone on that last lap. Maxence Godinho hits pit lane then and will look to take that stop. So they're 7 minutes out at the moment, this late on in the race. That's still going to take a good 2.5 minutes a lap or an hour to get themselves back in, and that's going to be tough work to go and get themselves all done. The very dirty white Ferrari there that's got all of the rubber build-up and all the bugs that have jumped up onto the car then have been pretty much mown over in the path of that car. You get a look, a 2:01.9 from Dino Lombardi, a 2:3 from Lucas Prada, a 2:3 from Johan Haaf, a 2:1 by Elvis Rankin, who is trying to turn up the pace at the front, but again, it's another 0.2 of a second or a 1/10.5 that goes the way of gridandgo.com esports. And Dino Lombardi, who right now I think is trying to drive himself into a position where he can say, as a driver, I might be one of the most underrated drivers in the whole field of esports.
I think the big thing that's going to hurt Dino Lombardi's charge is the cars in front of him. I think it's, again, can you get the passes done? He's going to have to be very aggressive on the attempts of passes that he makes down Conrad, down the pit straight, down the mountain straight, and the quarry bend. He's going to have to really, really challenge here. He's closed that gap significantly now. 0.6 of a second coming down the mountain here. But how quickly can you get past? Lucas Prada is not going to let this go easily here. But Lucas Prada also might not have a choice but to let this go here as we go through 3 hours, 5 minutes left to go in this 12 hours of Bathurst here on iRacing. I'm amazed at how this has gone, honestly.
It's been a stellar race, and it still holds the cards with it. It's Czechia versus Italy as they work themselves into the chase. The left followed by the right, still at 150 kilometers an hour through that section before you jam on the brakes for Murray's. After being at nearly 190 kilometers an hour, you're down to 110 as you go through this section. And this lap, a 2:02.1 from Dino Lombardi, another 0.4 out of Lucas Prada. You might get the sense that it might be the mountain straight up into Quarry Corner, turn 2, where a move might be able to be manufactured. I don't think he's close enough at this point in time. He can really try and work Ferrari versus Ferrari to go and get this move. I think he's looking at Conrad over the top of the hill as the best place to get this pass done.
Definitely, if he was going to go for it on the mountain straight, he would have pulled out and went for a send up the inside into Quarry Bend, and he did not do that. So now he's stuck in that painful position of over a minute behind the WSR Esports Ferrari, which you can argue and make a strong point he is faster than. But it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Through the cutting we go, now through Reed Park, Solman Park we go, up through McPhillamy we're gonna head, and again, it's just, at this point in the mountain, it's just holding behind. You're not looking to do anything too crazy, too adventurous. Passing on the mountain is very ill-advised. Stay behind here. Now down through Skyline, the S is the Dipper we go. This is where you really just need to be on your P's and Q's. This is where you can lose all of that gap that you built up the mountain. And out of Forest Elbow, plant the power of that Ferrari, send it, and see what you can do down Conrad.
Yep, still 2 car lengths to chase down, though, as they work through that section. They actually had a tree fell over onto a live circuit before, back in the 1980s around here, that caused a huge amount of stir and confusion, but ultimately nobody hurt at that stage. Now, here's the chance then for Grid and Go to set themselves up. Not close enough this time to make the move down into the chase. So they're going to have to be patient now and figure out, okay, we spent a lap behind WSR Esports. We didn't find a surefire way to make the move. But Brad, sometimes it's not about that. You just got to figure out that the car's going to drive slightly differently in dirty air. There's not as much dirty air as they are, but they are posturing to the inside at Hell's Corner, turn 1. They do want the pass.
That they do, and here it goes. I think this might be the moment. We're starting to hit that point where you really can't afford to just sit back and wait for the pass to come. You need to force the issue, make it through. Look at this bumper to bumper coming over the hill, down Mountain Straight. What do? Peek to the inside, doesn't commit though. You've got to commit for that move if you're gonna make it stick.
Look, there wasn't any overlap. If they chucked it down the inside and they got contact, they would be pinged and blamed for that twice on Sundays. And they would have realised that, and they didn't want to take that risk. It is a case of you've got to get overlap if you want to go and make a move like it. And WSR Esports, they are not going to sit themselves down and say, look, this is the race and we're going to be happy. Over the top of the mountain, Brad, 3 hours, 2 minutes to go. Who's your pick for a winner?
With what we've seen, I think the 002 Grid and Go. I think I am going to say the 002 Grid and Go is really, I like the aggressiveness that they're racing with. The pace is there. It's just, does Lady Luck kind of play her hand?
I would argue the other way. I think this is still in the hands of the Oasis of Kanda Esports. I think they've got all the ability and talent in the world to go and hold it. The 005 is in, then of Aleix Nahui, then who is down in the pits. And again, it's another 2.5, 3 car lengths that WSR Esports are going to have to try and bundle on back here as they take the run down the hill and hope to try and find this move into the chase, or at least try and set up another chance. This might be a chance for them as well to grab a tiny bit of fuel out there. They might even be, with the pace that they are running at the moment, forcing WSR Esports to kick up the tempo for them, because they don't want to lose that place, so they have to get the speed up. 2:02.2 that time from Lucas Prada. Again, another look of a posture down to the mirrors at turn number 1 is not going to find itself too happy at this time. Blue Mercure come down in, and they're pretty much on strategy now for their pit stop. But look how close this time that you've got here with Dino Lombardi going to that inside. Lucas Prada is not going to have much to deal with. He'll lift out of it. He knows that Grid and Go is out there. They say that the devil wears Prada. Oh, bye-bye! Round you go! There goes Lucas Prada right in front of a slew of cars in front, and that's the moment it's going to tell. It's a horrible million-point turn to try and get this one back into a straight line as the 3-hour mark is about to kick. Drama to discuss for Lorenzo Bonda and for Ewan O'Leary.
Oh, thanks very much, Jake. What a moment. What a moment. An unfortunate one for Lucas Prada in that WSR Esports Ferrari. Just how costly can a mistake be? He was running third at the start of this lap. He's now down into 8th position. Well, Lorenzo, what a time to come in here. What a big moment in this race as far as a battle for the podium is concerned. And what a costly error from Lucas Prada.
Yeah, costly error that is going to be big time in this race, Ewan. So that's not an espresso moment, that's for sure, I'll have to tell you.
Well, here it is again. See if he gets on the outside curb here. He sort of let Lombardi go, but, you know, he's not on the curb at all. But I guess it's just a rhythm breaker, isn't it? Even if you do let the pass happen, you've still got somebody in front of you now for the first time in ages. I mean, Prada hasn't been right in behind that Drago car like he was earlier for ages now, at least a couple of hours. And so, first time he's trailing somebody through turn 2, getting on the power. Everything changes around you, and it's just that little thing there that's caused a tiny error that has cost them so dearly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, you know, Ewan. When you've been fighting basically the whole race with these marginal gaps, and I have to say, my point of view, I don't know if you agree with me, Ewan. I think for the past 3, 4, maybe 5 years, we've been, you know, doing this. I think this might be one of the closest races we ever had in terms of gaps. This is still doable with less than 3 hours to go. So everybody's pushing, everybody's trying something different. So because you are so high on pressure and you have to perform, and right now it's basically go or you know, go home. Hi, Mount Panorama, by the way. It's basically, you know, the moment that the pressure can get to you. And unfortunately for Prada, that was the moment.
Hold that thought on it being very close, by the way. I'm going to get the gaps from this stage in last year's race because it was even more insane. But I think across the board, you're probably right. In terms of the top 3, I think last year's might have been closer, but I'll just double check the actual facts. There's the track temperature, 34 degrees Celsius down on the racetrack here at Mount Panorama. Just 10 past 3 in the afternoon now, so a little bit later than what it is in the real world race, where they end just before 6 o'clock. We're going to be ending just afterwards, but we don't have to get off after this to go to the news on TV, so that makes our job a lot easier at the end of this broadcast. But anyway, we're past the high temperatures of the afternoon really now, and it's never really a big concern, is it? When we're down to the 15th of February, It can get warm, but today it's never really got that warm. Tire temperatures, I don't think, have been the real talking point of this race, at least from what I've seen. Well, this has been one of the. Sorry,
I committed the cardinal sin. I left you hanging. My apologies. But I was going to say, normally what do we get in Bathurst? About 40, 45 to maybe 50 degrees at this peak of hour, right? Because it is in the southern part of the world. Therefore, you're still lingering on the end of summer, so you'd be concerned about tires. But this has been a fuel race all race long. So, this is what I think made the interesting strategies for everyone. The cars that are good on fuel got bopped, and you have to think your ways about it, how you want to go and put your car. So I think this has been an interesting race as a strategy point of view from start.
Now, I want to go back to that point you made a couple of moments ago about this being a very, very close race across the board. And across the board, it is certainly true. And of course, we're in the middle of a pit stop phase right now. But the top 5 covered by 15 seconds right now. In last year's race, that's what covered the top 4. The top 3, though, were covered by less than 8 seconds. And it rained last year, don't forget. So it did change quite a lot of this race. With 2 hours to go, though, Team Redline, Marla Racing Team and Drago Racing were in a 3-way fight for the lead, and it kept going backwards and forwards because of the slight dampness on the racetrack. It wasn't wet anymore, it wasn't raining anymore. Because of the slight dampness on the racetrack, each 3 drivers, top drivers, top teams, they were all making mistakes once they got to the lead, and then they ended up dropping down the field again, or at least dropping down behind the other 2, as they were running in a trio for so long towards the end of that race. Eventually, Team Redline dropped away throughout the next hour, and then towards the finish, Drago just lost that little bit of time, and Rainer Talvar brought it home for the Marla Racing Team. But if we get a race like that, we'll be very, very pleased indeed, because that was an astonishingly close race. I think across the board, though, you're probably correct, in as far as the top 8 to 10 is concerned, this is much closer than normal.
It was bizarre, because if we're going to be thinking about this race as a whole, right, Ewan, I would say if we're grabbing the first hour, which normally is the chaos hour, I was going to say, okay, we're seeing basically the Australian reenact of a Squid Game season 3, or season 2, or season 1, whatever. Pick your season. It doesn't matter. Everybody's going to die anyway, except for one character. But that was what was happening in the first hour. Even though it wasn't a big one, it was just like pockets of contact here and there. Everybody was trying to move up the grid and be concerned about track position and everything. It was mentioned a couple of times. Track position in this track, I think, kind of matters a lot, especially when you're trying to save fuel over the long haul of 12 hours. But I think after, I would say maybe hour 5 or at the halfway point of the race, things calmed down, and this became actually a gap race and a mathematical battle of, where do you need to be track position-wise for you to be ahead when it comes to the final pit stop, and you're trying to cut down maybe for those who are in the BMW who might get an extra lap on everybody else, or trying to go some maybe like 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds faster, maybe on the pit stop when they come to the final one they have to take, or the shorter one they have to take,
Yeah, and we'll talk about those pit stops as they are approaching here towards the end of the race, when they, the pit stops approaching right now for Drago and Marla, who are on the screen right now. I mean the final pit stops, when they're likely to take their short fuel, although to be fair, throughout our pre-out stint here, we might well see some slightly shorter stops as they try and just knock off some of those laps that they've saved earlier in the day. It seems especially apparent actually early in the day just what was going on in that second group was quite a lot of fuel saving through the opening part of this race. See if they carry on again. They will do. Kanda at the moment are coming towards the end of lap 3, so expect another couple of laps out of the race leader, especially as we look at Baptiste Jimenez here, who's gone a bit wide over the top of the hill and down into the dipper here. And I think has gotten away with that, but you don't get away with many moments here at the mountain. That's why, even though Kanda have had a gap for a long time now and they're holding a margin, you can never switch off, you can never turn away, because You just never know what can happen over the top of the mountain. After all, they do more laps here in this race than they do in the real-life Bathurst 12 Hour, and of course there's no safety cars, so all of the 350-odd laps that we do here are absolutely under green and plenty of time to make a mistake.
And don't forget, they don't have kangaroos over here to be concerned about, you know.
True. That's a thing that's easier about this race.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, imagine if you had like a kangaroo jack jumping over your car or something like that, or trying to do you a spinneroo or something like it. You know, that would be
through
good
the
for
wind rig.
Yeah, something like hashtag content, but for race-wise, I think that wouldn't be very good for you.
Yeah, yeah. I'll end this conversation here before I'm sick. Meantime, Williams versus Grid and Go for 11th place. One of the few Lamborghinis in the field. Williams F1 Team Gaming have decided to go rogue. I know you will enjoy seeing the Lamborghini. It's not been a very varied field, to be fair, this year's Bathurst 12 Hour, which has been a bit of a shame, really, because in previous years, normally it is very much down to sort of driver preference, really, which does really help with variety. But actually, that's not necessarily been the case so much here this time around. The Ferrari's definitely been the one to have. Although, as we go on board with Grid and Go here, can't be too surprised that they've gone for it, as they seem to often do so. Here comes the 004 to the inside of Mimasi, and he will get up into 11th position pretty easily down Mountain Straight.
Yeah, not even a fight from the Lamborghini. That's unfortunate, you know, like I think you were saying. I think this is one of the few races where we've seen a good variety of cars, right? I think through the years. I'm trying to remember if this was like Ferrari infested like it was last year. I think it was quite the opposite. I think that we didn't have a lot of Ferraris, but I have to fact check on that one. While we're seeing T. Koppinen in the pit lane with 2 hours and 50 to go, so the leaders slowly making strides, while we're gonna see Quen eventually bump up a few positions.
Yeah, I believe it was quite varied last year from what I remember across the board.
I'm actually looking it up right now. I'm actually opening the stream. I was trying to find it.
I've got the list in front of me here. So Marlo win the BMW, obviously. They always drive BMW. But then it was Drago in the Mercedes. Then 3 Porsches, 2 Redlines and a Kanda. Then an Audi of Apex. That's quite rogue. First Ferrari was 9th for Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. There was a Corvette in 11th. Mustang 15th in their first Bathurst 12 Hour, I think that would have been at the time, and McLaren 21st at best. I'd be surprised if we even have all those manufacturers here this year. Never mind the spread across the board. 3 different in the top 3.
I can tell you that from a fact, Corvette got mega bopped. Otherwise, I think they probably would have made at least one car in this year. I think this was one of the cars that got most bopped in terms of fuel, because it is one of the better cars in terms of fuel consumption for the whole GT3 grid.
Just looking through the other years now, see who's been going well in recent years. It's been pretty spread across the manufacturers, to be honest. A Lamborghini in 2024. McLaren in 23, the Apex Racing team back then. Well, how's this for a top 30, by the way? Apex, Urano and Altus. Well, none of them in this race, I don't think. Unless there's an Apex car that has snuck in here. No, there isn't, of course. So,
nope.
Yeah, former Apex driver currently leading this race, Johan Half, but not anymore. He is part of the Drago Racing team. As Phil Denez comes into the pit lane, he was driving earlier for BS competition in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, which he eventually handed off to Felix Quernbach to go on and take race victory in that 3-hour race earlier this afternoon. That finished, though, about 6-7 hours ago now, and he got out the car after only an hour of it. So Denez has been driving here at Bathurst now for quite some time, but see if he can get a good result in a second race of the day.
Yep, because if I remember, you might be able to correct me on this, because you were on the broadcast. I think they took the lead of the championship, didn't they?
They're 1 point behind Falcon Sim Racing in the championship going into the last round. So, they're trying to defend their title for a second year in a row, make it 3 titles in a row, and they're 1 point behind going into the final round. I think.
All right. well, should we trust the commentators, Matt, or was it that you picked up from the DLNS website?
That is my maths.
Okay. Then
so,
don't trust our mathematics.
I mean, a winner gets 15 in that series, so I think I can do that.
Fair.
You know,
Okay,
I could do that with my fingers and toes. You know.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
If I need to, if I need to, I can get my socks off and start counting properly. But I didn't need to, so there we go. But a good finale coming up next week for that series. You'd imagine we'll see with the PS competition how many they can jam in the top 10 here. They've got a good chance of getting 4 cars in the top 10 by the end of tonight. Let's see if they do. As Johan Hart now comes into the pit lane from the lead of this race. So. We'll do a rundown once he has done, because that will have been everybody into the pit lane, at least in the top 10 it would have been. But where is Johan Hart going to come out, and is this pit stop going to be of normal length for Drago Racing? You'd expect this to now be actually the Frenchman's final stint, I would have thought here, Lorenzo, handing over for the last 2 hours or so to his teammate.
Yep, and a good outing from Johan, right? We normally see Johan, do prototypes. We've seen him doing that before. But always dabble around, back in Apex with GT3s. I think even rode at IMSA, the IMSA Global Esports Championship with Apex in the Porsche GT3. So, that is good to know that he's still doing good and still going in strong on those cars. I think he's about to get out of the pit lane, and we'll see the true gap, 7 seconds, but that is going to increase.
Yep, with the cold tyres, that is indeed going to increase. We'll see what the gap is when it normalises. And to be fair, over the course of the whole stint, it just tends to normalise as well, really, over the course. Yep. So anyway, let's have a run through of the top 10 then, shall we, as they've all come out the pit lane. In fact, there was a driver change there, because Elvis Rankin is now leading this race for Kanda Esports. So maybe he was in before, actually, wasn't he, Elvis? I don't think that was a driver change, actually. So yeah, Rankin's leading for Kanda Esports. He's just under 8 seconds in front of Johan Hart, who is driving for the Drago Racing team. Then it's Grid and Go and Dino Lombardi, who is on the charge, it must be said. And the guys beforehand, Jake and Brad, were just discussing whether they have left it too late here. Is it too little too late, maybe? Well, I am not sure. I think it might be, but they are closing, so we'll keep an eye on them. Phil Denez is in 4th place for Marla Racing Team, looking to get onto the podium in their defence of their race victory from 1 year ago. Drago Racing Team's other car, or one of their others, round out the top 5. BF competition then, number 90, Ryan Barneveld is in 6th. Ahead of Felix Kronbach, who was also driving that DNLS race earlier. He ended the race though, so he was driving on the Nürburgring a lot more recently. He's only just in front of Andrea Bristow, who's driving very well for Blue Mercury Esport in 8th position. We'll chat about them in a little moment. WSR Esport down to 9th now, Martin Kadlacik. Of course, Blue Mercury had already made their pit stop by the time Lucas Prada had his spin, so that spin actually putting them down to 9th from the top 3 in the end. BS Plus Turner rounding out the top 10, and they, by the way, are only 3/4 of a minute off the lead, and that is pretty impressive when you look across the board. But yeah, Kanda still lead this race. No real huge surprises, I would say, in the top 10. Redline are not here, as we know, but all of the top teams of sim racing, you'd say, apart from that, are pretty well represented.
Yeah, and it's good to know that we're seeing, the top dogs, feature in this race. Of course, for those who are wondering and are in the chat, like it's been mentioned, if not 300,000 times, I'm not gonna say the numbers. Okay, I read chat. I'm a boomer. I have 35 years old. I will not say those 2 numbers. Redline is actually focused on the Indy Championship that they are battling for the victory. So that's why they're focused on there, and they're not in here. So
it's not today though, is it?
Nah, it's not today. But you rather want to put your laps in, on a 12-hour event that maybe will give you money, or like for the team, or a championship that definitely will give you money.
Well, I get it from that perspective, but they could just wing it,
I know Lebedra is over here. Well, Lebedra was over here.
I did notice him start the race, actually.
Yeah.
What was his team name? Literally Grid Go.
Literally Grid Go.
I don't know who his teammate would have been, actually.
Valentin Mundernack.
Okay,
Basically,
okay.
it was. Thinking about it this way, it was the reenaction of the 2019, I think, RAG Esports.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we're getting that old.
Wow. It's a throwback for you. That's me.
And maybe 2021, but then yeah, no, I might be tripping, but it could be like 2021 or something like that. It might be a little bit closer than that.
Well, I'm actually very luckily got the 2021 results up in front of me because I was looking for something else. But RHG were in that race, but so were Redline, finishing 1 and 2, obviously. So
Yep.
I don't know. To be honest, that's the last time, by the way, the race was won by more than a lap, I think.
Yeah, I think 2021 was the year that Redline was supposed to do a 1, 2, 3, but I think Johnny's car actually hit one of the back markers, and they broke down at McPhillamy Park. I know because Max just decided to call me out because I didn't blame the back marker car for making a mistake.
Wasn't that still in the years when the Porsche Cup cars were out there as well? Or was that?
Ooh,
That might have been out there, but I think 2020 was the last year of those.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe, maybe he just hit a back marker. Anyway. Yeah, there are a lot of them in this race, so that does make sense. The field indeed reduced to 50 this year compared to what it was back then. 55 cars started the race back then. Not sure it makes much difference, to be honest with you, but it's still very busy.
Yep. It's still packed, you know. Should we say impressively or surprisingly, the 1/4 of the grid basically dipped in the first hour or so, in the first 4 hours.
I mean, we haven't had a chance really to chat about anything yet because it's been all going on in the first few minutes since we joined. But what did you make of the start of this race? I mean, it's dark at the beginning of Bathurst and it's a really hard circuit. I think a lot of the other races, of long endurance races, get sort of big reputations for being a dangerous start or whatever, like Spa especially, and all sorts of other places. But this, for me, is by far the most difficult start to an endurance race, I think, of any of the long 6-hour plus races that we have in the special event calendar. I mean, I know it's hard, but having said that, a lot of people powered into that crash, didn't you think?
I don't think, I am sure. I'm not gonna lie. Basically, that was basically a recap of what I've been seeing the whole week through the iRacing clips. That was basically a reenaction of what I saw in the iRacing clips. I was asking this on other discourse. Are we going to see a big one? How likely are we going to see a big one? We didn't see a big one. We saw like a small, potentially middle one happen, I think, in the first like 20 minutes of the race. But after that, I think there was just like moments here and there of, I'm not gonna say ruthless aggression. I'm not a WWE guy, but there's nothing close to it. But I don't think it was anything close to that. I think just people trying to be aggressive, trying to do overtakes that maybe are not the right space for you to do it, or not the right moment, and other people got caught into it, and that was a little bit unfortunate. But it was more messier than usual, and this time we didn't have rain, which matters quite a lot.
This is true. Only one edition has had rain, I believe, of the Bathurst 12 Hour so far, and it was indeed last year's. To be fair, in the real world, you don't often see it. It is in February down in Australia, New South Wales, so it's not the rainiest part of the world at this time of year. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
coming from a country where it has rained every day so far. It does rain, just not often in February.
Yeah, fair.
I don't remember actually the last time in the real world it rained actually in a February Bathurst 12 hour. I really have to rack my brain for that. There's that famous clip, of course, of people going about 2 miles an hour in 2011, but that was quite a long time ago now.
Yeah, I'm actually going to look on that. Now you got me curious.
Might take a while to find out. Well, maybe there's a really obvious one that we're forgetting. Let us know if you know. But I can't think of anything more recent than that very famous one in the early 2010s, whenever it was. Feels like about 2012, 2011 maybe. When this race was a little bit younger. Pleasing that we've had this race, the iRacing version, for quite some time now. In iRacing, as I say. It's got to be getting on for 10 years. The Daytona 24 Hours, one of the longer running endurance races in iRacing, as it's 12th edition this year. And some proper history to these races now these days. Drago Racing able to take the Daytona 24 Hours, by the way, this year. Their first ever title at a race that Kanda have dominated in the past. It's been their nemesis Red Lines race in the past, though. This one, Kanda looking to win it here in 2026. They are just inside 11 seconds in front of Drago Racing. Then you've got Grid and Go, who are closing in from third position, and will keep an eye on Dino Lombardi as this race continues on, because he does continue to get closer.
Yeah. No, actually, it got me curious about one thing about regarding Drago. You know, talking about them while we see this chase going to Reed Park. Question to you, because we've pondered this about Grid and Go, I think, during one of the last events. Maybe I think it was in the 24-hour esports series, Ewan. How close do you think Drago might be towards winning a iRacing World Championship? It doesn't matter if it has to be Indy, the Porsche Esports, the Tag Heuer Porsche Esports Super Cup, or any other one that might be coming in the future. Because they have a lineup today that I think easily matches Redline and Kanda today. I think they are the third force in sim racing right now.
Yeah, they do have a very good lineup. The thing for me about a World Championship is the hours put in and the seeming practice and the advantage that Redline seem to come with every season. I think especially of PES they could probably have the best shot at, in my opinion. It always seems to supersede the other teams, whether that be Kanda and their other sister teams, or the Apexes of the world in previous years as well. Yes, they've picked up some good drivers, but to be honest, for me, Alexander Spets is their best driver for Drago. His best car for me.
Since Vasquez left, right?
Yeah, but maybe you know, I think he'd be quite close now, even if he was still there. But anyway, his best car for me, Spets, is a GTP, is a hypercar, and that's not in a World Championship at the moment, and that's a big. I mean, Spets, I think, can be the best driver on iRacing in one of those cars. You know, even taking into account Redline, Kanda, you know, the big teams who've been there for years and years and years. Spets can take him on. He very nearly did, completely alone at Petit Le Mans. The bad strategy call towards the end of last year in that Petit Le Mans, that edition, took them out of the race eventually. Well, it brought them second, but it didn't win them the race on that occasion. But, you know, I think he's been pretty unbelievable in that category of car over the last couple of years, certainly the last 12 months. But as I say, there is no World Championship in that car at the moment, and that I think makes their equation quite difficult. Added to the fact that Redline are so strong in these events, as shown by the way, the qualifying results. Just look at the qualifying results from the IndyCar race last week. They were all over it. Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, top 7, I think they had in the end. So yeah, I mean that's what you're up against. How do you get in amongst that? I mean, yeah.
It's tough, you know. I think you have to get upon a certain level of competition that is hard for you to get in. Of course, you set yourself already in the higher tiers of, you know, sim racing, you know, the sim racing giants like BS competition. I say third force, maybe they are tied with BS competition that we are seeing. Of course, it's the model racing car, but it's BS competition driving nowadays. Because back in the old days, I think model was like a mix-up between Williams and BS. Nowadays, fully BS. But if we are to argue, BS competition was usually the third force because, you know, they have really good, really strong lineup, and they have had that throughout the years. But it's interesting. I've always gone with this mindset of, you know, they always have, you know, a strong team, but I don't know if it is on the moments that matter or the championships that matter. Maybe the preparation they have against other teams, they did not find that, you know, extra thing, you know, that might have set themselves ahead of the competition. But then again, it's no wonder why Redline and Kanda historically through the years have been the best teams, because, you know, they basically live and die in the sim, and that's pretty much it. That's what you have to do.
They certainly do. Just on BS competition, by the way, they'll feel like their year's really starting to get underway now. Talking to Florian and a couple of the guys when we were in Maastricht, obviously that was all happening while the Daytona 24 Hours was going on, and never really occurred to me before, but they were just shaking their heads and saying how Daytona never quite goes their way, and so it proved in this year's edition of the race as well. I know that Kanda have had a very good stranglehold on the overall title, but even going for the GTD title, which has gone around the teams in the last few years, they've never really been able to get the rub of the green at Daytona. So as far as a special event calendar is concerned, their season very much getting underway here. It certainly did last year when they won the 12-hour. At the moment they look like probably the best they can get is a podium, but even this looks difficult. Marlow Racing team in 4th position is under the BS umbrella, as is number 90 and 89. They're 6th and 7th, and then the BS Plus Turner team in number 1. Don't know whether they're designated that car as the sort of reigning champions car, if you like, although it's never really a thing for a one-off race like this. In any case, they're in 10th place at the moment. So you look at it in one sense, say we've got 4 in the top 10, but you look at it in another and say we're not on the podium at a race we're defending. Not sure how they're going to view tonight if it stays like this.
Yeah, but it's good to see BS, having a strong outing once again. They usually, of course, being a BMW team, normally you would see in events that normally BMW would not be the wouldn't be the stronger car, and this one I think could be one of the best years in terms of the BMW being strong, and we're seeing that Drago has 2nd place, Mala in 4th, Drago in 5th. Then you have the other BS competition cars that are sitting in the top 10. So it's good to see, once in a while that they can feature among the top guys in sports, even if the car for them might not be the best in terms of BOP.
Well, yeah, indeed. That will always be bit of a discussion point as normal, but they'll stick by the BMW at BS competition. And I've always said this, that I think it really does work out eventually, sticking with a team. This is from earlier on in the race, by the way, as we have a little look through as to what happened at the beginning here. I mean, this is all before the race even begun on the formation lap into the final turn. It's a big stack up and a number of guys piling in to a big accident down there at the final turn before they all got spun back round again and got underway. And into the cutting on the opening lap as well, there was trouble that we can maybe jump forward and see in just a second. Here it is. So onto the mountain for the first time, and unfortunately 50 drivers starting, not everybody getting over and back down the other side of the mountain for the very first time. Just a stack up, a concertina effect, eventually sending one of the Crit and Go cars all the way around, trapped a Lamborghini behind, and a separate incident here that piled in eventually caused the real jam that happened here through the cutting. Eventually everybody having to slow down, a lot of guys getting damage on this opening lap.
Yeah, and like I said, that was a medium one, because if that was a big one, this probably would have been locked out for about 2 to 3 minutes easily. Probably these guys would have already lost a lap, given the circumstances and where you are basically held up right at the cutting, where runoff areas are inexistent. Then we had the Sabrina Carpenter issue, which for me, by the way, I think arguably one of the best names we've seen for teams. Dylan Bursa, just fully embodied the spirit, and then decided to do a reenact of this year's Bathurst 12 Hours with his DNF.
It's been a long time since I've seen a meme team name in one of these for such a serious special event. We used to get them all the time, but less so these days.
Yeah.
In fact, teams used to compete, well, some of them anyway, to break our graphics. Not anymore, but anyway, well, not that I'm particularly supportive of that, by the way. But yeah, anyway, they got on the lead, by the way. Just to have a little run through of the race. That was what all happened on lap number 1. Those restarts, or indeed that start, sorry, that we saw. At number 18, Kanda car, though, was the one on pole, and it pulled away by about 2 seconds over its teammates that were following. The 08, indeed, was following by about 2 seconds coming into the first drops. But then Dylan Burst, as you say, did have that short stop and got out to the lead by about 7 seconds or so, got out the traffic and got out front, which wasn't the worst idea, but he did have a technical problem, it seemed, after about an hour and a half or so, about halfway through that second stint, and therefore it gave over the lead back to Kanda again, but not the 18, because at the second stop, around the second stop, the number 18 Kanda Esports car dropped by the wayside as well, and so it was over to 08 to go and lead, which they have been now since pretty much 10 hours to go in this race, leading by 3 seconds initially over Blue Mercure, who got themselves into second in the third hour, although that gap would grow to 5. It would double as Blue Mercure continued to make their early stop compared to some of the other contenders. It dropped so about 10 seconds after 4 hours. And eventually, about the halfway stage, they dropped behind Drago, and they've, I think, gently tried to get themselves back onto strategy, Blue Mercure, but it's cost them a bit of time. And they're now in the battle we were just seeing a moment ago for 6th place, a little bit further down in the race. But as far as the gap is between 1 and 2 is concerned, Drago got it down to 9 seconds by half distance. WSR joined them, but the gap grew to what it is about now, really. And that was only brief that WSR Esports joined them, unfortunately, for about an hour. They dropped away, and then they had that spin, of course, just about 35 minutes ago, which has dropped them to 9th position in this race. So it's been hovering around 11 seconds since there were 5 hours to go, really. There's now half of that race remaining from then to now gone, and the gap is still not closer, and that's why I think the odds at the moment are very much stacked in Kanda's favour.
Yeah, and I think largely due in part to Tristan Eglacius driving up. I think Jake and Brad, they went over this quite well. The pace that Tristan was actually putting in the Ferrari, by the way, a choice if we're considering Kanda's history, right? Normally we would associate them with the Ford or the Porsche, being a Porsche, having Porsche factory drivers. So it's awkward for us to see them in a Ferrari, but nevertheless, the pace that Eglacius was putting was astonishing, and that's what kept both Drago and WSR back then at bay. And Drago had to, go for an alternate strategy because they were saving fuel under WSR, came under the pit lane, managed to cut down some time, about 7 seconds. The gap was basically half of when they came out of the pit lane, but of course that increased because, cold tires and everything. But they tried something extra, but the pace that ranking is also putting in the racetrack is nearly the same pace that the Eglacius have been putting all race long. So it's complicated when the level, we've always talked about this, the driver level, the pace level between these guys are marginal. So you have to do something extra for you to get ahead. And unfortunately for Drago, that's not been the case with the big strategy car.
Yeah, I mean, Kanda Esports as a team do often go for the different manufacturers, but it's Porsche Kanda. They often
are associated
for. Yeah. Porsche Kanda, they always go for the Porsche, obviously, I suppose. But yeah, Ferrari this time round, and that very much has been the car of choice across the board. Although the BMWs are starting to float their way up towards the front here, definitely, with PS Competitions 4 in the top 10 now, but also Drago Racing have brought some into the top 10 as well. I wonder whether these two groups are maybe closing here. The battle for 4 between Phil Denez and Ate Kauppinen maybe is closing between themselves and Ryan Barneveld, Felix Kernbach and Andrea Bristow. I mean, it's 2.5 seconds now. Maybe it's just the first time I'm noticing it, but it feels like it's getting closer between those two groups.
It is. Bristow's lap. I'm just taking a quick look through the laps right here. 202.43 for Barneveld, 202.404 for Kernbach, and Bristow is slightly a little bit slower by 1/10 of a second. Like I said, the gaps are so marginal between them, and that I think the only way for you to get ahead at this moment is for either one to either sneeze, have a connection problem, a virtual kangaroo gets spotted around the racetrack, or the sun glare gets in their faces like you'd be blinded by flash on Pokemon, which basically is ineffective.
We right on board at the moment with Andrea Bristow, Blue Mercure Racing driver, joining them for this Bathurst 12-hour. Bit of traffic in front of the trailing group here, which might have been the reason for a closing gap here, and might be the reason it extends again. I'm trying to work out who it is in front of them. It looks like a WSR Esports team actually at the moment. I'm not sure whether that's just from this far back. That's what it looks like. Probably isn't indeed, because the only car. Maybe. Might be some Harry Multikainen. Right sat in front of these guys. If that is indeed a WSR car that is in front of them, and not particularly getting out the way either. It's not going to impress those on the lead lap, but you just have to jump out the way.
I think if he does jump out of the way, it will be right here at the final corner, because I think that's the one, it makes more sense. You know, you lift off in Murray's, let everybody else go, or at least one car. And that could happen again over here at L corner, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he's going to do that at Quarry Bend.
Let's see whether that rings true here.
Yep. There you go. I think he went to the side. No, he's not going to lift.
No. So this will be frustrating those on the lead lap now. It is Santeri Martikainen.
That's the problem of,
he's got half a minute.
Make race of sorts.
Well, yeah, or yeah, BOP'd racing like this. He's got half a minute in front and half a minute behind, which will be even more frustrating. It's not like he's in a fight with anybody. Again, has absolute right to be there. I'm just pointing out the fact that those on the lead lap won't be very impressed at the moment.
No, not at all. And unfortunately for them, the blue flag is, you know, not mandatory for them to, you know, let go off the gas and let them go through. You know, it's more of an informative blue flag than saying, okay, you got a car that's about to outlap you eventually. So whenever you feel safe, let it go. Of course, in private leagues, you would say, oh, you might have a few set of corners over here that you have to let go. So that might be the case. Well, we're still going to follow that. Are they going to lift now going through the chase?
No. So they don't allow the others through into the chase either. Well, this will be frustrating those in that group now. Martikainen's on the same strategy as these guys, as in he's got the same amount of laps to go until the end of this stint, which is going to be just as annoying for those who are out there at the moment trying to get past him. But anyway, this might just give these two that little bit of breathing space. And as I say, that might be why these two were closed in on by so much, because under our noses, while we were talking about other stuff, that WSR Esports car was probably in their way for a few laps as well.
Yeah, and was that the same car that we saw featured in B3 a few hours ago? I think it is, isn't it?
It's not the same. I think that car's down in 9th, isn't it? This is their sister car that's going a lap down, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, blame my sickness. Lawrence is going crazy. All right, so if he's going crazy, that means he's abnormal. I apologize.
I mean, it's they're identical, I think. So you know.
Yeah.
Hard to tell apart. There is the 89 through, but Blue Mercury Sports are not through, and they've dropped quite a bit of time actually. So, oh no, sorry, they have gotten through as well. It's the WSR Esports car that has dropped a bit of time there. That was the trick, I think. Blue Mercury effectively stayed so close to the 89 there, they sort of gave no choice to Martikainen but to let them both through in one go.
Yeah, I think they had no choice, but you can see there it generated a little bit of a gap to the BS car ahead, right? So it's gonna take a little bit of a while for that BS the Buter Sub Plus competition team to catch up to the other BS Plus competition team. So maybe about a half a lap or so until they finally are back in the training, and that WSR car potentially could be in the train as well, trying to save a little bit of fuel. Try to remain behind them as we approach the final 15 minutes of this first hour of broadcast. So we still have 2 more hours to go.
Yeah, indeed. Still 2 hours to go here on the iRacing and RaceBot TV YouTube channels as well, so hope you're enjoying the coverage of this year's iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour in 2026. Just about, say, 2 hours 15 to go. There is the mountain. Sofia Naliri, Lorenzo Bonda with you to the finish, with Ramiro Augustin Cisneros still behind the cameras, rooted to his seat, fingers bleeding, I'd imagine. Maybe ears bleeding since me and Lorenzo got here. Don't know. But, yeah, props to him for staying with us this whole broadcast on iRacing and RaceBot TV. We've spread ourselves thin across the busy weekend, that's for sure. Busy weekends in sim racing as they come along very often in sim racing these days.
Yeah, thinking about it this way, we work 24/7. Even if you think about it, well, not me usually, but as commentators are pretty much requested around the clock every time, and the producers as well. So props for everyone to doing their jobs. By the way, I got you an answer for the last time there was a rain on 12 hours of Bathurst. That was 2024.
Go on. No
so
way.
That was actually one. Why? What?
That feels like it's. I should have just remembered that.
Really, but it was the last time a 24 hours of Bathurst was raced in the rain, and the Manti team actually won it.
12 hours, but yes. Wow, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
No, but believe it or not, I should have known as well.
Okay. It wasn't raining that much then, based on the pictures that I'm seeing. Okay, well, actually. Yeah, it kind of was, actually.
Yeah.
Well, there's no excuse. Somebody's saying only 14 teams survived in the race. That's not true. You need to wait for the leaderboard to scroll down. There are a lot of cars retired, but I can tell you that still running this, actually double that, 28 cars still in this race, by the way, and 22 gone. Most of those, in fact, nearly 20 of those, gone within the first 3 or so hours of this race, which was very, very attritional. Later, less so attritional in this race, but yeah, we do have still 28 cars running in this race.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy though? While you were saying, of course, there are more than 14 teams in the grid. I think we have about 28, which is a little bit over 50% still running. But you know what's crazy? Only half is still in the lead lap. You see the ones that are on the top 14 highlighted in you know, brighter white, they're actually in the lead lap. 15 is already a lap down. I just took a look. I actually glanced at that on the time screen and was like, what?
Bit easier to get through traffic this time as they come into the chase. These guys for 6th position, 2 BS competition cars, are part of the same team despite their different colour scheme. Helps us out quite nicely as commentators, that was. Oh, that does.
Yeah, thank you.
They've gone slightly different. Yeah, pleased about that. We talked about this earlier, actually, on an earlier broadcast today about that kind of thing. The fact that BS competition do so well with allowing us to tell them apart, but also you can tell that they're part of the same team as well. They get that balance very, very, very well. As there's a change, meantime, for 6th place. The two teammates exchange, and that is Ryan Barneveld letting Felix Kronbach go through.
Yeah, what a guy, But the Ryan Airlines actually just decided to, have a little bit of a landing and let Kronbach go through. So that's good. And I wonder if there is like a safe fuel strategy or something like that, or going to these final 2 pit stops right even. But it's been an interesting switch of sorts. And by the way, I was actually reading something upon this. When it was the last time Ryan Barneveld and Oskari Rini were actually featured in the same team?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Indy 6 Hours last year.
Wow. I thought you were going to tell me it was years and years ago, but it's not 6 months.
No. I gave you like a big suspense, but no, it was actually quite recent.
No, okay, fair enough. Well done for knowing that anyway. I'd say you could have given me 1,000 years, to be honest. I don't think
and
I'd
1,000 more?
Yeah.
But dude.
Is that a reference for something?
It's a reference to a lyric. It's a lyric. It's a song.
Oh, I see. Right. Well, hopefully people watching got that rather than me.
This is what happens when you have a boomer in the broadcast. Boom and stuff.
Doesn't matter whether it's sort of new popular culture or old. I'm not going to get it.
No, that is actually quite a. I'm not going to say a very old song. I think this is like from the early mid 2000s. I would have to look it up.
Well, I was going to say, even if it was out last week, I wouldn't know. So there you go. Battle for 4th, just getting through some traffic here with that Aston Martin and this Porsche as well for Bike Colino, number 11. They have had some issues in this race. Well, maybe I've just been unlucky when I've been tuning in, but there's been a couple of spins for this team around the place. Now in 21st position. I'm not sure this is a fight, actually, that's just been split up by traffic. No, it isn't. But Santiago Bazjoka is getting lapped for a second time now by these guys. But it's been running very closely with that other lap car, that Aston Martin just in behind.
But it's good. I think I mentioned this on the 24-hour esports series. I think they were under by 500, right, Ewan? It's good to see more, South American teams, being featured. We had Invicio Infinity, the Capivara team, which is basically Gustavo Ariel's school team of sorts, as Phil Denez is going to do the overlap, and Drago is going to go following them. But it's good to see Capivara. I think there might have been, one more Brazilian team featured into it. My team was going to be featured into it, but then unfortunately Carnival happened, and finding drivers is complicated. But then again, it's good to see more teams like Sart, by 500, by Colino. I don't know if it's Cogino, they mentioned in South America in Spanish. But it's good to see, more teams be featured. And I know maybe because I butchered the name, Ramirez is going to get on my ears.
Yeah. I was just Colino. I thought the double L would be a Y there. Okay.
I thought it would be more like of a J or something like that, because I know they because in Argentina they mentioned the double L as like Cogino or something like that, so it's figured as much.
We're going to have an Argentinian Spanish lesson, and in the meantime, I know somebody's asking in the YouTube chat for a little bit of cockpit view, so we'll give it to you. We'll be quiet for a moment, let you enjoy the sounds of this BMW. This is Arte Kauppinen, your driver here over the top of the mountain at Mount Panorama, on board in 5th place with the Drago Racing BMW. Oh, what an incredible view it is on board at the mountain in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hour of 2026. That was Ate Kauppinen in the Drago Racing number 67, chasing the Marlow Racing team in 4th position and trying to run away from, indeed, his teammates. Well, not his teammates, sorry, but Ferdinand's teammates. Felix going back, Ryan Barneveld leading the group behind, Andrea Bristow in there as well. Just over 2 hours to go in this race. It's myself, Ian Deliri, Lorenzo Bonda in with you for the next 2 hours. And, well, as we were following there, Lorenzo, this stage in the race, it's still about saving fuel, following the leader. And I think at this stage, sizing up how you're going to get to 4th, because I'm not sure these guys are quite close enough to get themselves onto the podium.
Nah, I think it's going to be a long reach in my point of view. The gap to grid and go is about 11 seconds, 12 up to 13. In the worst case for BS, the BMW M-Team BS competition. But unless something tragic happens, and unfortunately, the Emperor of Yellow Flags cannot call out a yellow flag over here. Sniffity sniff. So. It's unfortunate, but then again, that's just how racing it is done in the special events. But it will have to take something extra. I think it's only a tragedy, someone hitting the wall or something like that, that will bring a potential podium fight.
Sorry, Bristow is going for this. And this will be the first proper overtake we see for a while in this top 10. Round the... Oh, contact! Big contact, and he's going to hit the wall hard! Oh, he's got away with it. He's gotten away with it. The camera angle looked like he was flying towards the wall there. Wow. He's gotten away with it. He goes through the gravel. WSL Esports are right there. Bristow, I think, is coming to the pit lane anyway, is he? No, he's not. Oh, he is now. Sorry, he is coming into the pit lane. That might have been the last lap of his stint anyway. But he went for that into the chase, just trying to get a further car length up. And there was contact with Ryan Barneveld in the number 90. And Andrea Bristow takes a wild ride through the gravel. He comes out the other side okay. But my goodness, that was a heart-in-mouth moment. Have a look at this. Blue Mercury Sport on the outside line here. Ryan Barneveld's not quite all the way over to the right-hand side. It's the tiniest bit of contact. But at that kind of speed, it's all it needs to be. And they get away with one there.
Mamma mia. I think Bristow is going to have to change his underpants or something like that while gesticulating what happened. And let's be honest, I think Barneveld gave him a little bit of room. Was tight. It was a very tight room over there, Ewan, but there was room for Bristow to make a move, even though I think Ryan washed out a little bit of the corner. But the contact, even though it's a slight touch, you're touching that car, what, 260 kilometers per hour, 270? What kind of car will be able to maintain grip with that kind of contact side by side? Luckily, he didn't nudge the wall, because if he had he hit the wall, the Italian right there, that would have been arrivederci, or you can au revoir or something like that for that McHugh car that was doing so well in this race.
Yeah, they were not quite in the lofty heights of second and fighting for the win as they were earlier. We'll talk about Blue Mercury Esports a little bit more after the pit stops are over. But Kanda in now. Elvis Rankin into the pit lane. It was 11 seconds when they came to the pit stops. That's actually down a second from the last hour, but you know they could lose a second for the next 2 hours as well, and they'd still have a comfortable enough lead over the rest of the pack. So you know that they're in a comfortable scenario here, the comfortable situation, although they've got to just make sure they're keeping on hitting their fuel numbers here, because they're only just making it over the other side of the hour.
Yeah, imagine if we get an extra lap and some of these guys like, oh no, what do we do, mamma mia, or something like that. I wouldn't want to be on that other side of the stick, because these guys, they make it as tight as they can be, so they avoid overfueling the car. Even like 1-2 seconds of fuel or 1 lap of fuel, which can take up to 3 seconds. It's a lot for them, so they try to be as close to the field they can. Even overfueling might be a very, offensive thought of sorts, Ewan. While we're having this pit stops, I think we have an interesting question. Can I go over that, or you want to rather wait for
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so we saw the question on Twitch, and this is a really good question. What is the difference in terms of driving a mid-engine car to a front-engine car? For those who don't know, the Ferrari is mid-engine, and the BMW is going to be for front-engine, of course. It's going to be more on the driving perspective. Front-engine cars are more prone for understeer, so you have to do a setup that might be a little bit more aggressive towards the cambering of the camber of the car, the toe slip. Maybe have to do something on the wings, try to make it a little bit more more oversteery over the rear end, over the rear axles of the car, to try to corner in properly. So this is the commitment you have to do. You might have more power on the front, or the front will drive you more. Normally the front of the car, the weight of the car will be more towards the front during the braking. The car will be heavier, but it also at the same time will be a little bit lighter. While mid-engine cars, in my point of view, they are faster. They are faster as in, push the car out more. They try to, push from the mid-engine to the front of the axle of the car. They bring more force into it. You can have a more nimble car, but with that nimbleness, I think comes a little bit of an effect of the car can get more oversteery or less prone to the bumps. The Audi was actually historically bad in iRacing with bumps. If you got around a bump, that would have been probably a race ender. I think we're going to see something with the Grid and Go car as they merge into the racetrack, the number 3. So this is as the American Sean DeCampo is going to drive the final 2 hours for the team. But coming back to the Ferrari mid-engines, so you have to do a setup that can not only make the car still nimble, but at the same time retain a little bit of downforce and also stability in the car, which in a track like this in Mount Panorama can be a little bit of a complicated issue. So you might have to give in at a certain thing. You give in on the stability or the performance. So what are you going to do? So you might, finding that middle ground is a little bit difficult for those who don't have a lot of time in the sim.
And of course, it differs whether you're racing for a 12-hour race or a 12-lap race. That equation can change. I remember just speaking about different manufacturers now. 10 years ago, the Audi and the Mercedes were introduced into iRacing and GT3. They were the big two, as it were, in the GT3s. And over the course of a long race, you'd want the Mercedes because it was a lot more of a stable platform, whereas the Audi would, if you could tame it for long enough, then you could. It was quicker, actually, for the most part, but over the course of a long endurance race, it was pretty difficult to tame, and it can just snap away from you. It's the Evo version of that very same car that is still used today. Although I'm not sure there are any in this particular race. But it's one of the great things about GT3 racing as well, isn't it? The fact that it's not just different manufacturers like we had back then, but it's also completely different ways of running a car. I mean, the BMW, when it's next to the Ferrari in these battles, it just looks so ridiculous. They, together, they look completely ridiculous. And they're so different in so many ways that just makes GT3 racing brilliant. The variety that you get throughout the field. It's exactly what this category is all about, and it's a shame that we haven't got a few more manufacturers fighting towards the front of this race, but nevertheless, it's great for the category and great that we have so many options in iRacing now that we can actually use. By the way, available for this race, the Acura, Aston Martin, Audi, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford Mustang, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes and Porsche, all available for this race. It's quite astonishing these days.
Yeah, it's interesting that we don't see like the Mercedes. If we're going to be talking about, if we're going to do a retrospect to real world, right? What was the most? Were you able to see the 12 hours real life?
I saw a bit of it. Yeah. Okay. Another sim race was on last weekend, so I was half watching it again.
Yeah, I managed to half watch it because I was busy with this other stuff. But for example, one of the most key aspects, the best car in terms of BOP was a Mercedes, right? All week long, the Mercedes was the best car. Then potentially the Ford Mustang was the second one. In here, we don't see any of them. We barely. If we saw, maybe it was at the very beginning of the race. Normally, the Corvette is a strong car with good fuel consumption. Can be an interesting car for you to move on, but then again, I think for the mountain, it's not the best car for you to handle around. I think I'll go pass it up to you because Drago, I was gonna say they might be looking for an overtake, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. So I'll come back to me. So We don't see a lot of Corvettes maybe on the top split. So it's interesting. Normally we see cars that, because on IGTC they run it, but in iRacing, because they have been bumped so badly, we don't see that. Had we say, oh, maybe the Corvette was had a little bit of better fuel, probably we would have seen a few teams run the Corvette, because he has some speed, he has some grunt, he can move out around the corners, be mid-engine and all. So, and he also has good fuel efficiency. That probably would have been a okay choice. A choice that surprised me was seeing Lebigra and Madernock in the Acura car that I think in this season is arguably one of the worst cars. But I was watching Yuri Kasdorp do officials all week, and he was dominating with that car, doing really good results in the sprint challenges, in the open setups.
Yeah, it is interesting how the different cars come into it and out of it again. Although I don't think the Acura's really ever had its day in iRacing, to be honest, since it was at it. Maybe I'm forgetting it.
Oh, you're definitely wrong.
Oh, am I?
I'll tell you. I think at the was it the 24-hour esports last year? I think it was last year. I have to look it up. But I think we had a grid dominated by Acuras.
I don't remember that, I must say.
But anyway,
but in terms of some of these other manufacturers, by the way, the BMW's been around for about 4 years now, and it's constantly up towards the front, constantly competing in special events. What I'm really referring to is special events in terms of big wins for a special event. I mean, BMW pretty much won all of them in 2021 or two. I can't remember which, and that was when it was first added, and it's still competitive in these even now, and very regularly is as well. But I don't feel like that's been the same sort of length of domination and breadth and strength of domination that we've seen. Acura, I could throw Corvette into that ring at the moment. Aston Martin as well, maybe. In terms of really dominating for many years. Well, sorry, not many years, because not many cars get to do that, but certainly many different types of event here, different special events. I don't think, I think there are a few manufacturers who have had a better rub of the green than others.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we're looking historically through the current car list, of course the Acura was not going to be there. I think in officials and maybe endurances, we would see maybe the Acura being one of the most chosen cars. I think for about a whole year in officials, in the GT Sprint officials, the Acura was arguably one of the best cars, even in fixed. And I was taking a quick look over here. It dominated Daytona when it was introduced, the Acura. I think that is when it was introduced. I think it was 2023 when it was introduced, because I know the car is outdated nowadays. It dropped support from Honda in 2024. But that car was arguably one of the best cars in the whole service, because it just had the speed. And nowadays we don't see any of the cars, because now we see a resurgence of Fords, we see the resurgence of Aston Martins, the Lamborghini in a few tracks. They're actually really good. While we see this close-up shot in slow-mo, really good shot from Ramiro. And we see a blinking of the headlights. I think Drago is potentially signaling something. Maybe he's going to the pit lane with the number 67, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think it is, because I don't think they pitted. Oh, they have yet to pit. Correction.
Yeah, they haven't pitted yet, and here we go. So into the pit lane they come. Fiodanez and Ate Kauppinen. Kauppinen going an extra lap there to 30 laps, so he's now 12 minutes past the hour. And we're never going to save a pit stop in this race, but it's just about making your final stop as short as possible. I think at the halfway stage they were about 10 minutes past the hour, so they'll be disappointed to have only got another lap in the last 4 hours, but there you go. Doesn't really matter. As there is a driver change, and Reiner Tauber now gets in. You get the feeling that these guys are doing their last driver change now, and they'll be going to the end. Alexander Spetz also getting into the number 67. So, yeah, as I say, this is the last driver change of the race for both these teams, who will take these cars to the very end from here.
Yeah, absolutely. You try to put your best team drivers in the car, try to get a little bit of performance out of it, and see who's going to get out there in the front at the end of the day. So we'll see that square off between BS and Drago come up really soon, as they are about to come out of the pit lane, Mala and Drago.
So where are the other cars here? WSR Esports are in front of Blue Mercury Esport and BS Competition. That's a change. And BS Competition are miles behind Blue Mercury, so they've had real trouble here. Although Blue Mercury are nowhere near Felix Kronbach, so all sorts has changed here. I suppose Blue Mercury had that to drive through the gravel and the grass, but they are only just in front of... oh, sorry, well, they are probably in front of number 90. I do wonder why all that is at the moment, because there's no difference in terms of pit stop time or stop lane time from anybody. So, unsure at the moment quite what the difference is here. Kanda Esports are only 12 seconds in front of Grid and Go, and the reason I bring that up is because Drago Racing, who are coming in from the lead right now, might be quite close to them. So, let's see this rejoin for second place. Are we going to see a change here as Drago Racing carry on for a bit longer on the overcut? Grid and Go try and come in a bit earlier, get in front of them, get into second place maybe.
And he's going to hand out the car to Rubilar, so definitely leaving one of the strongest guys I think we've seen the whole 2025. My point of view, I don't know if you agree with me, you, and the evolution of Nico Rubilar as a driver. I think in GT, we know that Rubilar has a very long list of accomplishments throughout his young sim racing career, by the way. But he's a really good driver. I think he's about to come out of the pit lane.
He is. And that's not far behind Kanda at all. Now, he does have to come down the pit lane and warm his tyres up, but it's not quite as far as it looks or seemed when you look at 12 seconds. It's still quite tight here between the top two. So, out of the pit lane, only 5 seconds now. Because of that overcut that they get for about 6 laps, they are able to get a lot closer, and then they do slowly bleed time. But at what stage do we start to say this is actually really quite close? Because if I'm saying that these guys are going sort of 6 or 7 laps, let's go 6. It's 6 laps, isn't it, to Kanda? So say they're going 6 laps longer. 6 laps of fuel taken out is about 1/5 of a tank, 20%. That's about 8 seconds of fuel. This race might be more on than we're giving it credit for at the moment.
I still think this is Kanda race to lose. I still think this is just
but I think it's closer than we're thinking at the moment.
I agree 100%. I think we're taking this as, all right, let's take it this way. What is the net gap between them? Of course, let's remember this first lap. I think that the net lead is going to be staying about, 8.5 seconds?
Yeah,
and once the tires properly come up, it's going to be around 9 seconds? I think the net lead is about 1 second. If we're truly adding up these 8 seconds and all.
But if that happens next time, in an hour's time, with 45 minutes to go, Drago Racing would get in front of Kanda initially, who would have to then overtake them. And that throws up all sorts of things.
Yep. And I just noticed you threw the numbers. Oh, I did it. Oh, no, I did it. Anyway. Oh, this Gen Z stuff. I'll never get over it. But anyway.
I think I said, honestly, let's not even start.
Yeah, we're not going to start on this, please.
I try not to, I try not to be too condescending about new trends as if I wasn't a child once.
I don't even know what that trend is, dude.
Well, I've learned information through osmosis.
Oh, no.
Just generally living in the world, but it does make me a little bit ill. So anyway, that's the second thing that's made me ill in the last hour 20. Anyway, hour 43 to go. It's not even creeping up above 8 seconds, is it? Well, it is going to surely eventually, but wow, this is. I think this is a lot closer than we're giving it credit for at the moment. As I say, as Stintone Motorsport come in to make their stop, Peter Boder. I'll show you my reasoning. 30 laps for a stint here is pretty much standard. It's a little bit on the long side, but let's do 30 to make the maths easy. The gap between the two in terms of their stops is 6 laps. Tristan Eglacius pitted 6 laps earlier than, or came out the pit lane, I should say, 6 laps earlier than Nicolas Rubelar, who also took over at that last pit stop with a driver change. So that's about a fifth of a stint there, 6 laps. A fifth, therefore, of a fuel tank, which takes 40 seconds to fuel up, is 8 seconds, a fifth of 40. So 8 seconds in difference in fuel. Now, it never quite works out like that, I've learned over the course of doing these endurance races. So I think Kanda still do have the edge. However, I think this is a lot more nail-biting than maybe we're giving credit for. And maybe Grid and Go are not too far away either. They've got 2 laps to gain as well over Kanda. So that's about 2 seconds or so. They'll be a little bit closer, but of course Drago will be a lot further in front of them. So they've really got to go quickly here, and Yannick has got to continue on what Dino Lombardi was doing in the last couple of hours.
Yeah. I'll tell you, it's going to get close. I think this race might have some interesting turns and twists at the end. I think this race is kind of like, it has been going kind of like the preseason of the Formula 1 2000 and the 2026 season of the Formula 1 pre-testing has been going. Everybody trying to hide something as we still look at these close shots.
Hardest working photographer in all of iRacing, by the way, on the left.
Yeah, man. He's working, dude.
Is he going to... Oh, there he goes.
There you go. Bam. Get that picture, man. I want that picture.
He looks every... Do photographers do that? Do they look at their photo every time?
They do.
When there's something else coming? Yeah, they do? Okay.
Yeah, I think some do, because they want to try to get the best...
well, I know, but
you're
not going to get the best if a good shot's whizzing past you as you're looking down at your screen. Anyway, I'm not a photographer, as you can tell.
Neither am I. I could try to ask my wife, but I don't know what she's going to say.
I know, you're always safe for asking someone who knows what they're doing, as I do as well. I've only got 400 photos on my phone. I'm not a...
Do you?
Yeah, 400, yeah.
I don't even know how many it has on my Google Pixel. I have no clue.
I don't take really pictures of anything. I take pictures of things I need to do. Most of my pictures are pictures of whiteboards. I can remember what I need to do.
Just curious, is any of your whiteboards a drawing of the Sebring repaved?
No. Why would you... Okay.
I had to.
I don't think Sebring should be repaved before anybody thinks otherwise. I don't think that. I just think it's a rubbish circuit, and without it, it would have, if it was repaved, it would have no character. That's what I actually said.
You do know you saying rubbish is gonna get on the eyes and ears and fingers of everybody in chat, do you?
I'm sorry, it's rubbish. It is rubbish.
Thank God I respect everybody's opinions, even though I don't agree with them.
Oh dear. Well, anyway, I hope I'll be there for the Sebring 12 hour anyway.
Oh, you will be. Don't worry.
Well, I don't know. I'm only around for the last 3 hours, so we'll see. Somebody else might take it to the end, but anyway, I'll tune in or something. It's a multi-class race, which makes it a little bit different to this one in its character, but. Do enjoy having a single class race every now and again. Spa 24 is the other one for the GT3s that we have of this sort of distance. Somebody asking whether this one was dry throughout. We have not had any rain this year yet. So last year it was very, very wet throughout actually. We saw a lot of rain. This year really not so much. So yeah, that's been good, a good addition. And your very first comments have been sort of created by that. Your first comments were, look at how close this is all throughout the field, and that's what a real theme of this race has been so far. Top 10 covered by only 47 seconds now. It was just under 45 when we got here.
Yeah, because last year it was so crazy, in my point of view. I was just taking a look at one of the comments that we have on our chat. But it's interesting because last year I think it was close on how unpredictable the race was, because at some points, we were saying about the damn portions and everybody up in the front were making mistakes. I raced in the same time split. Of course, I didn't race in the top split, but it was one of the most fun I have had in ages. And I don't rate Bathurst when I drive really high because I have a love-hate relationship with Bathurst. But I think the track is amazing. But last year was fun and unpredictable, and that's what made the race close of sorts because of the unpredictability of rain, and even the top teams couldn't handle it. But I think this year, because of how the pace has been, and maybe because a lot of cars, there were a lot of I'm not going to say one-make cars, but there were a lot of Ferraris, a lot of BMWs here and there, and the performance was quite similar. That I think the level of the field and also the strength of field when they actually opened up the server was about over 9,000. So I think that's what made the racing really close of sorts.
Just like to point something out, by the way. Just seeing as Luka Vunks has quite a long stop down there, by the way. Might need to investigate whether anything's gone wrong there. But Ross McFarlane for WSR Esports number 27 has just gotten out of the pit lane again. He is 288 laps down. He's only done 14 laps in this whole race. I mean, you could have run that many in the last 10. Well, not me, but someone could have in the last 10 and a half hours. Ross McFarlane is back going again in 40th position. He only needs to do 48 laps to gain about 6 places. And, I mean, fair play to him. I know they haven't been out there the whole time for us to sort of marvel about the spirit of endurance. And a number of other guys are actually coming in, because Luka Vunks in 33rd was in the server a second ago. Now you can see on the right-hand side there, the 41st position. Juan Blenat is there in the 79. That is the SDR Sim Racing car, and they're coming back out as well. So we're seeing some guys come back out again after over 200 laps in the pit lane.
I mean, Vunch about, I think, I'm not going to say an hour ago or something like that, or close to it, maybe half hour ago. I have to really check it up and fact check. He was in 35th, so he's gaining places. And if we think the best he's going to get is 29th place, because the last guy in the whole track is Kash Patel in 28th place for the green and gold 007. Hey, imagine you recovering some. You maybe you're gonna recover some like the iRating loss for the whole team. Gain some safety rating. You might be low on the safety rating and such. So it's a win-win situation for everybody.
There he is, Ross McFarlane. He's 47th indeed, in fact, according to our timing screen there. So anyway, he's a long way down, wherever he is. But look at that. Great to see somebody so many laps down actually out there on the race. No, I've not done a long endurance race for about 2.5 years on iRacing. Is it still the case that you barely gain or lose any iRating, but you get a lot of safety rating? Is that still the case? Is that what he's running for at the moment?
I did a 24 this year. When I did the camera work and also raced, I think I did about 7-8 stints in my LMP2. I think I lost 1 iRating and I gained about 1.5 safety rating or something like that.
Well, that's kind of the way it should be, shouldn't it? It's not really what you do these events for, iRating or safety rating. You do it some to just get to the end and survive 24 hours with your mates. These guys are battling to try and win these races. 271 laps down, Juan Blenat of SDR Sim Racing coming out for the last 90 minutes. I really love to see this. I don't know why.
I gotta respect. You gotta respect the hustle, man. Gotta respect the hustle.
It's great to see. It really is. So we're up to 30 cars running again now. We haven't had anybody leave us here in terms of dropping out of the field for 73 laps now, which is nearly 3 hours. So it's been a long time since we've gained or lost anybody. We've just gained a couple of drivers, just gained a couple of teams again, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, obviously, as long as they don't get in anybody's way, and I'm sure they won't do here, as Blenat pulls off to the right-hand side here, down Mountain Straight here. But either way, and indeed getting flashed at quite aggressively by some of the BMWs coming through here. But yeah, staying out of everybody's way, making sure that nobody's held up, impeded, but coming out for a few laps at the end of this race is it's absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about that. It's I know it's awkward when you are on the top level of competition and you want to do your best. Normally, you have an incident on lap 1, and of course, because this race doesn't have any yellow flags or any of the special events have yellow flags. All right, correction. Any of the road special events don't have any yellow flags. I'll pass it up to you, Ewan. I'll get back to my point later.
BS competition letting BS Turner through. I was about to talk about that actually, but Daniel Alves Lorenzo getting in front of Ascari Rene for 9th there, and number 90 was battling with the number 89 earlier on. They're now nearly 20 seconds behind. I do not know what's happened to this number 90 for them to lose so much time within the last half an hour, but they're down to 10th place now. This is very unusual.
I wonder how tired is Ascari and Ryan at this moment. I think Ascari is already thinking about the next rally he really wants to do in RB, in maybe other sims or maybe the next rally. He wants to participate because he was actually in Sweden for the Sweden rally of WRC to take some pictures, but he's been busy, and Ryan has also been busy. So it's good to see that I think they're doing this for fun of sorts. So just trying to enjoy the best they can in the car.
They're doing quite well for a bit of a fun race, that's for sure. It's two of the grid and go cars here for 12th and 13th, 14th rather, run together here. Now was this the same grid and go BMW that was spun around on the opening lap, or was that a different one? Coming into the cutting, because there were a few of them at the beginning of this race. There's now
I think it is the same one
left. It's remarkable that.
I think it is the same one that persisted through it. Not sure.
I've just had some news, by the way, from Florian Hasbro as to why number 90 has lost 20 seconds. I'm not going crazy. They've bent the steering, though, and it's 3 minutes worth of repairs. So even with 2 hours to go, driving like that, they are not going to make those repairs worth it. So they're going to limp home at the moment. See if they can get to a top 10. But the rate they're losing time, that might cost them that certainly cost them a shot at the top 5, which is what they had before. It might even cost them their top 10.
Who am I going to blame?
Don't know, whoever drove into him or he drove into.
I really wanted to say skill issue, but we cannot be sure until we properly know.
Yeah, exactly. It might be one of those ones that are very hard to see, actually, because it wasn't an obvious incident. In fact, I can't actually see any damage, but clearly he does have some. As the two grid and goes there just exchange places, the 3 and the 4. So nothing.
Hey, actually, now I'm actually going to bring it up a point here. What about the contact they had with Bristow?
Oh yes. Well, it wasn't. It was so light. Surely that can't be it.
But that was wheel to wheel.
Yes. Oh, it can't be that, can it? I mean, I suppose so. It's the only thing I can think of at the moment.
It was the front left of Ryan's car with the rear right of Bristow, and it was quite a hefty impact. Bristow was 270, and I think the same for Barneveld, but I think Barneveld was 275 when he went into the corner.
Yeah, it was apparently. Florian says it was. Oh, that's remarkable. That is remarkable. I would never have thought that level of contact would have given them damage. To that level, but the iRacing damage system is punishing these days. You can't get away with small bits of contact, it turns out. It might just have cost them a top 10 in this race. Well, that explains an awful lot of what we've seen in the last few months. Obviously, Blumenkur dropped down away from 89 because of that spin itself, and that's effectively promoted WSR Esports up 2 positions there into 7th place with 90 minutes remaining. So a bit of good fortune for them, and incredibly bad luck for number 90.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate that It doesn't look like the biggest of hits, but that kind of hit, can definitely impact the way the car goes, and it's unfortunate, man. But it's kind of crazy. Also, if we're looking into the retrospect of WSR, a team that was P3, about 5 hours ago, had the issue with Lucas Prada, losing over the quarry bend. And then we're bumped down into the tail places of the top 10. Now I'm getting closer into the top 5 because, I know 9 seconds is a lot with a 1 hour and a half to go, but it's doable. Even though you have a PS Plus competition car and Drago up ahead of you.
Yeah, they have got a long road to the top 5 again, WSR, but and they're certainly not going to get back to their podium, which they were there earlier, but nevertheless, they're going all right in this race. And towards the chase again for PS Competition. And, well, it's going to be about survival from here on in for them. Williams trying to chase them down as the Marlow Racing team and Drago Racing, they continue on for 4th position. It's still running as they are here. I'm getting the feeling more and more like this is not a case of let's try and catch up and try and get a podium out of this race, but actually they're just sort of waiting for these final pit stops, waiting for the final hour so they can fight one another for 4th position, because they haven't followed each other all this time to just finish like this. Drago Racing are going to give this a go. They're just waiting for later on in this race.
Yeah, like we were saying before, I like how open this race is of sorts. Even if they don't get into the top 3, I still like how this top 5 battle is open all throughout this whole race, man. It's good to see, the events don't become like monotonous or something like that when normally you have a dominating car over everybody else and it's gap racing, but you have action all throughout the track and you have a little bit still of tense moments that can unravel as this race is going.
And again, we'll see the same story on the way towards the chase. Just over 20 seconds off of the leaders. Leaders still being Kanda Esports. Tristan Eglacius leading by just less than 9 seconds in front of Nicholas Rubelar for Drago Racing. It is very, very close out front between the two when you consider that Drago Racing are going to have to make a shorter pit stop final time around. That's still to come, though, into the final hour in about 25 minutes' time. That pit stop, first of all, for Kanda Esports, then for Drago Racing. And you just wonder, I think the key here, Lorenzo, make sure that, if for Drago anyway, make sure that when you come out on the cold tyres, you're in front of Kanda, because you might not be able to keep them behind, but you can certainly slow them down, or at least, try and keep them behind. That might just give you the first step towards getting this race victory away from them.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm trying to think of 2 ways. I want because I was actually trying to think about tire degradation or something like that. I wonder if the Ferrari has some good tire degradation over the BMW, and the performance over that tire degradation lap by lap basis makes the life for Eglacius to be a little bit more simpler over the lap by lap basis, because the car gets lighter and the Ferrari actually handles a little bit better than the BMW. BMW, I think, being the potentially the heavier car, but I still think this is gonna be a close race. I'm probably gonna I'll stamp it this right here. If this becomes like a second and a half race, I think there will be a point this becomes a draft race of sorts, and maybe Rubelar trying to find the small patch of draft with like 1.1, 1.2 for him to, start maybe getting to a proper 5 for the lead of this race.
1 hour 23 to go, and we will continue to follow that very, very closely across the remainder of this race. And this is one of those other fights between Reiner Taubert and Alexander Spetz. Further behind it's Ascari Rene who we'll be looking at, because he's going to try and hold on to a 10th place finish here, but Benedict Vida is already within 10 seconds of him. And Rene cannot get into the 202s even at the moment. He's in the 203s with this wheel damage. In fact, last time round, his lap was slower than anybody else's in the top 22. That shows you just how much damage they've got at the moment. And there's a big gap from Vida, to be fair, down to Noah Edder, who is driving for Good and Go in the 005. So 47 seconds back there. I think they'll be able to finish in 11th, but it's not what BS competition we're hoping for here in number 90, unfortunately. They had the outside shot of the top 5. Unfortunately, in the end, it is going to be an 11th place. And by the way, they can't go in to repair it. That damage would put them to 2 laps down. It would drop them perhaps even outside the top 20. So it isn't worth to go in and actually repair the damage.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Would like to see maybe, because I think they had pace. I think Barneveld and Rene wouldn't simply just do 203's average, just because of the sake of fun and the lulls and the memes and such. So it's unfortunate that a contact like that basically, I'm not gonna say ended the race, but put ice in their ice cold water into their beer.
So down to the chase again for these two, and they will continue as they are for some time. This is not the only close nose to tail at the moment. We've recently seen Sean Campbell get in front of David Boschko, although those are teammates, for 13th, so that will have been a handing over of the position. And Leo Brown and Jordan Johnson are close to one another at the moment. Team Bennick Sim Racing and Solpit Precision Racing for 18th and 19th. Haven't followed these guys for a while, but there's a different manufacturer to look at on the racetrack. Not sure if McLaren as a manufacturer have won it since the latest iteration of their GT3. The 720S GT3 Evo was introduced into iRacing a couple of years ago now, I want to say. But they're in this race, they're in the top 20 and fighting out for 18th. So here's some different teams to look at a little bit further down the field. There's still plenty running in this race.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that I know we're watching basically the top 5 battle for the majority of this race as it is going on right now, but there's still 30 cars on track, even though some of them might be 265 laps. I nearly said the other number, but it's like 265 laps, 264. So it's cool that we're still seeing that, some teams still persisting and trying to do their best to get towards the end, trying to have a really good solid performance, not just for sponsors, I would say, but also for the drivers themselves.
Well, if it was 2 laps more, I would have abandoned that entire sentence, but anyway, it's just me.
Yeah, I cannot say too much. And I'll tell you one thing. I had a spot 24-hour race that I raced on a GTP. And I think I spun out. We had an issue on lap 1. I completely gave up on the race. 24 hours later, we were P3 and we actually ended up getting some money. So I cannot complain anything about it.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's why you got to stay in these races. Although increasingly, I find, especially in these top split special events, that teams don't, and you do understand that from one point of view, because these teams at the front are so good that sort of having a proper crash or whatever, they're unlikely to even make any sort of mistake, and that can put you off continuing. But even so, it's nice to see when everybody continues on, as some of those teams a little bit further down are indeed doing. Looks like Blue Mercury Sports might have pulled the plug on their 34 car, unless they're just making a pit stop at the moment. I think they might just be stopping, in fact, from 27th. Ross McFarlane is still going as well. Jan Blenner pulled over again after just a couple of laps. McFarlane is still going, though. Nearly 300 laps down, which, as I say, I really enjoy seeing.
Yeah, that's cool. but you know, I think the playing level field, the playing field level of this current generation, I'm not going to say this current generation, but historically, especially in top split, has been so high that even a lap one incident is fatal, could be fatal to a race, because trying to get your lap back in special events that normally don't have yellow flag on roads, you only have yellow flag on ovals like the Daytona 500, the Charlotte 600. It's complicated, so it's hard for you to try to get back. I know there have been discussions, and I saw an interview, I don't know if it was with Greg, that were talking about the potential of adding yellow flags or full course yellows for the race cars, and try to do something close to what IMSA does in nowadays, right? You know, you see an incident on the racetrack, you would trigger a yellow flag, but I know nowadays these procedures are only strict. I'm not gonna say strict, but are used by leagues, right? We don't see that in official events. Only in official events, the only thing that matters for you would be luck and pace.
Yeah, indeed. Well, hour 16 remaining. We're getting very close to that point at which the top guys will be making that stop again, and Tristan Eglacius and Nicholas Rubelar, I think, are going to be very, very close to one another. Now, here's a question that you may not know the answer to. Was Rubelar part of the Daytona 24 winning team that Drago had in January, or not? I don't remember.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, now we're both going to have to look it up. But the reason why is because I'm looking for Chileans who've won an iRacing special event of a long endurance like this. I suspect he might be the only candidate.
I think he is the only candidate, because the only one I can think of that could have gotten closer might be Rodrigo Mies. And I don't think Rodrigo's ever won something of a special event. But then again, don't take my word as an affirmation.
No, he wasn't. I found the list. He wasn't part of that team. It was Alexander's. Am I right on that? Number 2. Oh, sorry. Well, he's not part of either team anyway. So so there you go. But yes.
He finished 6th in qualifying. In the race of 68, I think.
It's 3rd.
Was 3rd, yeah.
In GTD.
Just behind the Williams.
Yeah. Williams dominated GTD this time round in the GTD. This is that battle for 18th we saw earlier between Jordan Johnson and Leo Brown. Trouble on the mountain through turn 2, and it was right in front of some of those grid and go-karts who have been running together here. We'll see if we can see that again there, see how far alongside Johnson was and whether Leo Brown is entitled to that corner or not, but that is a big smash up down at turn number 2.
Yeah, that was a straightforward murder from on the quarry's bend. Unfortunate for Leo Brown. We're going to look on the replay. The move on the inside right there. I really want to look from the Soapac's perspective. If we have an aerial view, did they have an overlap coming into the quarry's bend? I think they had a minor overlap.
Maybe a very, very small one, but I mean, look how far back he's coming from there. And this overlap's not very large either. You can't be surprised that Leo Brown didn't see that coming, really, or indeed thought he would just back out of it, or whatever he was thinking there at that stage, because Johnson wasn't even right on the back of the Ferrari. He was too far back there for me.
Yeah, I was way far back. For me to say he had an overlap, I think he would have his nose or nearly his the front end of the front tire in the rear tire. I would say like 1/6 of the car in.
Oh, goodness.
Which I don't think that was the case.
Normally I'm not a fan of the sort of judgment someone at fault because they were too far back by the braking zone, because if you're strong enough on the brakes and you can make the corner and you can't, you don't have to hit the other driver or whatever, then you should be able to lunge as far back as you want, as long as you can do all those things. But yeah, on that occasion, he was too far back. It's a lot to expect of Leo Brown to let him down the inside there. And it's a real shame in the last 90 minutes of an endurance race that a team are going to have their race really ruined by that. They're going to drop down to at least 28th here, Team Bennett Sim Racing. And I know they were only just inside the top 20, but having a decent race up until that point, and they've been rather taken out there unceremoniously. That is a shame.
No, it is a shame. It's unfortunate. I think that probably would have been one of the best results. I don't know if we've seen Team Bennett feature in other top splits. Maybe Spa could be a Spa, or I'm thinking about maybe Suzuka last year could be an exception, but I'm not sure. This could be one of the first few outings for Team Bennett in the top split, so it's unfortunate for us to see them go away like that and be in the pit lane now for repairs.
Yeah, I think they have been there before. I think
I know it's not the first. I know this isn't the first time.
But it's not one of those top teams who can expect to be here every time, competing in this sort of company. So it is a shame, really, to see. I think the first team we can really say part of that. By the way, I do like to highlight some of the teams who are not the sort of normal names, like we see Kanda, Drago, Grid and Go, PS Competition. All up towards the front. WSR Esports can go in that category as well. Williams, but and Blue Mercure as well, indeed, who are establishing themselves in 2026. But I'm not sure who else is involved. Team Alta, who are currently being driven around by Lewis Barlow in the number 4 car, currently running in 16th position in this race. Don't know who Barlow's with in this car at the moment, but it's the first sort of unusual team naming as far as not one of the top teams in the field, and we'd like to see one of those doing well in an appearance in the top split.
Yeah, I agree. I'm trying to think of potentially other teams. I saw FIAR Campeonato, which I think could be one of the Spanish teams that also being featured over here. But I think this is the first time I've been seeing them in the top split with Raul Ontarion. But Team Alta actually has been in the Daytona 24. Ewan Lasse was actually driving the car. So they were in GTD.
Okay. I've not seen them too much around, that's all.
And maybe a new team.
Yeah, maybe. An hour and 10 to go. Now, we are only 5 or 6 laps now from Tristan Eglacius coming in. What a big moment in this race it's bound to be. With about half a lap to go until he gets to the end of this latest lap. I think then it will be 5 to go. And therefore, about 10 minutes, just over. He'll definitely get within inside the hour. Kanda definitely know they're going to make it on fuel. That much is absolutely sure. However, are they going to be in the lead of this race by the time it ends? The gap has just fluctuated over the course of this stint between himself and Nicholas Rubelar. It's now down below 9, though. At the previous hour, I've been noting down the gaps, by the way, at every hour mark. So here we go. An hour ago, it was 11 seconds. The hour before that, it was 12. So if you look at it that way, last, 2 hours, rather, the gap's come down by 3 seconds. The gap went down to 11 seconds with 4 hours to go as Drago Racing left WSR. When they were still together, it was 11 seconds. At the halfway mark, the gap was down to 9 seconds, so it has been like this before. Blue Mercure dropped behind Drago, and that was with 7 hours to go. It was about 10 seconds then. Blue Mercure, when they were on their own, were also 10 seconds back with 8 hours to go. 9 hours to go. It was about only 5 seconds. And number 8 took the race lead, of course, with 10 hours to go in this race. So it is. It has been fluctuating throughout, and it has not been sort of. I'm not trying to say that it's never been this close before, but still worth remembering with that. With that shorter pit stop Shorty's come, and the overcut, of course, which traditionally has given Drago that initial advantage.
Yeah, so this is turning out to be a very, very intriguing race by the final pit stop as we're approaching 8 minutes to the final hour. So looking forward to see Drago final pit stop and how much of a lead will go. And I was thinking even more. I was just thinking about that now. I wonder about the tire degradation as well, because we are reaching low temps, right? Low temps. 28 degrees for a Bathurst race is low, in my point of view, and I think you agree with me, Ewan. How much of tire degradation these cars must be suffering, because maybe at this point Drago could try to risk doing only a fuel-only pit stop. Right, do a fuel-only pit stop. Maybe try to get they're still heating the tires. You don't have to reheat everything again, and maybe lose 1.5 seconds when you come out of the pit lane against a car that already has some hot rubber in it. So it might be a little bit of a thing to think about when they come out. They come in for their final pit stop. Just one quick thing I saw, and I want to thank everybody who mentioned about this. Team Malta is actually Lassie's Bach team, so this is why we're seeing them feature more prominently into these top split special events.
Yeah, and they're doing well, but still, I've not seen too much of Lewis Barlow, I must say, as a driver, as an individual, running rather well, just outside the top 15 in this race. Anyway, I'm just trying to give some credit to people a bit further down. Anyway,
yeah.
Two things on what you just said there. As the change for 10th indeed happens here. BS Competition losing that top 10 with that wheel damage here to Williams F1 Team Gaming, who've rather been let off the hook here. I know they're in the Lamborghini, but this has been a disappointing race for them. And they are into the top 10 again with that Lamborghini. So that is a bit of a saving grace for them. In terms of what you just said there, two things really. One, the fact that they'll be able to cover tyres with their fuel stop will put them off immediately, because Kanda will be able to do it, but also because the scenario you just posed there is very similar to the scenario Petit Le Mans, where they did do what you were suggesting there, and they lost the race, in my mind, because of it. And that was in GTPs, yes, but and it was against Redline too. But I don't think either of those things really matter at this stage, and I think that would be the wrong call. I think their best call is to change tyres as normal, because I actually think they will be ahead of Kanda briefly, and Kanda will have to overtake them on the warm tyres compared to the cold. Now that is not going to be as easy as it looks.
No, and this is why I said maybe about the hot tyres, because this, let's just say, if this was Daytona, this would be a viable strategy, right? Because Daytona usually it is cold temperatures, but of course in here is the opposite. You would be facing hot temperatures, even though we are facing for this moment 28 degrees. But this track, because you have a lot of braking, you change elevation quite often. Not in Daytona is not quite as often. It's often a flat track with only the bankings counting as track elevation, if you really want to count it as that. That makes the racing a little bit more interesting in my point of view. I agree with you. Maybe changing tires is the right strategy. They might get a little bit of I'm not going to say a huge overlap. I would say if they get an overlap, might be about a half a second. I would say about 0.4 to 1.2 seconds. That's the max I'm going to give him. But I wonder how Rubelar is going to play aggressive, trying to be defensive if he comes out of the pit lane and there's a small gap, and he needs to defend while heating up the tires, because we've seen drivers who try to do that and they are very prone to mistakes, and those mistakes at this part of the race usually is going to end up in disaster. So this is why it's interesting for us, to try to break down what is going to be the final call for Drago when they do their pit stop.
And how close are they going to be by the time that Kanda make theirs? I mean, it is closing here between these two. 8.5 seconds now. Last time round, more than a 10th gain by Nicholas Rubelar. So it's going the right way for Drago Racing as well, even before we get to the pit stop. And that might be one of the reasons why. Tristan Eglacius, who's taken over from Elvis Rankin nearly an hour ago now, just had to get past the McLaren. And look at the traffic in front. He'll be hoping he doesn't catch those before he has to come into the pit lane here, because that's really going to slow him down. You saw that camera shot there down Conrad Straight. The amount of traffic that Eglacius had in front really is going to slow him down if this does go through. Now, as I say, I think he's got 2 more laps to go, so he won't catch up to most of it, but that will slow him down a lot too, and it's all grid and go-karts. Look at that.
It's from P14 to P12.
Yep.
So
yeah.
What do you do now?
Well, it makes it more complicated, doesn't it? Because that guy's on the lead lap going 1 lap down, which is always a harder thing to do as well.
Yeah. So, in my point of view, if Tristan actually reaches, for example, but the first driver I think will be Sean. So I think he's gonna reach. No, sorry, he's not gonna be Sean. He's gonna be David. So he's gonna reach David first. I don't think David is gonna play hard for him to like go unless he is caught by, let's just say, around the forced elbow or at the dipper. You know, that's gonna make a little the life of the Spaniard a little bit more complicated for him to overtake. So the time loss will be acceptable in that end. But after that, if he gets him on a clear road, then it's with sailing forward. So. But there's a chance, I think those 2 laps won't matter as much. I think he's going to reach the hour and basically do his pit stop as normal.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get there before his pit stop. A, because he can't go on any further. B, he wouldn't want to anyway, because that would be 3 very difficult overtakes to make. And it doesn't matter whether they jump out the way pretty early or not, they will have a bit of an effect. The bigger problem is for Drago if they get near them. But, you know, because they're 8 seconds further down the road, they shouldn't be able to catch them in the 6 laps intervening. So it should be fine. We'll see whether Eglacius has to go on for another one after the next one or what the scenario is there, because that would maybe put him into a little bit of danger with regards to all that. But let's wait and see here. As he comes towards the final turn, he is going to go on for one more. He'll have to here. They've only just got the fuel to do this, Commander. I think they're going to end this race even with pretty much no fuel left in that car. They know exactly how many laps this race is going to be, so it's going to be fine. But they've not got much fuel to spare, let's put it that way.
I think they're going to have 30 laps on the dot. That's pretty much what you have. Of course, our lifetime, it says we have 354 laps total, right? But we're not counting everything, so don't take these laps for granted. I think total-wise, we have 30 more laps in this race, maybe 29, depending on circumstances. If they come in, we have to take them. Of course, the time they're going to be in the box, it's going to be about a full minute from they come in until they come out. So that could affect that final lap instead. So they might have a little bit of a cushion when they come into for their final pit stop. It's going to be a small one, but they might have that small cushion.
Wow. This is ramping up to be a classic finish at the Bathurst 12 Hour in 2026. Last year, by the way, Drago Racing were on the wrong side of a 2.5 second gap to the Marla Racing team. Porsche Kanda, as their best team was, were in 4th on that day, on a day where it rained on the mountain. This time, Drago Racing are the ones chasing, and they're the ones who are closing. That wasn't the case towards the final hour last year. Here comes Kanda Esports down Comrade Straight again. Tristan Eglacius is about to make the biggest pit stop of this race. He needs to pack that car full of fuel as well, in a way that Drago Racing do not need to do over the course of the next 6 laps. Look at the way he's closing to the grid and go-kart here, Eglacius as well here. Is he going to go on for one more, or is it now? He has to come in now. 59 minutes remaining, 29 laps remaining. Lucky for him, there's one more 29 lap stint coming his way.
Yeah, so this is the make or break moment of this race. So this is where we're going to analyze how Drago's going to truly perform in these final laps. Is this 6 laps they have in terms of cushion true in the first place? And how much of a gap that will create when they have their shorter pit stop in the pit lane? Will we see a fight till the end of this race? Looking forward to it.
It's going to be fascinating if there is. Let's just watch to make sure there's no No mistakes, no missteps from Tristan Eglacius in the pit lane this time round. I don't think he blew through his box. You wouldn't expect him to, considering this is the 11th stop of this race. We're looking at about a 40-second stop, just exactly what we've seen so far from all these guys. 40.8 was the previous one from Rubelar. Maybe it would be a bit shorter than that, but not much. As Blumenkur stopped right in front of them. Eglacius gone after 41 seconds. That is long.
Standard.
It is absolutely packed full of fuel, that Kanda Esports Ferrari. They're out on the racetrack again. A very important outlap coming up as well on cold tyres.
Who's that car behind? Is that Blue Mercure that is right behind them? Considering that Tristan has cold tires and he has to get up to speed, is that a
might be 34? Yeah. It's not the one on the lead lap. It's the one that's currently 4 laps down, I think.
All right, fair. So Bernier, he has to make a decision over here. He cannot if he's thinking about this race as a whole. Of course, he has his own rights. There's his lower car in front of him, so he can overtake. But you'd be overtaking the leader, and you might take some precious time. So what do you do? It's complicated, you know. I don't think Bernier is going to take the chance of overtaking a lap back from the leader, even though they're several laps back.
No, he's nearly 40 seconds behind the next car in front, and he's over a lap behind the car behind. So Kanda are going to be let to get on with this, I think, by Blue Mercure, although they could pass, as you say. Over the line from Rubelar again. It is a 2:02.0. This is fast from Nicholas Rubelar at this stage. That's the 90, just getting in front of them, by the way. So Ascari Rini has made that final stop. 41 seconds they've gone without the damage again because they have to. Rubelar's got to make sure, though, he doesn't get caught up behind this 90 over the top of the mountain, but he might well do. Cold time and damage on that BMW in front, and he's flashing his lights.
Oi, oi, oi. And
there you go.
Good.
That might have been over the radio. Ascari said, I'm going to pull wide through the cutting, because Rubelar seemed to know that was happening a long time before it happened.
Yeah, and I think Ryan or somebody in BS let him know that the leader's coming up. Don't do anything, reckless or something like that. Don't get in the way. What is interesting for me is Blue Mercure is pushing Kanda. So some collaboration between the teams right there, and Kanda getting some speed, getting up the tires, getting some speed, sharing draft. So interesting scenes we're looking right now.
Yeah, that might well tip the balance in favour of Kanda here if they're getting that help on the straights as well. And just think here, Bernier's only been out there for 11 laps. This is lap 12 of his stint. What happens if Rubelar comes out right behind him? Surely he's going to get out of the way, and based on what we've seen so far, how he's behaved around the leaders, we would actually expect him to do that. But nevertheless, that's an added complication that we could get into this race. End of this lap, Nicholas Rubelar is going to set another time here, and he's going to carry on again. But we'll be able to compare it for the first time to Tristan Eglacius. Now, it will not quite be representative yet for Eglacius because he's spread out the pit lane and he's got a lot more fuel on board. But worth just keeping an eye on these times anyway. It's a 2:02.2 from Rubelar that time. Slightly narrower entry to the cutting. Might have just saved a tenth or so off there.
Yeah, if the situation happens, I think what's going to happen is Rubelar is going to go on all team comms and basically blast ludicrous move, get out the way to Bernier so they can engage in a fight. That would be funny though, even though that's never going to happen.
Down into the chase here. This race has been bubbling up for the last 11 hours or so into this moment. Kanda have been leading from the very beginning when the number 18 took pole position. They were leading 1 and 2 for a moment. This car took over the race lead with about 10 hours to go. Well, they've been net race leaders for over 9 hours now. Is that beginning to slip away from them for the first time this afternoon? It's a 2:02.8. Even then, 6/10 of a second gained by Nicholas Rubelar. He is tipping the balance in his favour here as Kanda now... guys coming out the pit lane too. That's Jordan Johnson in the Solpec Precision Racing McLaren, who's weaving in front of him, and he does pull out the way towards turn 2.
Yeah, but we have to take into consideration, because it is a little bit of a colder track, the tires might take about 2 laps to get into that optimal pressure. I think now it is on optimal pressure for Eglacius. Of course, heavier car in comparison to the lighter car of Rubilar, so these laps are going to be a little bit bigger. The gaps are going to get bigger in terms of lap delta between them, so we have to look for, maybe this is the first lap we're going to have to look to be the key lap.
Couple of things here as Rubilar comes to the end of another lap. 3 laps to go until he stops now as he comes over the line again. What is this time going to be for this time around? It's a 2-minute 2.0. He's going even faster this time round, Rubilar. This is extraordinary. He's catching up to a Lamborghini, which might not help him. And by the way, the grid and go cars that Eglacius was only just behind before he stopped there, they all stopped a couple of moments ago. At least Sean Campbell and Noah Eder did. Still waiting for David Boczka to come in, but that means that those cars he was going to have to negotiate in terms of putting a lap on quite awkwardly. I thought he'd get away with not doing it because he stopped, but actually they had to stop not long after he did. So that is going to have to be negotiated by Eglacius too.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can see who's the better driver in terms of traffic. Who can deal with traffic better between them? I see the evolution of Rubilar, even though he's a young driver, right? He has so much pedigree in terms of GT races, even in other simulators. So it's interesting to see how he's going to carry over into the next stint, how aggressive he's going to be if he has to cut and weave through traffic like Eglacius has to do in a tiny bit. So this is why I think we're shaping up to a fantastic final hour of broadcasting here at the virtual Bathurst track.
And we got a bit of a taste there as to how long his stop actually might be. I've been doing the guessing, but Marla Racing Team last lap did a 35-second pit stop, and we're only halfway through the difference between those two, Eglacius and Rubilar at the moment. Oh, that Ferrari going slowly on Conrad straight there. Rubilar pulls out to the left-hand side of it rather quickly to avoid, but could it maybe even be a bigger difference than just the 8 seconds we were previewing a little bit earlier on? Don't forget, Tristan Eglacius' stop was 41 seconds pretty much. That's the longest, most recent stop of anybody inside the top 11. So it's not been a very particularly great couple of moments for Eglacius. Rubilar comes again to the line. Is that another 2:02.0? I think it is.
It
0.008 this time round. Remarkable consistency in those last 2 laps.
Yeah, that's insane. That's quality laps if you're thinking about it.
So it's a 1.9. Excuse me, it's just updated. It's a 2:01.9. He's going even quicker now.
Welp. And how fast was Coanda at this moment? 2.24. So on the last lap. So that might be, I think this lap might be a little bit quicker, Ewan, but still it's going to take some chunks of time from the Spaniard at the moment. So we could see Drago in the lead when they come, most likely in the lead when they come out of the pit box.
Well, we've had 11 hours of this race. The final hour could be the first in which a non-Coanda car is net leader of the race. How extraordinary would that be? Absolutely extraordinary. Drago Racing, 35 seconds in the pit lane that time round. Kadlchik, how long does he think he needs to spend there? 35 as well. So maybe 8 seconds is about right, because that's about 6 seconds shorter than what Eglacius had to do. Yana Koch, by the way, for Grid and Go, comes out 9 seconds behind. He saves 3 seconds compared to Eglacius, and he's 9 seconds behind therefore, but the real gap is to Rubilar. He's been gaining about half a second a time. I think Drago could well be in front here of Kanda Esports. It's just not going their way as things stand. There's one more lap to go after this one for Nicholas Rubilar, unless he decides to pit 1 lap earlier.
I predicted it would pit around 45 minutes. So I think the next lap is the final lap of their stint.
Over the line. Let's see. It's another 1.9. Nicholas Rubilar is pulling out the lap times when it's required the most. There's only one driver quicker than him at the moment, and that's his teammate, Alexander Spets. Drago Racing are driving very, very quickly right now. Alexander Spets, by the way, for his part, is actually 2 seconds clear of Rainer Tauval, so that battle for fourth may never materialise in the end, as Spets is just too quick. And Eglacius is still stuck behind the grid and go Ferrari here. It's got to be starting to slow him down now.
Yeah, I think this is the time they're going to have to slow down, because this is the time I think that the GNG car is at its closest. So I don't think they're going to slow down over here after Murray's corner. I think they're going to do that after turn 1. Oh, never mind.
There we go.
For Helms. Okay, good.
Well, Bernier, I think, is waving around to say you can get in front of me because I'm many laps down, but finally Eglacius gets through. It's a 2.2 that time, though, from Eglacius. That was a bit better, a bit closer, but he still loses 3 tenths. This next outlap for Nicholas Rubelar is going to be one of the most important laps of his sim racing career here. The iRacing Bathurst 12-hour is on the line. If he's in front and he has to defend from Kanda, it could be absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Oh, Bernier behind the grid and go car gets into contact. Dear, oh dear. I thought he was letting him in.
Didn't he make contact in Hell's corner?
Yeah, maybe there was. There was definitely some in the cutting there, though. Here we go. Here we go. Nicholas Rubelar's in. It's a clean entry. He's got to stop in time for the line. He's done it already. Well, this car anyway, 10 times before. One more won't hurt. 11th time down pit lane for Drago Racing. Don't forget they qualified 12th, by the way. This is quite a long way back for a team to be competing for a special event, to be honest. You normally see the top qualifiers up towards the front as well, but Rubelar, therefore, is quite a long way down the pit lane. So there he is. He's a long way from the end. He does go for the tyre change, so he will have the cold tyres at the beginning here. That's the strategy we thought they were going to go for. I believe it might have cost them a Petit Le Mans by not doing that last year in 2025. They were 2.5 seconds the wrong side of the story last year. They're hoping that this is their final pit stop on their way to glory on the mountain. When do they go? They're off already. 32 seconds. It's nearly 10 seconds shorter than Tristan Eglacius. Now, he does have a long way to get to the end of pit lane here. So Eglacius is going to get closer than you think, but he's going to be well out in front here, Nicholas Rubelar. 5-6 seconds. My goodness. Drago Racing are in the lead of the Bathurst 12-hour with 45 minutes to go. Kanda Esports, after leading all day, are having it snatched away from them right at the very end here. Even the cold tyres for Nicholas Rubelar are not going to put him into the clutches of Tristan Eglacius at the moment. Drago Racing are legitimately the leaders of this race.
We figured they would be in the lead. We figured, you know, the pace that Rubelar was putting in the final laps was something astonishing. Qualifying laps, that was the key for us. You know, qualifying laps, try to put the max on the biggest lead that can actually accrue in this moment on Kanda. And to make it even better, Kanda is stuck in traffic. They have another grid and go car up ahead of them. They cannot do much. So surely the gap is going to come down to maybe what? 3.5 seconds. That's going to be the net lead when everything's
even at that sort of distance, that's a lot of time to gain.
Yeah, that is going to be a insufferable time for the Spaniard to try to cut down. Do we still have a battle in our hands? For sure, we still have a battle in our hands. This is still open, but now the ball is on Drago's his own Kanda's court. What they're gonna do? I'd say that was their race to lose. I'm not even so sure anymore. That's why I don't trust in commentators' predictions, people.
Well, there's 22 laps to go at the end of this one, and 4 seconds is the gap. Looks like it's sort of normalising now. So, I mean, what's that? About 2 tenths a lap you need to gain? That doesn't sound like too much, to be fair, when you think about it like that. 2 tenths of a second per lap, is that right? Yeah, that would get you a few laps at the end of a chance. And so, yeah, there's the gap. It just closes a bit further here. The tyre's not fully up to temperature yet. Of course, Eglacius is absolutely... Oh, let's see what his lap time is. He's getting towards the lower 2s again here. As he comes over the line here. It was a 2.3 last time round. Yeah, not sure. Maybe that was this time round. Maybe they're both very, very similar lap times. But yeah, as I say, 2 tenths per lap. And to be fair to Kanda, every time that they've come out of the pit lane, Drago, they, yes, have got a bit closer than what they were before, but steadily over the stint, Kanda kept getting further and further away. Now they've got it closing closer and closer and try and get there with enough time left in this race to try and make an overtake.
Yeah, and like I said, I think the net gap would be... Oh, which bumper's sticking out there?
Oh my goodness! Drago Racing with the fright of their lives, and they're flashing now with Aston Martin, who's going to really slow them down, and Kanda have been caught up in it. Kanda have been caught up. The 08 is definitely involved in this big smash up here on the mountain. It's through Sulman Park with just 42 minutes to go. Kanda Esports tearing onto the scene, chasing for a race victory here. Oh, and they've made a miscommunication. They've smashed into the stationary car. It was completely stopped on the inside there. Tristan Eglacius thought they might be moving, and he tried to pull out the way, but he smashes into them at the top of the hill here. And the race is over, surely. The race for the lead is over. Kanda Esports are going to drop outside the top 10 here. A moment of high drama. Tristan Eglacius and Kanda Esports are out of the running for the Bathurst 12 Hour in 2026. They are out of contention now, surely.
I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless.
Oh. Stint 1 Motorsport try and continue on after hitting the hill over the top at Reed Park there and through Sulman. How did this grid and go car avoid, by the way? Goodness me. Oh my word. And the Ferrari. Oh my word.
Oh my word.
Oh, look at that.
They moved. They
did move. They did move.
Oh my days. Oh,
I didn't see that at first. They were absolutely moving there, very close to Tristan Eglacius coming on the scene. You can only understand his reaction from this point of view. You can absolutely understand his reaction. As Stint 1 tried to get themselves turned back round again. I'm afraid they did it on the racing line. A couple of occasions there. And it's taken one of the big contenders out of this race with less than 45 minutes to go. That is a crying shame.
I'm trying to gather up words, man. I'm truly am. I'm shocked. I sent a message in a Discord to Tristan. He got robbed. This is robbery. Of course, I really don't want to be mean to the Stint 1 driver that was driving the car, because which was Michael Kalbach. I really don't want to be mean, because I said this on another broadcast over here in Bathurst on the 12 Hours that had the red line car that was in third place and got taken out by a guy that did a mistake in McPhillamy Park. Surely, you made a mistake here. You did the first contact. The car you see is broken. No rear wing. Maybe you didn't see in the mirror. There's no rear wing in the car. But if something happens and you get the mechanical flag tow, especially in this part of the mountain, I know this much, because if you carry on, there's elevation changes and the car is never gonna perform the way that you probably want to go. Is this on the back marker? 100%. 100%. This is on the back marker. 100%. Don't want to be mean, but this is on the back marker. This was straightforward robbery of what could have been a great race till the end. I'm actually set for Elvis and Tristan, man, and wow. But that's just racing. The racing is brutal, people. Holy smokes! Actually, both my hands were in my mouth because I was appalled. I'm appalled.
Yeah, I didn't spot it initially. Actually, I thought the car was stopped there, sort of in, you know, and staying stopped there, just off the racing line as they're supposed to. But unfortunately, they didn't do that. I mean, look at this.
Whoa.
The car they initially drove towards was the Drago Racing car, and we joined him just as he was coming over the top at Skyline here. He was flashing his lights profusely, and I thought it was just at this Aston Martin. It might have just been as a pure, you know, involuntary action at the end of that moment. But as Tristan Eglacius arrives on the scene, he just reacts to that Ferrari moving forwards and backwards there because he thinks the gap's going to appear on the left, in which case he would have been toast anyway. But you can't have time for that sort of decision making at that speed. And that is how this race ends for Kanda Esports. That is a massive, massive shame. And, you know, we'll never know. And indeed, I would call it even, it was unlikely that Eglacius was going to be able to get to Rubelan and have that fight. However, you never know. And unfortunately, they will never know now whether they could have won this Bathurst 12 Hour. They are going to be consigned down in the history books to a long way down in this field after that late incident. What drama in these final 45 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm looking into some, of course, the fallout of what's happening over there and our spectators' reactions. And I know it's a mixed bag and everything. But we cannot be sure if Kalbach had somebody said if he has a teammate, his teammate has a third-person view, of course, from the chase cam or something like that. Or even like they had caps or some sort of you know, live timing application they could have used to, you know, say, oh, the leader's coming up, just tow. Maybe he might not have had a teammate back then, so we don't know the situation. We cannot make it's hard to make up assumptions, so it's complicated, you know. But man, look at this. I know he was trying to get out of the way to not be a hassle towards other people, but it's heart-wrenching, dude. It's heart-wrenching, dude.
Yeah. So this is the moment itself. You know, this can happen to anyone over the top at Reed Park, absolutely. It's one of the toughest racetracks in the world. Unfortunately, afterwards, yeah, it's less nice to watch, that's for sure. And by the way, this moment here is extraordinary. Drago Racing there, just about slipped through, and yeah, it's just a real shame. A miscommunication in the end there as well. The lap car and the damaged car should have been staying still, but nevertheless a miscommunication between themselves and Tristan Eglacius. And by the way, on that point about teammates and whatever, you know, that's all happening at such high speed. I'm not sure that part would have helped. It's down to the driver in those scenarios for me. You'll have a relative, or you should have the relative open. You should know anyway that cars are oncoming. There's still nearly 30 in this race. There's nowhere really where there's a massive gap. You've just got to be patient through there and try and rejoin safely. But you know, unfortunately, those quick decisions, those heat of the moment decisions have cost Tristan Eglacius and Kanda Esports a chance at a Bathurst 12 Hour here in 35 minutes time. And that is the real shame here. It's taken out a leading contender from a potential victory in this race. They were just about 3 seconds behind at the time.
You know what's You know what's the crazier thing about this, though? We have a potential battle for P3 now.
Yeah.
We don't have a battle for P1 anymore, people. It's over.
No, but you know, this would have been the battle for fourth place early on, by the way, if you wondered where it's come from. Drago Racing versus Marla Racing Team was probably going to happen anyway, although actually the stop from Drago, I thought, would have got them out in front and got them clear. Actually, that hasn't been the case. Rainer Talvar's reeled in Alexander Spetz again, so yeah, you're right. It is going to be a podium fight, and will Drago Racing be able to get 2 steps to this podium?
At this point, Ewan, I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm not going to guess anything because I said this was Corinda's race to lose, and I really don't want to say I killed Kanda because I said this, but I feel bad, man. I'm having Commentators Guild. Yes, Commentators Guild exists, people. Not only Commentator Curse exists, but also Commentators Guild. This is a real thing. Wow.
We'll continue to enjoy this battle for the next 30 minutes as you see that again. It reminds me of, this is a very long time ago, I don't know if you remember this, Lorenzo, but and it wasn't a damaged car, but it was a slower lapped car at the Sebring 12 hour in iRacing about 10 years ago. I want to say 2015 or 16 or something. I think, was it Glacier Racing or something were taken out of the race lead with about 20 minutes to go?
I think it was Glacier.
Was it Glacier? And
I think it was Glacier. You're getting into times I was probably not even in iRacing yet. I think my
Really?
Yeah, actually, you made me very curious. I'm actually I'm gonna open the service right now. I think my account is from 2015.
Yeah, I think it was 2016 maybe, but anyway, such a big moment in the race, right at the back end, and I remember watching it at the time. It was just a thing of unparalleled drama, very similar really to this, where Kanda have been leading all day and they've now unfortunately not going to go on to win this race. In fact, their other car being out the race as well so early on means that neither of them are going to even finish in the top 25. A real shame for them both, but as I mentioned, we've still got a race on here, more than half an hour to go. Drago Racing lead by only 11 seconds. It's still very close at the front, and the battle for third place is going to be exciting as well, because Drago Racing, while they did go on to win the Daytona 24 hour in January, and they got third in another class, their nearest car in that GTP class was 7th position, 8 laps down, so they'll be hoping to take the first 2 endurance special events at Bathurst and at Daytona, and this time take 2 steps to the podium as well. There is still a lot to fight for them here.
Yeah, and it's 2 guys that know a way around race cars. So that's we still have to think about this battle. This is going to be an interesting battle. I think at some point, Reiner is just going to go, like, I would say, I think they're going to throw their gloves off by the 10-minute mark. I think with 6 laps to go, I think the gloves are off. Definitely a bit on this battle. They're going to go duel it out, see who's going to come out on top. For Drago, it would be a massive win after everything that transpired in this race, having a first and third place.
That would be a great finish for them here in the Bathurst 12 hour. And Bala Racing Team, of course, will want to get on the podium themselves, because there is, of course, the looming thing that they're about to lose their reigning title over this race. They won by 2.5 seconds over Drago Racing last year in 2025, and in the rain, of course. It rained earlier in that race, dry for the end, but they would at the very least like to be on the podium again before the end of this race. Going to be a good fight between these 2. But not yet, is to wait for in the final half an hour here. 15 laps to go still. What should be a 349 lap race today. As I mentioned before, some would make the argument that it is actually tougher to get to the end of one of these than the real world event. About 50 laps more than what you see normally in the real world race, and no safety cars, of course, either. But the same Bathurst drama is always present here on the mountain. The magic of it recreated here in iRacing. Another dramatic ends to the Bathurst 12 hour in 2026. So many of those moments, by the way, in the previous year's event. If you weren't with us for it, Marla Racing Team, Drago Racing and Team Redline were fighting it out. If you want to go back and watch a good endurance race, then Last year's iRacing Bathurst 12 hour wouldn't be a bad place to start. A brilliant three-way fight for the victory that year. And in the end, Marlow Racing Team came out on top on. But these two teams are fighting it again. They were second and first last year. Grid and Go have inserted themselves into the fight this time round. They were only 10th at best last year. They're in second, though, at best here this year. These two BMWs make their way over the top of the hill. I wonder at what point, Lorenzo, they're going to be waiting for now. Reina Talvar is very much caught up. He's right there. Doesn't have to do any more catching. Now he's got to do the passing, but surely that's to wait for in a few moments' time.
Like I said, I think 6 laps to go, 7 laps to go. I think the gloves are going to be out. Maybe even less, because you want to try to pass your adversary as close as possible towards the end and try to open up a gap and defend. So we could be seeing this up to the final real minutes of this race, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, where they're probably going to duke it out on the racetrack. This is going to be interesting to see how patient the Sony is going to be. Oh, a little bit of a skid coming from Spat's car out of Murray's corner, but still kept it on the racetrack.
Just a little bit of a moment at the final turn. I do wonder where the best place to actually make this happen is as well. I mean, down towards the chase seems like the obvious choice, but we've seen a bit of drama through there already tonight because of passes through there. So speaking of that bit of drama, actually, we saw BS Competition and Blue Mercury Esport make contact, by the way. I'm referencing about an hour ago or so now, maybe longer. BS Competition are now back to 10th, so they've stayed in it and they're back into the top 10 again. They'll occupy 4 of the top 10 places. Williams will get 1, Blue Mercury will get 1, WSR Esports 1, Drago Racing 2, and Grid and Go 2. There's a Lamborghini. Best place Lamborghini, 9th place at the moment with Parker White. A decent return for the Lamborghini, although they've had better years on the mountain, that's for sure.
Yeah, dude. But it's interesting that we're seeing, for example, this Williams car, right? Williams driving Lamborghini, and one historically we've always associated with them with Mercedes. So it's one of those things that I've always associated, because back in the old days, Williams had a partnership with Mercedes, so they used to drive the AMG, but the AMG nowadays is probably the worst car in the service. So
You think?
In the GT3, currently, I would argue it's the worst car.
Well, to be fair, none that are worse are springing to mind, so you might be right.
Yeah, because it is crazy. If we're thinking about historically, the Mercedes thing has had so many good years ever since it came out in 2020. So,
Oh yeah.
but and I think for a whole year, it was arguably the best GT3 in the whole service that from the GT3s we've had. But with the insertion of the new cars and such, I think this hasn't received any updates to a stance where we would say, okay, this is the car we want to drive, or this is the best car in the service nowadays. It is serviceable in some tracks, but in the other ones, it is just bleh.
Of course, you're only including the successes since the Evo version in 2020, but to be honest, I smashed together the Evo and the old car just in one. Hello.
I thought Talvar was going to lose control after the cutting.
I saw them change positions there briefly. I was looking at the time screen, I must admit. Gap just extends between them briefly. Just over 0.6 of a second. These guys, it's easy to forget, by the way, these guys are within 17 seconds of the win. That's just how close this race has been, by the way, across the board. Still 10 cars on the lead lap, 8 within a minute. Those gaps have started to extend a little bit compared to when we came to where 2.5 hours ago. But nevertheless, what a close field across the board it has been. There it is again. So it was down the inside there. Proper go there from the Marla Racing team, and bit of contact. Yeah, very well, and he did hit the wall as well. And we've seen only a little bit of contact give the number 90 BS Competition the damage. So you wonder whether he might do the same for the number 10. Hopefully not.
Yeah, in my point of view, I think Reiner was trying to go for a move that it was going to be high risk, high reward coming into cutting, but it's so complicated to make that move and the contact happen. Luckily for them, it was, you know, the cars weren't that fast. They were trying to regain some speed. You know, nearly on the wall, of course, that could have accrued some damage, but so we still have a little bit of a race going on between them. So still 22 minutes left. I know the gap increased about half a second between them, but still doable for the Estonian to get into that P3 battle and get into P3, of course.
It doesn't seem like he's got any damage from it, so he'll be able to recover and get back into the fight. Have another go, I'd imagine, but don't know if he'll be repeating that again, going down the inside of the cutting. I mean, I guess it worked initially, but you've got the next two turns to the right, and I know turn 5, you're not really making that a corner on your own. It certainly is when you're side by side, as we saw with the contact there. So, as I say, I'm not sure he'll be doing that again for the Marla Racing team, to be honest. Will Rainer Talbot, but let's see. Alexander Spets, I mentioned, one of the best drivers for Drago Racing at the moment. So especially in a GTP, he's a very, very strong driver in the whole of iRacing, not just on his own team. In the GT3 this time round, still very, very handy indeed. Looking to hold on to a top 3 position for Drago Racing. 11 laps to go when they get to the line here, with 20 more minutes to go. And this is all they can get from this now. There's no point working together anymore. They're not going to catch Grid and Go. They're probably not going to be caught by WSR Esports either, unless they have an accident. So they've got to fight it out now, and it looks like they are going to do so here for this third position.
I wonder if Reiner is going to go for that move again, because like I said, it's high risk, high reward. He's driving on the draft. Of course, Drago has a car up ahead. I don't know which car is up ahead of them, though, because he looks on the inside. He goes for the look, but is just trying to apply as much pressure as he can on the Swede of Alexander Spets. So for now, is he going to go over again? Back to you, Ewan.
He is going to try it again. Well, and that's a shoulder barge. An absolute shoulder barge from Rainer Talbot. Alexander Spets is not going to be best pleased about that. But, well, Talbot will argue he's well alongside. I thought he wouldn't try that again because it so nearly went badly wrong a couple of laps ago. But Talbot has muscled his way through into third position for the Marla Racing team in front of Drago Racing. That was aggressive, and an incident at which two different teams are going to have two very different opinions on how it was conducted. There it is, down the inside. Talbot will say, I was alongside by far, thanks very much. Spets will say, you came bombing down the inside of me there. What's that all about? We'll leave them to argue about it. That was aggressive to get up into third place.
Yeah, that was a little bit of what happened in the previous move that Talbot did on Spets, and Spets actually got a little bit aggressive on the exit of the corner. They made it side by side through the cutting, but when it got outside, Spets got a little bit of an argy-bargy and nearly bumped Talbot into the wall. So Talbot think, oh, you did that to me, you know? I'll try to do the same stuff. What about a body check? Body check on the wall, mate.
Well, that was more aggressive than I was expecting, but it's a different location than what I was expecting. Certainly 1.2 seconds now the gap. Spets is actually going to have to reel him back in again before having a go. And don't forget, it was Talbot who had to reel him in earlier, but I have a sense they're so evenly matched that they might well get back together again before the end of this race. This is the only other fight really going on at the circuit at the moment. We're in the last 20 minutes after all, so it's bound to be a little bit quieter now. Sean Campbell, just in behind David Boschke, battling for 11th position between these two going to goes. I'm never really sure how the teammates settle things in a moment like this. You know, it's not a championship where people have to do points or whatever. Are they going to just fight it out, I guess? I don't know.
Do they have any papaya rules or something like that? How do you call a grid and go papaya rule? Because they're not orange.
Yeah, whatever colour
room?
that is.
Yeah.
Fancy colour. Don't say yellow or purple. I mean like a fancy colour.
I've always thought it was kind of like a yellowish green. But anyway.
I don't know what rules they have, but anyway, I'm hoping personally they'll fight it out. Sean Campbell's such an oddball that he might well just.
You know what Sean would do instead? Of course, had the sand has not, worked like a proper sand in iRacing nowadays, I thought he was gonna go into, let me try it around the jump, and then do the overtake.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah, quite. He goes for the outside, but doesn't get it on David Boschke there. So they will fight it out. It looks like the teammates amongst themselves. It is the closer battle at the moment. We'll see if Spets can get back to Talvar before we rejoin them, because I can only imagine the aggression that he's going to show towards Talvar if he gets there again. Obviously running out of time, though, a little bit now. There are only 9 laps to go, including the one they've just started. That's Nicholas Rubelar, by the way, going through your screen there, the race leader. So these two, because they've just gone a lap down, and indeed the Marla Racing team and Drago Racing cars will both have 9 laps to go at the beginning of this one.
By the way, Ewan, I don't know how true it is, but let's just say that Spet's not happy at all. He said about committing potential crimes in the race.
I have read that. I'm hoping that's not true. It could be. It could be true.
No respect, so we can expect anything.
But it's equally impossible that someone's just made it up. So let's see what happens here. We'll keep an eye on it in the next 16 minutes. There's an Aston Martin just up in front here, which could really hurt Rainer Talvar. That's the Aston Martin, by the way, that was also only very just sneaking through in front of Nicholas Rubelar in that big incident about 15 minutes ago, half an hour ago nearly already. Goodness me. Over the top of the hill. It's not slowing down Talvar yet, but it is a little bit. Whatever Spets is going to do here, you can be sure he's going to be aggressive in his response, because Talvar has effectively made the weather now. He said, this is okay now. The aggression level has been turned up, and Spets is, even if he just responds to that, that's going to be the level from here on in between these two.
I thought Manidi was going to get in the way, and Spets was going to get much closer than I initially anticipated, but that's not the case. Well. Well,
it's going to get in between them for the moment. Spets has got to get there first. And that might not be very easy in itself. Let's see lap times this time round. They're on the 2:01 suddenly. The intensity in this race just been ramped up. Rubelar did a 2:01.4. I can imagine being one of his teammates wincing at that. Seeing at the risk he's having to take to go that quickly, but I guess you've got to leave him to it. He knows what he's doing. A 1/10 of a second lost by Spets there, even despite Talvar gaining through traffic. On the bottom of your screen, the grid and go battle continues. It's clear they're not under team orders at all. They're fighting it amongst themselves there, David Boschke and Sean Campbell. Every team likes to respond to that by saying they obviously don't have team orders, but we know that's sometimes not true. Clearly it is true here.
Yeah.
It's Campbell right on board with, over the top of the hill, Skyline. Down the other side. Boschke a little bit wide to the right hand side that time round, but it's okay. A little bit of dirt kicked up down through the dipper. On the top of your screen, the battle that we're waiting to get closer again in these final 15 minutes. Still a lot of interest in the top 3 positions in this race. Last year, the gaps between the top 3 were a bit larger than this. In fact, anybody on the lead, there were no battles on the lead lap indeed. Towards the end of last year's race, but then again, the lead lap was a lot shorter in last year's race than it is on this. Boska weaving around, Campbell weaving in response. He's not quite going to lunge from all the way down there. Of course, the first rule of motor racing still applies. Do not hit your teammate.
I see these guys, you know, playing around. The last time I've seen teammates play around at Bathurst, it caused a big one. I'll tell you this much. They're gonna get into so much trouble if they crash each other out. Even though they're gonna have a laugh while doing it and maybe crying on the inside.
I think it'll be a bit
Yep, his
fun
last
for them.
second, by the way, for third place.
Okay. Yeah, 8 tenths of a second now. We'll keep an eye on it for Spets and Talvar as Campbell gets to the outside. Boska does not want to give up that position on the inside of turn 2 at all. And, well, that's to be expected. Campbell's going to try and get the exit, though. And, well, we've seen moves for the cutting already from Talvar in the last couple of minutes. He's in a BMW as well. It's Campbell. He's going to switch to the inside, I was going to say. David Boska manages to defend that position nicely as they come over the top of the hill into Repark. Campbell can't get through. It's a good front fight. I think, you know, when you've got a teammate here as well, there's a level of trust here that these two are getting that many of the other two in different teams obviously don't quite have, and that makes it pretty fun to watch as well.
I wonder what Sven and everybody from Grindigo must be thinking about these two guys. You know, having a playtime around the racetrack. I know that they spend a lot of time together. They train together. Of course, different cars, sure, but you know, sometimes race is all about having fun and such. And I know they're gonna find a way to try to make a not gonna say meme-worthy moment, but at least something fun and entertaining for us to watch. Even though if it is for P12.
BMW even touching 6th gear by the end of the chase here at Bathurst. Unprecedented. Well, not quite, but it is unusual. Boska with a bit more comfort this time round, able to stay in front of Campbell. Less than 7 tenths though, the gap between Talvar and Spets as they come towards the chase here. So Alexander Spets is closing in. Now, who has Sam Campbell got on the face of his helmet? Goodness me. He's playing
Ramiro,
some
you know
again.
what to do. You know what to do, Ramiro. Gap
I
is
know what to not do.
0.6 between
I know
Spets and Talvar, by the way.
Yeah, try and be serious at the same time here, but I know I should have mentioned that.
It's insane. It's insane.
Never question anything when it comes to Sean Campbell and what he's doing. It'll only get you in further trouble. Anyway, we'll split screen from here on in as the Grid and Goes fight it out, and the rivals now, I guess we can say, René Talvar and Alexander Spets will fight it out for 3rd place. Spets is not quite close enough to make a move from back here yet, so he's got to get a bit closer. To be honest, I think he's going to use pretty much the entirety of the rest of the race just getting there, so this battle is all going to come down to the final few laps, and it's going to be aggressive, as I say, between them as well.
I'm looking closely through the gaps. Gaps sticking around 0.6, 0.7 between them. So there's still a chance. I think Spets is going to try to use the Conrad straight and go into the chase and try to get as close as he can. Like, if I tell you, if they get around 0.4, 0.3, and I'm being very, very optimistic by it, I'll bet you that the next lap, the Spets is going to do something insane.
He's going to be getting that whiff of a slipstream now too, as Campbell tries to go from the up and under on David Boska there. Fool him one way, fool him the other, but doesn't quite do it into the chase. These two must be having fun at the moment. I hope they're in a chat together or something. Again, a little fake. Boska, though, spots his braking zone absolutely fine and keeps the position again over the front straight even. Don't see stuff into hell corner very often, and again, another fake from Campbell. It just goes on again and again and again, and each time David Boska is not able to get quite as good of a run onto the next straight, and there are quite a few at this point. And here, Campbell is not even going for it, so he's managed to work so hard on getting a run here, and he's just going to stay behind Boska, I guess, because he knows going on the outside of turn 2 is never going to get in the place anyway. He brakes a bit early, he tucks back in, and it will be the cutting he's probably looking for here. He wanted to compromise his line. So here he goes, outside line going in. Is he going to go right round this time? He's going to try to. It's a long, long way round there, though. Sean Campbell can't quite do it.
I think Charles is forgetting he's on a big boy. He's trying to pass the big boy around the small car. He needs to know about that as well. So this is going to be complicated. But we're in for it. We're in for this entertaining moment.
Yep. It's good fun to watch the fight between the two of them. Although, it just seems to me a little bit less serious than one maybe for third place, but it's good fun to watch anyway. Bit of lap traffic for those guys in third now. Talvar and Spets are just a few too many tenths apart at this stage. There's a little bit more traffic up in front there. Ferrari of Grid and Go to come. That's the 005 they've got to negotiate. The top of his green, the Grid and Go teammates. Which Campbell is again trying to look for he's trying to get the inside somewhere. So far he's not been able to, and he hits his teammate this time round. Boczka forced wide. He might have been going wide anyway, but there was definite contact there, and Sean Campbell moves up to 11th.
And here goes Boczka.
Oh, it's close.
By the way, I think that is something really good to mention about this battle between Spets and Talvar. Apparently, Spets has some wheel damage in the car from the contact that he had on the wall after getting shoved by Talvar on the cutting, and he has some right side damage in the car that might be taking away some performance out of it. So that's why we're not seeing them being so close to each other, even though there is still traffic up ahead for both of them. They're going to catch up to that traffic, and that might play into the advantage of the Swede if they get close to each other in the next few minutes, because I think they might have one lap of battle before this is all over.
Maybe, but there's still that few too many tenths apart on the bottom of your screen at the moment. 6 minutes to go means 3 laps to go when they get to the line here for both battles on your screen at the moment, both for 11th and 3rd. Now, on the top of your screen, is Campbell quick enough to stay away from Boczka here? I get the sense he might just have the edge to stay away, but let's see whether that's true or not. And we'll get a real sense here as to what the straight line speed is like with these two this way round, because we've seen it with the BMW behind the Ferrari. What about the Ferrari behind the BMW? Well, Campbell gets a pretty good run out of first elbow there anyway here. That might be enough for him anyway, but let's see. Coming up towards the chase. To come down Comrade straight. Long way to stretch their legs here. And it looks like Boczka's not really getting anywhere near, so yeah, as I say, I think Campbell might well have enough now to just hold him off. Somebody asking how many Grid and Go cars there are in this race. Yeah, there are a lot. You're right about that.
7.
4 in the top 13. 7 was it? Goodness me.
7 cars.
I thought it was 5. Okay, 7. Goodness me. Well, I'll say 4 of them in the top 13. I don't know whether they'll be pleased with this round. I think, you know, when you're a team who've won iRacing special events in the past, then, you know, you are sort of aiming for that again and again. And yeah, the second place here. Only really been gifted second in the last hour, so they were going to go on for third. I mean, don't know if they'll be overly pleased with this this race, especially only one in the top 10 as well. But I don't know, maybe they'll be happy to pick up a podium here.
I don't think they're going to be overly happy with the fact that they had issues at the start, because remember I think two of their 7 cars got involved in the issue of lap 1. But they managed to persist and getting some solid results within the top 15. Of course, not the result they probably wanted, which is win, given the fact they have probably I'm not going to say the largest. I think they have the largest lineup of drivers today in the service in comparison to like Redline, Kanda, and some other teams, because they have lots of drivers. If they can field 7 cars in an event like this, and if they put like 3 drivers in each car, they have 21. But of course, they went with 2 car outings for each car.
Yeah, exactly. So, for a 12-hour these days, you'd only take on 2 drivers. And as you say, that'd be only 14 odd drivers actually required. I mean, I think Drago Racing are sort of not far away from them in terms of those numbers now as well. Not numbers in this race, but in terms of actual drivers at the team. In terms of... go on.
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say I just read a comment that is great. The Grid and Go basically feels like a Zerg guild from StarCraft. That's a great comment. That's a great analogy.
Well, I'm glad. Hopefully that's amusing to those of you who understand what the hell that is all about. I'm not one of them, as you might have guessed. I'm sure that's no surprise to you.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah. Well, people can enjoy that one. Just 2 laps to go now for these battles here. Both of them on your screen at the moment. Just Rubelar, 11 seconds out front. Looks like he's home and hosed here. I've said that before. 3/4 of a second between Marla Racing Team and Drago Racing. It just looks like it's at that frustrating gap for Alexander Spets, who's not quite going to have that chance, I don't think, to respond here and try get back past the aim, which will frustrate him greatly, I think.
I think so. Given the circumstances that we've been on in this race, but then again, that's how just racing is sometimes, and especially in the mountain where how can we say this? The attrition rate is, I would say, through the roof. It's impossible for a race like this to be low attrition rate. Yeah,
true. But expected for Bathurst, I think, is how it is. Just over a minute to go, and Rubelar is indeed going to get to the line for one more lap here. Over 11 seconds out front. He's just got to bring it home now. And they were only 2.5 seconds away, roughly, from victory last year. Now they're on the right side of the equation as they see the white flag. Nicholas Rubelar, gets one more lap around the mountain to crown Drago Racing as iRacing Bathurst 12-hour winners for the first time.
Coming off what was already a really strong performance in Daytona. Couldn't beat the Williams back then in the Lamborghini they were driving on. But I think this time around, of course, let's take away the moment Kanda had. We were stolen from a potential great fight for P1, but nevertheless, we cannot take away the performance that Rubelar had on his 2 final stints, the quality laps prior to coming into the pit lane, and the team that came from 12th place, truly deserving this victory, marking why Drago is one of the top teams in sim racing nowadays. It's a name to be respected, and looking forward to see the next few events that we're probably going to have. I think the next big one is what? Sebring 12 hours?
It probably is for this field of teams and drivers. Those endurance-minded among you. Another 12-hour race from Sebring in about a month's time. Drago Racing have taken the big 2 so far overall. Daytona back in January. And as long as they can complete the next 3 corners without incident, they're going to take home Bathurst as well. Teams like Marla Racing Team, Team Redline, the Apex Racing Team over the last 3 years have taken this race overall. Now Drago Racing adding their name to the illustrious list of winners. Into the chase for the very final time. Nicholas Rubelar has driven hard, raced hard here for this victory. As have all the other teams, but only one can come out on top. And it's going to be Drago Racing here for the very first time. The 2026 iRacing Bathurst 12-hour is won by Drago Racing in the number 69. Nicholas Rubelar takes the car across the line and he conquers the mountain. It's Drago Racing's day in the 12-hour. Unfortunately, their teammates are not going to get on the podium. In fact, Alexander Spets has even lost 4th place on the last lap here. WSR Esports getting past them it's not going to take the shine off. A brilliant day for that team who've had an extraordinary start to 2026.
Yeah, what a great race from, from Drago. Like I said, truly deserved this victory. Ewan, like we said before, could have gone either way between Kanda and Drago, but Drago, the way they were driving, again, truly deserved the victory this time around. And again, another top level and top tier win, because they won in Daytona, and now they win again over here. So just continue the special event streak.
Absolutely. Overall winners in a special event for the second time already this year, and it is only February. Daytona and Bathurst have gone to them. And Nicholas Rubelar with the chance to go over the line in first as well for the first time this year. He wasn't part of that race winning team in the GTP. Much preferred and indeed did go on to the GTD effort on that afternoon. This time round, though, he gets to enjoy the victory. Not a last hour without controversy, of course. Kanda Esports led for over 11 hours of this race. Net leaders, of course. Had an incident through Sunwin Park with about 40 minutes to go. And who's to say that the race result may not have been the same anyway, but we'll never know. It's one of those dramatic iRacing special event moments that will go down in history along with the number of others down the years. A remarkable, remarkable race here in the 12 hours of Bathurst on iRacing. Complete for yet again another year. We'll show you the race results in just a moment once they're ready. We'll show us with about half the field getting to the end here. Nicholas Rubelar on top of the pile though. 10.8 seconds in front of Jona Koch, who gets the fastest lap in the end, by the way. He finishes second in front of Reina Tauvar, who ends up in third. Martin Kadlacik got past Alexander Spets on the last lap there. Don't know why for fourth, but that's put Drago Racing down to fifth. Daniel Lafuente in sixth place in front of Thibaut Prevost, who was in second for quite some time in the first half of the race. Daniel Alves Lorenzo in eighth place in front of Parker White. And Oscar Rene, despite the wheel damage, even comes home with a top 10. That's 4 top 10s for BS Competition and their family of cars. 11th for Grid and Go, and 12th and 13th. 3 of their 7 cars in a line there. Then it was Antoine Lacherit for 14th position for Lasse Back and Team Alta, who round up those 1 lap down. 2 down for Simona Maria Marcheno. Jordan Johnson get up to 17th in the end of Paul Joffro, Pedro Moreno and Carl Boss rounding out the top 20. 3 laps down for Bas van den Berkmultel and Felix Votter. Shami Shintani for Williams was 4 laps down, along with Augustin Bernier. Casper Tellen up 25th, with the retirement of Tristan Eglacius and Tim Kern very late on there, as we saw in that instant. Team Benix Sim Racing also, Leo Brown sent into the wall at turn 2 pretty late on. Sven Hassa and Daniel Ferguson were out before the final 3 hours of the race. Also out of the race, Blue Mercure Esports, Team Flora by Impulse, Falcon Sim Racing, Drago Racing's 96 car, SDR Sim Racing, who came out very briefly at some point at their Kanda Esports in the 018. They were leading at one stage. Door Esports, Falcon Sim Racing, Team Blue, the Sabrina Carpenter team, driven by Dylan Burse early on, who led early, and WSR Esports as well, of course. SDR Sim Racing, they're 41st in front of Simify Esports Black, Fissy forward. FPR Campeonato, head of Simify Esports, Desi Esport, Madness, literally Grid and Go, Drago Racing, and the Williams F1 Team Gaming car, rounding out the 50 in the field. Well, what a day on the mountain that we've had in the 2026 iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour. It has been a remarkable race here, Lorenzo. One of those that's going to go down in history. I referenced that race from all those years ago about the drama that we had back in the Sebring 12 Hour from all the 10 years ago, whatever. This is going to be one of those races, one of those moments in the final hour that's talked about for many years to come as well.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be one of the races that we're going to be talking about. No, I think this might be the most talked about race this year. I'll put it already. I know we have more races to talk about and commentate on even, but I think this race will be the one we're going to be talking about the most. For its fair share of drama, attrition, but Bathurst always delivers, man, and truly a great race. And congratulations to everybody who made it. And looking forward to the next event that is going to be Sebring 12 for these guys, and And nevertheless, it's going to be a great race in the state of Florida as well.
We're going to just, before we sign off, have a quick chat to Johan Hart, who has won this race, of course, with Drago Racing here this afternoon at the Bathurst 12 Hour. Johan, welcome in. Congratulations on taking a great win for Drago Racing in the Bathurst 12 Hour, and as a team continuing a very, very strong start to 2026. But you weren't in the car for the final hour there. Talk us through the emotions of watching Nicholas go through that final hour.
Yeah, pretty stressful, because when you're not in the car, you're not in control, and we all know that in racing you don't really like not being in control, so yeah, a bit stressful before the pit stop, and then after we saw we had a 6 seconds gap, we were like, yeah, bring it home, Nicholas, we know you've got the space. So yeah, couple moments, especially with the car that ended up wrecking the Kanda car, unfortunately, but yeah, outside of that, pretty chill last hour, to be fair.
Talk us through the emotion for yourself personally, Johan, because you're not so long become a Drago Racing driver, and this is a great special event victory for not only yourself but the team as well. Just talk sort of personally about how this is how this means to you winning the Bathurst 12 Hour tonight.
It's pretty good, pretty good feeling. Been at Drago for just over 2 months, and yeah, the work ethic, all the work that's been put into this race, and even Daytona was really good for us as well. We had a P3, so yeah, really happy with joining the team, getting in well with the guys, and hopefully we have many more good races this year.
And we've just pulled in Nicholas as well, your teammate, of course, who had to drive those last couple of hours. Nicholas, congratulations as well to yourself. Talk us through from your perspective. Johan was talking to us just a moment ago about the perspective of watching you have to go through those last 2 hours and that battle with Kanda, which obviously did end with about 45 minutes to go. But talk us through what it was like from inside the car from your perspective.
Intense is the only one the only word I have right now. There was literally no room for mistake because we were really tight in the fuel strategy that we were doing. Or based on our calculations, we were gonna be like really close at the pit, at my pit exit, and well, I managed to like chain all the basically quali laps in a row on my second to last stint, and well, in the end, I was really expecting for a super tight battle on the last stint, although for that unfortunate accident that happened, but still pretty happy with the performance of the car, with the work with all the team, and yeah, basically that.
And just briefly before we let you go, talk us through the preparation that goes into one of these races, because you weren't leading from the front from the very beginning. In fact, you weren't leading for very much of the race at all. You were just in the front when it mattered, right at the very end. Talk us through the preparation for that strategy that you ended up pulling off in this race.
Well, basically we had to commit to we had to do something different now, because well, all the pace was really close between all the cars and all the teams. And well, the only way to like do something different was for trying to aim for an extra lap on the pits, and well, in the end it paid off because we managed to build that buffer on the last stint, which well, helped us basically. And well, at the same time, just by fuel saving, we prepared our tires better and they last longer, and so the car feels better also.
Well, thanks very much to you both for coming to chat to us at the end of the race, and congratulations on winning the Bathurst 12 Hour here tonight.
Thank you so much, and well, I will use the opportunity also to thank you, to say thanks to my team, to say thanks to Johan for sharing the car, and well, looking for more good results for the next special events.
Thanks so much, both of you. Nicholas Rubler, Johan Hart, joining us at the end of tonight's iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour in 2026. Drago Racing race winners here this year. What a dramatic race and what a dramatic event. We've got so much more to come, though, in the iRacing special events. And don't forget, you can have a go. Can't promise that you'll be on the top split broadcast. Do it with us here, but I can promise that you'll get a race among those who are closest to your ability. So many events for you to get the opportunity of doing that as well, right the way through to December. The next one for us, next one in terms of endurance racing as well, is at the Sebring 12 Hour coming up in 3 or 4 weeks' time. That's the only one in March. followed by the Road America 500 in April, and then a busy month of May, as it always is, involving the Nürburgring 24, the Indy 500, World 600, and even the 4 hours at Thruxton, which returns again for a second year. So much to enjoy here on iRacing. If you want to get involved, iRacing.com/special events is where to go. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in over the course of tonight's action. A big thanks to all the commentators preceding us: Paul Smith, Rhys Gardner, DJ Clark, Justin Prince, Jade Sperry and Brad Dalton. Thanks to Lorenzo Bonda for being alongside me, Ewan O'Leary. Thanks to Ramiro Augustin Cisneros, who's been behind the cameras of this iRacing and Racebot TV broadcast here all afternoon. This has been the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hour for 2026. Hope you can join us again in the future for another one of these broadcasts on iRacing or Racebot TV. From all of us, though, from the mountain, it's goodbye for now.